Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Just as Wang Liang was brandishing the kitchen knife, Jiang Chengye kicked him in the back. He kicked Wang Liang so hard that he flew out and crashed onto the sidewalk outside. Ah! Wang Liang fell to the ground, letting out a scream, completely disoriented. Fortunately, Jiang Chengye controlled his kick, otherwise that kick would have blasted Wang Liang to pieces, turning him into a bloody mist. Wang Liang was also fierce. Although he was kicked away by Jiang Chengye, he still gripped the kitchen knife tightly in his hand. Everyone was stunned. Jiang Chengye had never faced them directly, and no one expected him to be so formidable. Wang Liang is at least a burly man weighing 200 pounds. It must have taken a lot of force to kick him flying. Is this Superman? And he seems to be quite handsome. The way he's holding Union right now is just like a domineering CEO from a novel. Absolutely stunning. Many girls looked at Jiang Chengye with dreamy eyes. At this moment, they wished that Union in Jiang Chengye's arms could be themselves. Wang Liang staggered to his feet and looked at Jiang Chengye. He never expected that this kid would dare to ambush him. It seems this matter is not going to end well today. This kid is a bit unpredictable. His strength is completely beyond my capabilities. He immediately pulled out his phone and called for backup. Hey bro. I got hit. Wang Liang immediately hung up the phone, then pointed at Jiang Chengye and said, "Kid, don't run away if you dare kick me." Then he looked at the fat man wearing sunglasses beside him. "You too, daring to smash my stall. If you don't pay me back today, you'll keep the leg you used to kick my stall." At this moment, the fat man wearing sunglasses was clearly a little flustered. Wang Liang had been speaking very loudly on the phone just now. Could this Brother Jun be some ruthless figure in the underworld? The fat man started to panic at this thought. Then, looking at Jiang Chengye, who was holding Union, he said, "Brother, a wise man doesn't fight a losing battle. Let's run away." Jiang Chengye frowned slightly. The Brother Jun that Wang Liang mentioned might be Zhou Xian's subordinate, Wang Jun. Looking at the name of the pancake shop, Wang Liang Pancake Shop, this guy might really be Wang Jun's younger brother. Thinking of this, Jiang Chengye's lips curled up slightly. He glanced at the fat man calmly and said, "It's nothing. I'd like to see who dares to do anything to me in broad daylight." The fat man was taken aback. Seeing Jiang Chengye's extraordinary attire, he assumed he was of high status, but Wang Jun was a ruthless man. "My name is Dao Sheng. May I ask your name, brother?" Jiang Chengye looked at Dao Sheng and thought, "I knew I hadn't chosen the wrong person to wear this mink coat. People from the Dao family can't do without wearing Dao clothes." Jiang Chengye had a pretty good feeling about Dao Sheng. Such a chivalrous person is rare. We deserve to know him, Jiang Chengye. He nodded and said. Upon hearing this, Dao Sheng's pupils immediately contracted. Jiang Chengye. Isn't that the young master of Jiang Cheng group? Judging from Jiang Chengye's demeanor, he was clearly no ordinary person, but Dao Sheng never expected that he was actually young master Jiang. When did young Master Jiang become so low-key, and why is he so nosy? He'd heard of young Master Jiang's reputation before. Could it be just hearsay? "So it's young Master Jiang, a pleasure to meet you." Dao Sheng laughed. Now Dao Sheng was relieved. No matter how powerful Zhou Jun was, he was just a nobody in front of the truly powerful and influential. Zhou Xian, standing behind him, was nothing more than an illegitimate daughter of the Zhou family. His rank is even lower than young Master Jiang's, let alone Wang Jun's, brother Chengye. Union, who was in Jiang Chengye's arms, raised her head and looked at Jiang Chengye, calling out. She had heard everything Jiang Chengye and Dao Sheng said, so the older brother's name was Jiang Chengye. Jiang Chengye asked with a smile, "What's wrong?" Union wanted to get down, and Union got Chengye's clothes dirty. Union said with some self-reproach. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chengye laughed and said, "It's all right, Union is the cleanest." Upon hearing this, Union's face turned red, but she still stubbornly tried to get down from Jiang Chengye's arms. Unable to refuse, Jiang Chengye had no choice but to put it down, but he was still holding Yunyan's little hand. Yunyan stood beside him like that. Wang Liang glared at the group with a vicious look on his face, seeing that they were still chatting and laughing, completely disregarding him. The resentment in his heart grew even stronger. Just you wait, when my older brother gets here you'll all be in for a world of hurt. A moment later, the sound of a car screeching to a halt came from behind the crowd of onlookers. "Get out of the way!" Several burly men dressed in black shouted sternly, then pushed aside the crowd of onlookers. The crowd parted to make way. Seeing that things were getting out of hand, the onlookers quickly ran away. It was too late to just watch the show now, as the newcomers were numerous and imposing, and their faces were filled with menacing intent. If a fight breaks out and you get hurt, you'll be left with no recourse. Wang Jun, wearing sunglasses, slowly walked out. Wang Jun was wearing a black suit. Unlike Wang Liang, Wang Jun is only 1.7 meters tall. She's quite petite, but she possesses the skills of a top-tier beginner. He was one of Zhou Xiyun's henchmen. Jiang Chengye met Zhou Xiyun during the storyline. This guy has a good relationship with Yi Chen. Of course, he earned it through a beating. After being taught a lesson by Yi Chen, he ended up becoming Yi Chen's loyal lapdog. Jiang Chengye never expected that there would be such a huge gap between Wang Jun's younger brother and himself. They're completely from different families. Moreover, Wang Liang clearly looks older than Wang Jun. They might even think that Wang Liang is Wang Jun's uncle. Upon seeing Wang Jun, Wang Liang immediately grabbed Wang Jun's leg and began to wail. "Brother, you're finally here. These two are the ones who smashed my stall. You have to get revenge for me." He pointed at Jiang Chengye and Dao Sheng with a wronged expression, saying, "They're crying their eyes out." Upon hearing this, Wang Jun looked at Jiang Chengye and his pupils shrank instantly, followed by a change in his expression. "Isn't that young Master Jiang? My eldest sister just said that seeing the eldest son of the Jiang family is the same as seeing her, and that she should address him as brother-in-law." They also gave each of them a photo of Jiang Chengye, telling them to be careful. Jiang Chengye's photo was currently pasted on his bed, and unexpectedly Wang Liang bumped right into it. Although they didn't know why, they dared not disobey their eldest sister's orders. "If my older sister finds out, I'm sure I'll get a beating." At this thought, Wang Jun broke out in a cold sweat. "Brother, what's wrong? Is it too hot?" Wang Liang looked at Wang Jun with a bewildered expression. Why was he suddenly sweating on such a cloudy day? Wang Jun ignored him and kicked him away. "Wang Liang." Then Wang Jun walked straight towards Jiang Chengye. Yunyan looked at Wang Jun and immediately hid behind him in fear. Jiang Chengye could clearly feel Yunyan's palms sweating with fear. "Hey, brother Jun. Long time no see." At this moment, Dao Sheng, who was standing next to Jiang Chengye, spoke up with a smile. He stretched out both hands and went to meet her. But Wang Jun completely ignored him, instead walking up to Jiang Chengye, taking off his sunglasses to reveal his squinty eyes and saying with a smile, "Brother-in-law, what are you doing here?" "Brother-in-law." Jiang Chengye was completely bewildered by Wang Jun's sudden address, but he quickly realized that it must have been Zhou Xiyun's doing. That saved us some trouble. Yunyan also peeked out from behind Jiang Chengye and looked at Wang Jun. Everyone present was stunned. At this moment, the dozen or so people who had come with Wang Jun also rushed forward and shouted in unison, "Brother-in-law." Dao Sheng looked utterly bewildered, staring at Jiang Chengye's shocked expression. When did Zhou Xiyun, the queen of Jiangbei, get conquered, and she was even won over by a notorious playboy? This is incredibly exciting news. At this point, Wang Liang was completely dumbfounded. What the hell was going on, brother-in-law? Watching his elder brother's retreating figure, Wang Liang felt a chill run through him, yet his heart soared with joy. "Brother, you're kidding, right? This kid." Wang Liang would have been better off not speaking. The moment he spoke, it revealed his utter lack of intelligence. Doesn't he have any sense of the situation? They still dare to compete. Wang Jun turned around and walked straight towards Wang Liang, then kicked him. He kicked Wang Liang 5 meters away. He lay flat on the ground and didn't move. A turtle that doesn't move is a tortoise. He had clearly fainted. Then he turned to Jiang Chengye, his face once again beaming with a smile. "My subordinates are ignorant, brother-in-law, please don't be angry." Jiang Chengye frowned slightly. "Isn't this your brother?" Upon hearing this, Wang Jun chuckled and said, A watch, a watch. Jiang Chengye nodded upon hearing this. No wonder he was able to get his hands on a pancake stall here, so it turns out it was a table. That makes perfect sense, there is no genetic mutation. Why aren't you planning to stand up for him? Jiang Chengye looked at him with amusement and asked. Wang Jun shook his head vigorously, chuckling as he spoke. Brother-in-law, I really didn't know it was you. If I had known, I wouldn't have paid any attention to him. Oh, if it weren't for me, what would you have done? A glint flashed in Jiang Chengye's eyes, and he asked coldly. Of course. Wang Jun stammered for a long time, unable to speak if he hadn't come today to see Jiang Chengye. If it were someone else, they would certainly try to squeeze a hefty sum out of them. If they couldn't get anything out of them, they would simply cut off their hands and feet. Jiang Chengye snorted coldly, naturally knowing Wang Jun's character. Wang Jun clenched his fist slightly. He felt very uncomfortable. Even without Zhou Xian's warning, he wouldn't dare to touch Jiang Chengye. After all, this is the young master of Jiang Cheng Group. Unless he's tired of living, he's not qualified to mess with Jiang Chengye. Although he was resentful, he dared not show it. Jiang Chengye stared intently at him. This guy was a real traitor. After following Yi Chen, they would then be associated with the Black Dragon gang which he controlled. Zhou Xian was completely sidelined. Just then, a police car came screeching to a halt in front of the crowd. Then several police officers in uniform got out of the police car. Apparently, someone just called the police. The police officers were all very polite to Wang Jun. They clearly didn't dare to provoke Wang Jun after inquiring about Jiang Chengye and the others. He drove away. He didn't even glance at Wang Liang, who was unconscious on the ground. They didn't even call an ambulance. Brother-in-law, are you all right? We'll be going now. Wang Jun asked with a grin. Jiang Chengye looked at Wang Liang on the ground and said coldly, I don't want to see this person again in Jiangbei. You can handle it yourselves. Wang Jun was taken aback upon hearing this. He knew perfectly well what Jiang Chengye meant by those words. This is a death sentence for Wang Liang. After weighing the options for a while, Wang Jun made up his mind. He nodded firmly. He already knew what was going on when Jiang Chengye and Dao Sheng explained the situation to the police. Wang Liang, that guy, used to be involved in child trafficking. I'm sure he had malicious intentions just now. Finally, seeing that there were too many people, they changed their tactics to extortion. Wang Jun himself looked down on Wang Liang. Human traffickers were the kind of people like them who were involved in organized crime and despised them the most. This is why Wang Liang was able to get his hands on a pancake stall here, even though Wang Jun didn't take him along. Taking him along means I don't know how many times a day I'll get beaten up by my own men. The money for this shop was paid for by Wang Jun. It seems a leopard can't change its spots. And to make matters worse, he's offended young Master Jiang. It seems Wang Liang's fate has run its course. Understood, brother-in-law, I know what to do, he said in a deep voice. Then he waved to his men and Wang Liang was carried and stuffed into the trunk. Then Wang Jun and the others left. Jiang Chengye chatted with Dao Sheng for a few minutes and accepted Dao Sheng's business card. Dao Sheng had hoped to take this opportunity to curry favor with Jiang Chengye, but Jiang Chengye didn't give him the chance at all. He waved and left with Yunian buying a box of silver needles at a pharmacy. Then they went to the Tangyu Group building, drove their own car and, led by Yunian, went to her home. He decided to take action and cure Yunian's mother, Jiangbei Old Town. A Lamborghini slowly pulled up to a stop on the side of the street. It was Jiang Chengye and Yunian was sitting in the passenger seat. Yunian cheered the whole way. It was so exciting. Brother Chengye, this is my home. Yunian pointed to a dilapidated two-story building and said. Jiang Chengye frowned slightly. Most of the houses here were like this. It's immediately obvious that the people living here are mostly from impoverished families. Everyone in the neighborhood knows each other. The men in the family have all gone out to work and the children have gone to school. The women carried stools and sat in front of their houses, chatting idly in twos and threes. Jiang Chengye's car instantly attracted the attention of many people, their eyes filled with envy. This car isn't cheap. Whose relative is it? Who has relatives living here? Maybe they're just passing by. I recognize this car, it's a Lamborghini. I heard it costs millions. Tisk tisk tisk, could it be the developer's car? If those bastards come again, I'll fight them to the death with a shovel. Oh yeah. As Jiang Chengye got out of the car, all eyes shifted from the car to him. Then, Jiang Chengye walked to the passenger side, opened the car door and carried Yunian out. These people were stunned when they saw Yunian. Isn't that Yunian? Yeah, could this be Yunian's dad? If only he really were Yunian's dad, driving such a nice car, Yunian's mom would be saved. They say a close neighbor is worse than a distant relative, but unfortunately, our neighbors can't even help themselves. If it weren't for that developer's malicious obstruction, even if our house were torn down, we could all chip in and help Yunian's mom. Those damn bastards have powerful backers. That's why they're so brazen. Oh yeah. The group whispered among themselves, but Jiang Chengye overheard everything. Jiang Chengye could sense that these people were all simple and honest. The developer, isn't the old town area of Jiangbei the responsibility of a subsidiary of the group? A cold glint flashed in Jiang Chengye's eyes. It seemed someone was courting death. Yunian waved to the group and said hello, then he pulled Jiang Chengye towards his home. Jiang Chengye nodded to the group as a greeting. Seeing how sensible Yunian was, the group couldn't help but wipe away their tears. Yunian is only 6 or 7 years old, but she is so sensible that it breaks your heart. Jiang Chengye led Yunian through the dilapidated gate. Then we arrived at Yunian's house. Seeing the scene before him, Jiang Chengye felt a pang of sadness. This dilapidated 2-story building is home only to Yunian's family. Yunian and her daughter lived on the first floor. This house doesn't belong to Yunian, it's rented. The landlord was very kind and didn't charge rent, letting Yunian's family stay for free. You only need to pay a small amount for water and electricity. The courtyard was spotless, clearly indicating it was regularly cleaned. Yunian took a key out of her pocket, then moved a small stool over and skillfully opened the door. Although it was daytime outside, it was pitch black inside the house. Looking around, it was impossible to see what was inside. Jiang Chengye's eyes flashed and he immediately saw the situation inside the room clearly. There are 2 rooms, one inside and one outside. The outer room is the kitchen and the inner room is where the mother and daughter sleep. The kitchen was very clean and everything was neatly arranged. It's clear that both mother and daughter are very clean. As soon as Yunian opened the door, she heard the rustling sound of blankets being pulled back inside. Then a soft, anxious voice rang out, "Yunian, why did you run off again?" Then a young woman in pajamas, about 28 or 29 years old, slowly walked out of the house. The moment Jiang Chengye saw her, he was immediately taken aback. On the way here, Yunian mentioned that her mother's name is Chen Limin and her name is Chen Yunian. She said her mother was very beautiful. Jiang Chengye assumed that all children thought their mother was the most beautiful woman in the world. But at this moment, Jiang Chengye was shocked. Although Chen Limin was in darkness in Jiang Chengye's eyes, she was as if she were standing in the sun. Her hair was completely loose, and although her face was somewhat pale and sickly, it did not detract from her beautiful features. Chen Limin's looks are in no way inferior to Wang Ziya's. She belongs to the second tier of beauties. Moreover, even in her pajamas, Jiang Chengye could tell that her size was in no way inferior to Wang Ziya's. Chen Limin was stunned for a moment when she saw Jiang Chengye, then quickly turned on the lights in the room. "We have guests. Please come in." Chen Limin smiled and said to Jiang Chengye. With that smile, Chen Limin revealed 2 beautiful dimples. Jiang Chengye smiled and nodded. Yunian pulled Jiang Chengye into the house, then brought over a stool for him to sit down. Then she hugged Chen Limin and began to sob softly. Only in her mother's arms could Yunian finally release all her pent-up grievances. Yunian told Chen Limin what had happened that day. After listening, Chen Limin stroked Yunian's cheek tenderly, her eyes reddening. "Silly child, mom doesn't need you to pick up bottles, why won't you listen?" But Yunian doesn't want her mother to go without her medicine. Upon hearing this, Chen Limin felt extremely bitter. She would fall into a deep sleep after taking the medication. They sleep for hours at a time. There was no way to keep an eye on Yunian. "It's all my fault." Chen Limin suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness. She looked at Jiang Chengye, tears streaming down her face, and said, thank you for bringing Yunian back. If it weren't for you." As she was speaking, she began to kneel down, but Jiang Chengye quickly got up and helped her up. No, anyone would lend a helping hand in this situation, and Yunyan is such a sensible person. Chen Limin looked at Jiang Chengye, her heart filled with bitterness. If Jiang Chengye hadn't intervened, she couldn't imagine what would have happened to Yunyan. Just then, Yunyan pointed at Jiang Chengye and said happily, "Mom, Brother Chengye said he can cure your illness." Chen Limin looked at Jiang Chengye and gave a bitter smile. She knew her body, it was late-stage breast cancer, and there was nothing more she could do. The medication could only barely keep her alive. She didn't know how much longer she could live. Moreover, the medicine is so expensive. She can hardly afford it anymore. She wasn't afraid of death, but she was even more afraid of Yunyan being all alone in this world. Yunyan is still so young, what will we do if she leaves? She gently patted Yunyan's head, her face full of affection, and said softly, "Mom's fine, she just needs some medicine." Upon hearing this, Yunyan burst into tears. Mommy is lying. Yunyan knows Mommy is in a lot of pain at night, but Mommy doesn't make a sound because she doesn't want to disturb Yunyan's sleep. Upon hearing this, Chen Limin's hand trembled slightly. It turns out that Yunyan knew all this. When she was in so much pain at night, she would let out a few soft moans very quietly so as not to disturb Yunyan's sleep. It seems Yunyan knows everything. "Silly child, Mommy's all right." Chen Limin gently comforted Yunyan, 2 lines of tears sliding down her cheeks. Jiang Chengye silently watched the mother and daughter. He knew Chen Limin had cancer the moment he saw her. Breast cancer, however, with current technology, it's simply unaffordable for anyone who isn't wealthy. But in Jiang Chengye's eyes, cancer was nothing more than a matter of a few injections. Jiang Chengye had long since mastered the art of medicine. "Yunyan, you go out and play first. I'll heal Mommy in a little while." Jiang Chengye patted Yunyan's shoulder and whispered. Yunyan nodded obediently, released her arms from Chen Limin, and then looked at Jiang Chengye with hope in her eyes. "Brother Chengye, you must heal my mother." Jiang Chengye nodded and gently patted her head. "Don't worry, Brother Chengye promises you." Yunyan held up her little finger, "Pinky promise." Jiang Chengye smiled and extended his little finger as well. "A pinky promise is a promise you'll never break, not even for 100 years. You're only lying to a puppy." After making the pinky promise, Yunyan smiled and said to Chen Limin, "Mom, Chengye and Yunyan made a pinky promise, so you have to cooperate well with Chengye's treatment, okay?" Chen Limin turned her head away and nodded seriously. Tears welled up in my eyes. After Yunyan walked out, tears streamed down her face. Jiang Chengye knew that Chen Limin thought he was just trying to make Yunyan happy. Let them not lose hope, but Jiang Chengye wasn't joking. "Let's go inside." Jiang Chengye looked at Chen Limin and smiled. Chen Limin was stunned for a moment, then looked at Jiang Chengye with disbelief. "Could it be that you want to?" Jiang Chengye knew from Chen Limin's eyes that he had misunderstood. He took out silver needles from his pocket. "Don't misunderstand, I need you to lie down so I can administer the acupuncture." Upon hearing this, a blush immediately appeared on Chen Limin's fair face. She shook her head and said, "No need, I know my own body." Jiang Chengye frowned. "Then I'll tell Yunyan that you're not cooperating with my treatment." Upon hearing this, Chen Limin bit her lip and looked at the closed door with a complicated expression. She saw a pair of small feet under the door. They belonged to Yunyan. She was standing outside the door. "All right," Chen Limin said in a low voice. She didn't think Jiang Chengye could cure her. After all, Jiang Chengye looked younger than her. Those veteran Mediterranean experts are powerless to help. And what about him? All of this was just to give Yunyan some psychological comfort. No matter what happens later, she will smile and say that she is fine. The two entered the room and Jiang Chengye had Chen Limin lie down on the bed. "Take off your clothes." "Ugh. How can I administer acupuncture if you don't undress, completely undressed?" "Yes. Otherwise, it would be impossible to determine the pathways." "Okay, all right. No need to take your pants off." Chen Limin was already desperate. After all, she was going to die anyway. Let Jiang Chengye watch. Besides, Jiang Chengye is so handsome, so I won't be at a disadvantage. Jiang Chengye had absolutely no malicious intent to take advantage of others. I'm an absolutely decent person, not someone who tries to take advantage of others. Fa-si, half an hour later, Chen Limin fell asleep with a flushed face. Her complexion has almost fully recovered. Jiang Chengye opened the door from inside the house. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Yunyan's expectant face. "Brother Chengye, have you cured my mother?" Jiang Chengye nodded and reached out to pat her head. Mom's all right now, she's asleep, she probably hasn't eaten anything yet. Let's go get something to eat, and Mom will wake up when we come back. Yunian craned her neck to look into the room, but she couldn't see anything. Jiang Chengye had already turned off the lights inside, so naturally you couldn't see anything. Yunian blinked and looked at Jiang Chengye, saying, "But I want to go in and see Mom first." Jiang Chengye frowned slightly, his face serious, and said, "Mom needs to rest now, we'll see her when she gets back. Don't you trust your brother?" Upon hearing this, Yunian shook her head vigorously. Yunian believes in brother Chengye, let's go get something to eat. Jiang Chengye breathed a long sigh of relief. Chen Limon's upper body was completely exposed to the air inside. You can't close your clothes yet. Jiang Chengye watched for over 20 minutes before finally removing the silver needles. Chen Limon is indeed asleep now. I estimate it will take at least another half hour for him to wake up. Yunian is too young to witness this scene. Brother Chengye, wait for me a moment, I need to wash my face first. Yunian carried a small stool, along with a wash basin and her own small washcloth printed with an expired internet celebrity image. Then we went to the faucet located in the corner. He climbed onto the stool, turned on the tap himself, and turned it off when he saw that he had filled the tub with enough water. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chengye was deeply moved. Yunian is only 7 years old, but she is much better than her peers. A 7-year-old child should be nestled in their parents' arms, living a life where everything is done for them. My face was washed quickly. The dust on Yunian's face had disappeared, replaced by a delicate little face. She looks a lot like Chen Limon, she's definitely a beauty in the making. Jiang Chengye asked her what she wanted to eat, saying she could name anything. Yunian just wanted to eat a meal at Draco. This is a place Chen Limon used to frequently bring her to eat before she got sick. Jiang Chengye naturally fully supported Yunian's request. I drove Yunian to the nearest Draco. Draco is the fast food restaurant of this world. It's the same type of diarrhea as the KFC on Earth. Jiang Chengye casually parked the car in a parking space, then carried Yunian into the store. I ordered a family meal. The two of them sat down by the window and waited. Yunian's 2 little feet swung back and forth. Clearly she was very happy. Jiang Chengye noticed that Yunian's shoes were coming unglued. Her clothes were tattered and worn. I planned to take her to Jiangcheng Plaza later to buy her a new set. Naria. Just then, someone tapped on the glass next to Jiang Chengye outside the window. Jiang Chengye turned his head and saw something. Good heavens! Sun Xiaoyu was wearing a jacket and skinny jeans. It perfectly showcased her figure. Sun Xiaoyu looked delighted. He had originally come here to collect evidence. I never expected to run into Jiang Chengye here. What a coincidence, we met here. Then, looking at Yunian opposite Jiang Chengye, he was startled. Could this be Chengye's illegitimate child? Then she hurriedly and excitedly went into the store. Brother Chengye, this older sister is so pretty. Yunian whispered to Jiang Chengye. Little friend, are you praising me? Sun Xiaoyu rubbed Yunian's little head and asked with a smile. Yunian's face immediately turned red and she nodded slightly. Today he met 2 beautiful older sisters and now he's met another one. There are so many beautiful older sisters around brother Chengye. Good boy girl, I love honest children like you, what's your name? Sun Xiaoyu pinched Yunian's little face and said, my name is Chen Yunian. Yunian said shyly, Yunian, you should call me Sister Xiaoyu. Sun Xiaoyu said with a charming smile. Yunian looked at her and sweetly called out, Sister Xiaoyu. Good. Sun Xiaoyu felt a warm glow in her heart from Yunian's sweet voice. She couldn't help but start imagining whether the child she and Jiang Chengye would be a boy or a girl. What are you doing here? Jiang Chengye looked at Sun Xiaoyu and asked, then moved a little further inside, making room for Sun Xiaoyu. Sun Xiaoyu sat down and looked at Jiang Chengye with a grin, saying, of course it's business. I didn't expect to run into you here, what a coincidence. Jiang Chengye nodded, indeed it was fate, you're with Yuer now. Sun Xiaoyu's tone changed abruptly. She was happy just a moment ago, but in an instant her mood shifted from sunny to cloudy. The news that Jiang Chengye and Tang Xiyu were together had already spread, but Sun Xiaoyu had no intention of giving up so easily. After all, Yi Chen can have over a dozen female leads, so why can't Jiang Chengye? She, Sun Xiaoyu, also wanted to become Jiang Chengye's woman. Jiang Chengye nodded upon hearing this. Yunian looked at Jiang Chengye with curiosity. Brother Chengye, who is your? It's that lady who just held your hand. Jiang Chengye laughed. Yunian frowned and whispered, so Brother Chengye has a girlfriend. When Jiang Chengye saw Yunian, her tightly furrowed brows were incredibly cute. But what Yunian said next almost made him spit out a mouthful of blood. I also wish that Brother Chengye could be my dad. Jiang Chengye's eyes widened immediately. This couldn't be said. Sun Xiaoyu gave Jiang Chengye a strange look. None of them had brought a child. Could it be that Jiang Chengye is a traitor to Cao Cao? Moreover, judging from Yunian's words, Yu clearly knows her as well. For a moment, Sun Xiaoyu was a little confused. She didn't remember anyone named Yunian from her past life. It has to be said that there have been quite a few changes in this life. Yunian, why do you want Brother Chengye to be your father? Sun Xiaoyu sat down next to Yunian and asked with a curious expression. Her intuition told her there was definitely a story behind this. Then Yunian told Sun Xiaoyu what had happened that day. Midway through the meal, their food arrived. Sun Xiaoyu also ordered one for herself. While eating, I listened to Yunian's story. Jiang Chengye was stunned. He hadn't expected Yunian to have such extraordinary hearing. He heard everything they said to each other inside the house. She could even hear clearly the strange sounds Chen Limon made. They even said that only dads would ask moms to take off their clothes. Seeing Sun Xiaoyu's shocked expression, Jiang Chengye could only say, it was all to save people. Chengye, actually I have some health problems too. Could you give me a few acupuncture treatments? Sun Xiaoyu blinked her big eyes and looked at Jiang Chengye, asking a question. He still had a French fry in his mouth, slurping it back and forth. Jiang Chengye silently swallowed. Sun Xiaoyu's actions are blatant provocation. Looking at her incredibly luscious red lips, this French fry is now straight for life. However, Jiang Chengye was no ordinary man. He could not be fooled by Sun Xiaoyu's petty tricks. He's well versed in the spring and autumn annals. He chuckled sheepishly. Next time, definitely next time. Comments. After leaving Draco, Sun Xiaoyu insisted on following Jiang Chengye. Jiang Chengye held Yunian's hand with one hand and carried a hamburger and a drink in the other. Chen Limon hasn't eaten anything yet. He should be awake by now. Jiang Chengye was driving and Sun Xiaoyu was sitting in the passenger seat holding Yunian. The three of them soon arrived at Yunian's house. As soon as we drove into the street, we heard arguing coming from inside. You heartless bastards, if you're going to forcibly demolish our property, then run over my body first. Don't be so arrogant, we've already called the police. Call the police. Go ahead and call, we've already been merciful enough. Today, you holdouts either take the money and get out or you won't get a single penny. What can we do with that little bit of money? Everyone knows the compensation for demolition is 7,000 yuan per square meter now. You only gave us 3,000 yuan, aren't you heartless? You'll get your comeuppance. Oh yeah. Hearing the argument, Jiang Chengye immediately knew what was going on. He wanted to see who was so audacious as to attempt a forced demolition. Who gave him this courage? The Lamborghini roared loudly. Then everyone's attention was drawn to it. Jiang Chengye opened the car door and got out. The man was a middle-aged man with a buzz cut wearing a suit, surrounded by more than 20 men who looked like thugs, each holding various sticks. An excavator was parked not far away. Lying in front of them was a woman in her 50s with several footprints on her body. The man in the suit is named Huang Bingwen and he is the person in charge of demolition at Xingyao Real Estate Co., Limited, a subsidiary of Jiangcheng Group. Jiangcheng Group also strongly supports the demolition work in the old city area. Moreover, the compensation offered for the demolition was 7,000 yuan per square meter. In these people's mouths it becomes 1 square meter, 3,000 yuan. This is an extreme form of slander. Huang Bingwen's pupils contracted immediately when he saw the Lamborghini and Jiang Chengye getting out of it. He had naturally met Jiang Chengye before. He immediately scurried over to Jiang Chengye, his face full of flattery. Young Master Jiang, what brings you here? Jiang Chengye glanced at him indifferently. Who gave you the guts to assault someone in the street and even dare to forcibly demolish their property? Jiang Chengye's tone was extremely cold, which sent chills down Huang Bingwen's spine. He had no choice but to obey his boss's orders. He opened his mouth to explain, but after stammering for a long time, he couldn't get the words out. Jiang Chengye frowned, then gently stroked his face. To everyone's astonishment, Huang Bingwen was sent flying. With a loud bang, he immediately passed out. The thugs who came with Huang Bingwen had never seen Jiang Chengye before. "Hey, who the hell are you? You knocked him out, who's going to pay us?" The leader, scarred-faced Kaio-san, roared at Jiang Chengye. Jiang Chengye merely glanced at him indifferently. The residents all stared at Jiang Chengye in astonishment. Judging from Huang Bingwen's attitude towards Jiang Chengye, it was clear that Jiang Chengye's identity was extraordinary. Jiang Chengye turned to Sun Xiaoyu and Yunian and spoke softly. "Yunian, why don't you take Xiaoyu to your house for a visit? Chengye has some things to take care of." Yunian nodded upon hearing this. "Brother Chengye, please be careful." He pulled Sun Xiaoyu into the house. Sun Xiaoyu nodded to Jiang Chengye, knowing his strength. In his eyes, these people were nothing but ugly and deformed. After Sun Xiaoyu and Yunian went inside, Jiang Chengye slowly walked towards Kaio-san. With a calm expression, Kaio-san looked at Huang Bingwen lying down, wanting to say, "Honey, say something." Jiang Chengye went straight to the elderly woman lying on the ground and helped her up. "Auntie, don't worry, I'm here. Let's see who dares to forcibly demolish our property." The older woman looked at Jiang Chengye with tears streaming down her face. The surrounding residents looked at Jiang Chengye as if he were a hero. He reached out and brushed away the footprints on the old woman's body, then frowned. "Who kicked it?" The 20-odd thugs immediately fell silent. However, their eyes were all fixed on Kaio-san, which spoke volumes. Jiang Chengye looked at Kaio-san and uttered two words, "Very good. Boss, you must give us all justice. These people are nothing short of robbers." "Grandma." A 5-year-old child hugged the older woman's leg and started crying. The residents, still with tears in their eyes, looked at Jiang Chengye and said, "They were all ordinary people. Demolishing it isn't out of the question, but at least you should be able to pay enough compensation." Now look what's happened. They're actually going to forcibly demolish their homes. They're driving them to their doom. This house was their very means of survival. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chengye felt a pang of sadness. The people at Xingyao Real Estate handled this matter utterly despicable. "Don't worry, everyone, I will handle everything and give you a reasonable explanation," Jiang Chengye said loudly. If he hadn't happened to be there, who knows what outrageous things those bastards at Xingyao Real Estate might have done. With Jiangcheng Group behind it, people naturally assume that it is authorized by Jiangcheng Group. And the relevant departments will definitely turn a blind eye. These dirty deeds will certainly be suppressed and eventually forgotten. "Was it the old lady you kicked?" Jiang Chengye turned to look at Kaio-san and asked in a cold voice. Kaio-san felt a little uneasy. The person in front of him seemed to have a very powerful background. He admitted that his voice had been a bit loud and he didn't know if he could stop it. "So what if ... it was me who kicked him?" "Fear is in your heart, but you need to be bold." Kaio-san still showed no intention of backing down. After all, there were still more than 20 brothers standing behind him. "If you kicked her, then kneel down and apologize to the old lady," Jiang Chengye said calmly. Upon hearing this, Kaio-san was immediately enraged. A man's knees are worth gold, how could he kneel so easily? "Third brother, we're backing you up," a thug whispered in his ear. Upon receiving this signal, Kaio-san felt relieved, waved his hand and shouted loudly, "I'll kneel before you, brothers, grab this kid. They all have weapons." But nothing happened for a long time. He turned around and saw that the person had vanished, leaving only sticks scattered all over the ground. Then, turning around, they found everyone standing behind Jiang Chengye and the others. Kaio and the other two were dumbfounded. Weren't they supposed to support him from behind? How did we get to the other side so quickly, and when did this happen? "I haven't found anything at all." Kaio-san. "Bullying the elderly? I've had my eye on you for a long time." "That's right, everyone has a father and a mother. How could you do that?" "You beast." More than 20 voices began to denounce Kaio-san. At this moment, Kaio and the other two were completely dumbfounded. These people could see clearly that even Huang Bingwen had to bow and scrape before them. This is someone they absolutely cannot afford to mess with. Those who understand the times are wise, but Kaio-san is clearly not a wise man. In this situation, Kaio-san suddenly realized that a man's knees are worth gold, and now was the time to put them to use. He pointed a trembling finger at the crowd. You're absolutely right. Then his legs bent and with a thud, he knelt directly in front of the older woman. It was my fault, I'm not human. I'll never do it again. Tears streaming down his face, he slapped himself twice. Everyone was stunned by Kaio-san's sudden action. Seeing this, the woman released her grandson. He took his phone out of his pocket and opened WeChat's payment QR code. Young man, get up. It's good that you admit your mistake and correct it. Transfer 300 yuan to me via WeChat as payment for my medical expenses and we'll call it even. Jiang Chengye looked at the terrified face of the old woman. Goodness, she's keeping up with the times. Everyone stumbled. Kaio-san's lips twitched slightly and he could only take out his phone and scan 300 yuan to give to the old lady. The woman beamed with joy. The older woman was a kind person, she didn't ask for much. Otherwise, after those few kicks, Kaio-san would probably have lost everything, even his underwear. As the woman received 300 yuan via WeChat, Kaio-san looked up at Jiang Chengye. His eyes were crystal clear at that moment, like those of a dog that had just been beaten up and was guarding its food. Get up, Jiang Chengye said calmly, just as Kaio-san stood up shakily, not out of fear but because he had knelt down a bit too suddenly. I didn't even notice there were pebbles on the ground. Everyone looked in shock at the 2 bloodstains left on the ground after Kaio-san got up. That's incredibly sincere. Seeing the 2 bloodstains, Kaio-san's lips twitched. Coupled with the excruciating pain in his knee, all he wanted to do at that moment was go home and apply some iodine. It hurts so much. After Kaio-san stood up, his 20-odd brothers somehow appeared behind him. Third brother, you're a real man, we admire you. I told you third brother was a real man but you wouldn't believe me. I've already told third brother we'll support him. Kaio and the other 2 were stunned. When did these people reappear behind them? I don't feel anything at all, and didn't you say something different just now? Kaio-san was truly terrified of this group of people at this moment. It was like a ghost. Kaio-san finally understood. These people are all opportunists. Go check if he's awake. Jiang Chengye looked at Kaio-san, pointed at Huang Bingwen lying on the ground and said calmly. Kaio-san's leg was in excruciating pain even with the slightest movement. He turned to his brothers who were still praising him as a real man and looked on for help. These people acted as if they couldn't see Kaio-san's gaze. Sixth brother, go check if General Manager Huang is awake yet. Kaio-san shouted to the brother who had just said he would silently support him from behind. His leg really hurts, even the slightest movement makes him grimace. The 6th brother nodded but didn't go over yet. Huang Bingwen's body began to writhe like a strange creature. Then he got up on his own. This is entirely because Huang Bingwen used to practice yoga, but we don't know why he practiced that stuff. Everyone's pupils contracted, their eyes were filled with terror. Thankfully it was daytime. He would probably have wet his pants by now if it were nighttime. Evil dead. Lao Liu exclaimed in surprise and ran towards Kaio-san, throwing himself directly into Kaio-san's arms. Kaio-san immediately took several steps back. Ah, my corrugated cap. These few steps completely broke Kaio-san's defenses. Lao Liu was definitely doing it on purpose. Third brother, the corpse. The corpse has turned into a zombie. The 6th brother was holding Kaio-san. His body was still trembling slightly and he could barely speak. Go to hell, get the hell out of here. Kaio-san bared his teeth and shouted. Old Six wouldn't let go even if it meant death. He just held onto Kaio-san like that. Kaio-san was in a bad mood, not knowing whether Lao Liu was genuinely scared or just trying to take advantage of him. He had long noticed that the way the 6th brother was looking at him was strange. Perhaps. Huang Bingwen stood up and shook his head, only to find that he could no longer feel his left cheek. Zombie resurrection. Where did the zombie resurrection occur? Huang Bingwen looked around, completely bewildered, and asked in confusion. Then, seeing Jiang Chengye in the crowd, he quickly ran to him again. Then, looking at Kaio-san and Lao Liu embracing each other, 3 question marks appeared on his forehead. Are they together? But now is not the time to think about that. We must first keep Jiang Chengye calm. This concerns my future. Young Master Jiang, please let me explain. I had no choice. This is the price they gave me. I'm just a delivererman. Huang Bingwen laid everything out. He sold everything that needed to be sold. Jiang Chengye nodded. It seemed that Xingyao real estate was riddled with corrupt officials. The residents' faces were filled with anger. These people from Xingyao real estate wouldn't even let them be treated like Chinese letter, a metaphor for being exploited. This is blatant slaughter of them like pigs. Over the next 10 minutes, Huang Bingwen apologized to each of the angry residents. This finally quelled the public's anger. Jiang Chengye then revealed his true identity. Everyone was shocked when they learned that Jiang Chengye was the young master of Jiang Cheng Group. No wonder Huang Bingwen turned into a chick. Kaio-san secretly rejoiced, thankful that he had just removed the gold from under a man's knees, otherwise he would have been truly ruined. Jiang Chengye's identity is something I absolutely cannot afford to offend. Kaio-san was still a little scared. After all, he had just cursed Jiang Chengye. He immediately slapped himself again, very loud. The henchman looked at him strangely. Was there a mosquito on his face? At this moment, the surrounding residents, reassured by Jiang Chengye, had all returned home. He assured them that they would be paid the normal price. As for Kaio-san and the others, Jiang Chengye told them to get lost. They were completely useless and just getting in the way. About 20 people drove away in an excavator. Now only Huang Bingwen and Jiang Chengye remain. Call Chen Ziqiang and tell him to get over here. Jiang Chengye opened his Lamborghini, got in, and said to Huang Bingwen, who was following behind him. Upon hearing this, Huang Bingwen immediately called his boss, Chen Ziqiang. A short while later, a Bentley pulled up behind Jiang Chengye's Lamborghini. Several Audis followed behind, each carrying bodyguards. They probably fear being attacked by the local residents. A portly man with a receding hairline got out of the car with the driver's help. His eyes were sharp, but they held a sinister glint in them, and his forehead was covered in beads of sweat. They obviously arrived a bit hastily. This is Chen Ziqiang, the owner of Xingyao Real Estate. During the phone call, Huang Bingwen only said that Jiang Chengye was looking for him. Nothing else was said. But Chen Ziqiang knew that something terrible had probably happened. He took out a handkerchief, wiped the sweat from his forehead, straightened his clothes, and went to Jiang Chengye's car. "Young Master Jiang, what brings you here?" Chen Ziqiang looked at Jiang Chengye, sitting in the car with a smile, and asked. Then he looked at Huang Bingwen and was immediately shocked. Huang Bingwen's left cheek was swollen like a pig's head, completely asymmetrical. Huang Bingwen had been facing him with his right cheek and hadn't noticed anything unusual. "Little Huang, what happened to your face?" Chen Ziqiang swallowed hard, then asked in confusion. Huang Bingwen looked at Jiang Chengye with a troubled expression. "I did it." Jiang Chengye glanced at him, and Chen Ziqiang said indifferently. Comments. Chen Ziqiang's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this, but his face was beaming with a smile like a daisy. "Young Master Jiang, is there some misunderstanding?" Jiang Chengye got out of the car and looked at him with icy eyes. "Misunderstanding? Don't you know what you've done? Why did the funds allocated to you by Jiang Cheng amount to 7,000 yuan per square meter but become 3,000 yuan per square meter for the residents?" Chen Ziqiang's heart pounded upon hearing this. Judging from Jiang Chengye's expression, he clearly didn't want money. After all, the money they embezzled belonged to Jiang Chengye's own family. "Young Master Jiang, isn't there some misunderstanding? I explained it very clearly to them. The compensation will be based on a standard of 7,000 yuan per square meter. Is it possible they misheard?" Chen Ziqiang said guiltily. "Did I hear you right?" "Chen Ziqiang, do you think these residents are idiots, or do you think I'm an idiot?" Jiang Chengye shouted sternly. "If I weren't here today, you'd probably have already started forcibly demolishing the property, wouldn't you? Who would lose face in the end? We, Jiang Cheng, would lose face. I think your Xingyao real estate really thinks you've grown wings." Chen Ziqiang immediately broke out in a cold sweat. "Young Master Jiang, I. Chen Ziqiang wanted to explain, but I couldn't say anything for a long time. In the past, Jiang Cheng Group would send people to inquire about the situation, but as long as the red envelope was given, it was acceptable. That's all easy to gloss over. But today, Jiang Chengye is here in person. Will he give a red envelope? Stop joking, the money you embezzled belongs to someone else. Using other people's money to give them red envelopes, bribes. That's enough for 2 arms. Seeing his hesitant manner and the grand entourage behind him, Jiang Chengye noticed. He was immediately enraged, wondering how much they had embezzled. He raised his hand and slapped Huang Bingwen across the right cheek. Huang Bingwen screamed, then lay back down on the ground, mumbling incoherently as he was about to lose consciousness. Hit him? Why would I? His right cheek was visibly swollen. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it will be perfectly symmetrical in a moment. At this moment, Chen Ziqiang's heart was pounding. This is a case of making an example of someone to scare others. If this isn't handled properly, I'll probably be lying on the ground myself soon. Chen Ziqiang, you'd better show me some attitude. If you don't handle this well, he'll be your fate. Jiang Chengye pointed at Huang Bingwen on the ground and said coldly, Young Master Jiang will change the plan immediately, guaranteeing 7,000 per square meter. Chen Ziqiang said, his whole body trembling. Jiang Chengye shook his head. The attitude is there, but the execution is lacking. After saying that, he immediately raised his hand and slapped her. Chen Ziqiang wanted to hide, but he didn't dare. He could only watch as Jiang Chengye's slap magnified in his eyes. Jiang Chengye gently stroked his left cheek. It made a crisp snap sound. The slap wasn't very forceful, but Chen Ziqiang's left cheek still swelled up instantly. Chen Ziqiang immediately screamed in pain. Ouch! Seeing Jiang Chengye's displeased look, Chen Ziqiang immediately fell silent. The bodyguards in the car pretended not to see their employer being beaten. They didn't dare to go up against it. They kept quiet even when their employer was being beaten. What else could they do but shout, "Go for it," from inside the car? Young Master Jiang, what's the best course of action? Chen Ziqiang covered his left cheek and said pitifully. He genuinely didn't know what attitude Jiang Chengye wanted. If I don't say it well, I'll get slapped again. He had already seen Jiang Chengye's restless right hand. The next slap could really be a counterslap, and that would hurt so much. Okay, since you want me to speak, I wonder if you'll agree with what I'm about to say. Jiang Chengye looked at Chen Ziqiang and asked. With a slight wave of his hand, Chen Ziqiang immediately shrank back, his face filled with terror. I'll listen to whatever young Master Jiang says. Jiang Chengye nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. Okay, you said it yourself. My idea is simple. Add 100 yuan to the base price per square meter as compensation for the residents' emotional distress. Of course, Xingyao will have to pay this out of their own pockets plus a 10% discount on their home purchases. Upon hearing Jiang Chengye's words, Chen Ziqiang breathed a sigh of relief. These were still within acceptable limits. You haven't finished yet. Seeing Chen Ziqiang let out a long sigh of relief, Jiang Chengye had no intention of letting him off so easily. And over the years, you must have taken a lot of Jiang Cheng's money, right? Quite a few families have fallen victim to your schemes. You have time to make up for all that money you've taken. That sentence was the death knell for Chen Ziqiang. But seeing Jiang Chengye's hand, he could only nod. Very good, since you've agreed, then get on with it. I'll have someone watching you, and if they find you haven't done it, you'll be going to jail. Jiang Chengye said calmly, and Chen Ziqiang trembled and nodded repeatedly. They used to make so much money off Jiang Cheng Group. If he really goes to prison, that would be life imprisonment. He secretly spent a lot of money, and some of it was used to give red envelopes to officials. Now he'll probably have to sell everything he owns to make up for it. He didn't dare ask those officials for it. Wouldn't that be suicide? Jiang Chengye immediately called Zhang Si, asking him to accompany Chen Ziqiang throughout the entire process to prevent the guy from running away. Watching Chen Ziqiang's car drive away, Jiang Chengye shook his head slightly. There were quite a few people like Chen Ziqiang. We'll handle one at a time. Just then, Sun Xiaoyu and her daughter Chen Limin came out of the courtyard. Brother Chengye, mother is cured. Yunian suddenly hugged Jiang Chengye's leg, her face full of joy. Jiang Chengye picked her up and ruffled her hair. See, I didn't lie to you, did I? Yunian nodded vigorously. How are you feeling now? Jiang Chengye looked at Chen Limin and asked. Chen Limin had already changed out of her pajamas and was wearing a pure white dress, looking very innocent. Chen Limin blushed immediately upon seeing Jiang Chengye and couldn't help but think of the strange sounds she had made. Moreover, Jiang Chengye had seen his entire body. Thank you, I'm back to normal now. She couldn't believe that she was actually better. The burning and swelling in her breasts were gone and the bloody discharge had stopped. Even the lump disappeared. Jiang Chengye can actually cure cancer. And with just these few silver needles, if this gets out, it will definitely cause a huge uproar in the medical community. Many people are probably going to switch from Western medicine to traditional Huxia medicine. Indeed, the things left by our ancestors are truly cultural treasures. Jiang Chengye nodded upon hearing this. He was quite confident in the medical skills provided by the system. Sun Xiaoyu looked at Jiang Chengye with a face full of admiration. When she learned that Chen Limin had late-stage breast cancer, Jiang Chengye was able to cure her. It's absolutely breathtaking. Compared to him, Yi Chen was utterly insignificant and utterly worthless. Although she knew Jiang Chengye was hiding many things, she never expected that he had such methods, even capable of treating cancer. It seems that Jiang Chengye's death at Yi Chen's hands in his previous life was entirely intentional. As for why, she couldn't figure it out. Sun Xiaoyu left and her third uncle, Sun Heoran, called to say that the murderer had been caught. Naturally, it was the unjustly accused Chen Wu and his three brothers. Sun Heoran had promised Sun Xiaoyu that he would contact her immediately once the murderer was caught. He kept his promise. Before leaving, she reminded Jiang Chengye to give her acupuncture when he had time. I just don't know if this needle is legitimate or not. At that moment, Jiang Chengye was leading Chen Limin and Yunian toward the nearest department store. Your girlfriend is really beautiful. Chen Limin spoke softly with her head down in the car, glancing at Jiang Chengye out of the corner of her eye. Jiang Chengye, who was driving, was taken aback when he heard this, then shook his head and smiled. She's not my girlfriend. At this moment, Yunian said in Chen Limin's arms, Mommy, Chengye's girlfriend is Sister Yuer, not Sister Xiaoyu. Sister Yuer and Sister Xiaoyu are both very pretty. Chen Limin was slightly taken aback. Just now inside the house, Sun Xiaoyu kept mentioning Jiang Chengye. She also said that he was Jiang Chengye's girlfriend. Now they've changed people again. What's going on? But then I thought Jiang Chengye is such an outstanding person. It seems normal for girls to like him. Even she, someone she'd only known for a short time, felt. I was quite happy when I heard Jiang Chengye say that Sun Xiaoyu wasn't his girlfriend, but after hearing Yunian say that, I instantly felt a little down. Yunian, you can't call him Brother Yi, you have to call him Uncle. Chen Limin gently rubbed Yunian's face and said. Yunian blinked and said, oh, then she looked at Jiang Chengye, Uncle Chengye. Actually, it's fine if you call me brother, it makes me sound younger. Jiang Chengye chuckled, that won't do, wouldn't that be taking advantage of you? Besides, we're not that much older than each other. Chen Limin hurriedly said, then lowered her head shyly. Mom, why is your face so red? Yunian reached out her little hand and touched Chen Limin's face, asking a question. No, it's just too hot in the car. Chen Limin said awkwardly. Jiang Chengye shook his head helplessly. The three of them soon arrived at Jiangcheng Square. This is the largest department store plaza in Jiangbei. You can find all kinds of luxury brands here. Let's go! After parking the car, Jiang Chengye spoke to the two of them. Chen Limin was in a dilemma at this moment. A lot had happened today. Even her life was saved by Jiang Chengye. She felt a little guilty that Jiang Chengye had to bring her to a place like this to buy things. Seeing Chen Limin's predicament, Jiang Chengye immediately put on the airs of a spoiled rich kid. I have plenty of money. Supporting you two, mother and daughter, is no problem at all. Both mother and daughter were amused by Jiang Chengye's appearance. But then I thought about supporting my daughter and me. Chen Limin's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Jiang Chengye wanted to keep her as a mistress? She felt it wasn't entirely impossible. Let's go, Yunian, Brother Chengye. Uncle, let's go buy you some nice clothes. He originally intended to call him brother, but seeing Chen Limin's mournful eyes, he immediately changed his address. Time to buy clothes. Yunian cheered, her face beaming with joy. Yunian held Chen Limin's hand in one hand and Jiang Chengye's hand in the other, looking just like a family. Chen Limin felt a slight soreness in her nose. It all felt like a dream. Jiang Chengye bought Yunian a lot of clothes. Jiang Chengye didn't even frown as long as Yunian liked it. He simply wrapped it all up. Chen Limin stopped him, otherwise Jiang Chengye would have bought who knows how much. While the three of them were strolling through the mall, at the same time, inside Yi Chen's dragon's lair. Only now, lying on his own bed, did Yi Chen feel the warmth of life again. A bunch of idiots. One wants to find his wife and daughter, one is afraid of his wife and has to buy groceries and cook, one wants to live in the mountains, one wants to find a girl, and one still has to go to school. None of them are normals. Yi Chen lay on the bed, his face full of speechlessness. They were referring to Chu Tianba and the others. I thought this group of people were awesome, but I never expected that they were all weirdos. Even if they're just oddballs, Yi Chen can't afford to offend them with that kind of strength. Yi Chen could only humbly submit online. The group even created a chat group called Wang Ba Group. Yi Chen always felt that this name was a bit strange, but I can't quite put my finger on what's strange about it. He could only silently become a tyrant. The last message in the group was, "Meet at 7 a.m. tomorrow." Yi Chen took out his phone and called Chen Wu. This was his newly bought iPhone X4, a knockoff waterproof phone by Michael Phelps. It was waterproof but not shockproof, and it tragically died yesterday. They've been missing for almost 24 hours. I bet his beloved Chen Wu misses him. After 2 beeps, the call was connected. Chen Wu's excited voice came from the other end. "My Lord Dragon King, where have you been?" I was so worried. It felt slightly unnatural and even a bit drafty. Yi Chen didn't think much of it, assuming that Chen Wu had been staying up all night playing mahjong again. "I had something to do yesterday and my phone broke. Are things all right on your end?" Yi Chen asked calmly. Meanwhile, Chen Wu on the other end of the phone had bruises all over his face, especially his left cheek, which was completely swollen. There was also a gun pointed at his temple. The one holding the gun was Sun Haoran. "I'm fine." Chen Wu glanced at Sun Haoran and chuckled into the phone. "Holy crap, they had a gun pointed at my head and I'm fine. I'm really not dead. It's all right. Once things are settled here, I'll find you some foreigners to help you relax." Yi Chen gave a wicked smile and then began to make grand promises. Chen Wu was speechless. The sight of the durian girl was simply too visually overwhelming. Moreover, Yi Chen was ruthless enough to do it, like stabbing someone in the buttocks with a small knife just to show off his skills. Why did you even hire a foreigner for yourself? If he had that kind of connection, Yi Chen would have been having a blast by now. They're still just making empty promises. Furthermore, Chen Wu has a gun balanced on his head. What is he supposed to play with? It's even hard to reward myself these days. Still playing with foreigners? What the hell? If it weren't for Yi Chen, he wouldn't have been tricked into coming here. "Then thank you very much, Your Majesty the Dragon King." Although he wanted to beat Yi Chen to death in his heart, Chen Wu's face was still full of smiles. Then Sun Haoran handed a sheet of A4 paper to Chen Wu. The gist of it is to have Chen Wu lure Yi Chen over. A look of hesitation flashed in Chen Wu's eyes. This was tantamount to betraying his teammates, but I felt the coldness of the pistol pressed against my temple. Chen Wu's hesitation vanished instantly. If Yi Chen hadn't had to return to Daxia, he'd probably still be playing with his little foreign toy. "My current appearance is all thanks to Yi Chen. Sell it then." "By the way, Your Majesty, are you all right now?" A kind smile appeared on Chen Wu's swollen face. "Fine." Yi Chen sighed and replied that, according to the plot of his previous life, he should be working as a security guard at Tang Yu Group now. But now, thinking of this, Yi Chen couldn't help but harbor resentment towards Jiang Chengye once again. Resentment +1, "My Lord Dragon King, please come quickly, I have a surprise for you." Chen Wudao. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen immediately straightened up and looked at the broken sofa in the corner. Could it be that he prepared it for himself? Thinking of this, Yi Chen's lips curled up slightly, revealing a crooked, wicked smile. "Coming right away." After hanging up the phone, Chen Wu removed the gun from his temple. Then Sun Haoran looked at the middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit standing by the window and said softly, "Chief, the fish has taken the bait." The man in the Zhongshan suit nodded upon hearing this. He was none other than Aoyang Guanan, the director of the Jiangbei Martial Arts Bureau, a master of the peak of internal strength. "Since that's the case, then let's wait for the fish to take the bait. Dragon Kingdom isn't a paradise for their mercenaries. If they dare to come, we dare to kill them," Ouyang Guanan said in an icy tone. At that moment, Chen Wu shivered. Everyone says that Dragon Kingdom is a graveyard for mercenaries, but Sha Bai Yi Chen just won't listen. Not only did they ignore me, but they also acted arrogantly and without any sense of humility. That's good now. That's not his fault. He's in a precarious situation himself now. However, considering Yi Chen's strength, Chen Wu couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope again. If Yi Chen can rescue him, he'll sneak back to the Dragon King's palace and never come to the Dragon Kingdom again. The tricks of the Huxia are truly too deep. Watching Sun Heoran's retreating figure, Chen Wu felt a surge of anger. I thought he was someone I could trust, but I never expected him to betray me like this. An hour ago, he was playing mahjong with his 3 best friends. Another simple all-nighter. Then Sun Heoran knocked on the door and none of them were on guard when they heard his voice. They opened the door right away, and who knew that the first thing they did was kick someone. Then, the man in the Zhongshan suit quickly knocked Chen Wu to the ground. His 3 unjustly killed brothers fared better. They were knocked unconscious without even putting up a fight. He was in trouble, he got a good beating. They've been beaten into this terrible state. Sun Heoran flashed behind Chen Wu and knocked him unconscious with a chop to the neck. The 4 unconscious people were carried into the inner room. "Chief, what do you plan to do?" Sun Heoran looked at Aoyang Guanan and asked in a deep voice. After all, the Dragon King Palace Master is not someone like Chen Wu, a mere nobody, can compare to. This must be treated with utmost care. Aoyang Guanan frowned, then glanced behind the door. Yi Chen didn't notice anything amiss after hanging up the phone. I felt a slight sense of joy. You even prepared a surprise for me. It's worth it that I brought you here to the Dragon Kingdom as a vanguard. When the Dragon King Palace takes over the Dragon Kingdom, I'll definitely give you an official position. Then Yi Chen chuckled and hailed a taxi to Chen Wu and the others' rented apartment. They had just arrived at the door of Chen Wu and the others. Yi Chen immediately sensed something was wrong. He didn't even hear the sound of mahjong tiles being played. But then I thought, if there are girls around, why bother playing mahjong? Mahjong is nothing compared to the allure of girls, but he was wrong. In Chen Wu's opinion, mahjong was more appealing than girls. Moreover, it wasn't that he didn't want to play mahjong, it's just that he had just been beaten up like a mahjong tile. He knocked gently on the door, then with a creak the door opened. "Chen Wu." Yi Chen smiled slightly. It was indeed a pleasant surprise there wasn't a sound coming from inside. But he could sense someone behind the door, someone preparing a big surprise for him. That's really thoughtful. He slowly pushed open the door. "How old are you?" "Stop acting like a child, I saw you." After Yi Chen entered the house, he spoke loudly. Then a slight smile played on her lips and she abruptly turned to face the door, saying, "I already told you." He was dumbfounded. Standing behind the door was a stranger, a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit, none other than Aoyang Guanan. He was holding a wooden stick and was about to smash it down on Yi Chen's head. "Nishiachi." Aoyang Guanan shouted. Yi Chen's smile froze instantly and he uttered 2 words, "Holy shit." Bang! The wooden stick bumped into Yi Chen's head. The sound it produced was very crisp and clear. Yi Chen saw stars and fainted on the spot. Another birthday bun appeared on his head. Upon hearing Aoyang Guanan's cry of "West Knee," Sun Heoran, who was inside the room, knew that everything was in order. He hurriedly came out of the inner room and saw the large bump on Yi Chen's forehead as he lay on the ground. "Is this the Dragon King?" The head shape is quite similar except for the 2 horns. "Bah, you call yourself the Dragon King? One blow from my club and even the sea god would be down." Aoyang Guanan sneered, then tossed the wooden stick in his hand aside. Impressive, Director Aoyang truly lives up to his reputation. He took it down in one fell swoop. Sun Heoran clapped his hands in praise, but in his heart he thought, good heavens, this master of surprise attacks truly lives up to his reputation. Yi Chen must be brain-dead. How did he even become the Dragon King? Could it be because he's not thinking straight? Yi Chen's behavior just now was like that of a 7- or 8-year-old child. It's pure intellectual dominance. Aoyang Guanan laughed heartily. "Keep it down, keep it down." Then he took out a walkie-talkie. He took out his phone. "Zhuo Shandiao, come and recruit people." Before long, several young men came upstairs with several large iron chains and tied up Yi Chen and the others. Sun Xiaoyu was among these people. Upon seeing the large bump on Yi Chen's forehead, they were immediately startled. Then, looking at the wooden stick next to Aoyang Guanan, he immediately understood how the large package had been formed. She stepped forward and kicked Yi Chen twice, specifically between his legs. This is a kick that will cut off your ability to have children. If Yi Chen knew that his already problematic little brother had been stepped on twice more, he would probably collapse completely. unsure if it would still be usable. Those 2 stomps were from Xiaoyu, whom he had been longing for. This is even more exciting. I think he will forgive her. Everyone present felt a chill run down their groin. My dear niece, do you have a grudge against him? Sun Haoran looked at Sun Xiaoyu with a look of astonishment and asked. Sun Xiaoyu shook her head. I have no grudge against him, I just simply want him to be childless. Everyone was stunned. No grudge, they just wanted him to be childless. Do you even want to listen to what people are saying? These young people in the martial arts world couldn't help but have some thoughts about Sun Xiaoyu, who was so beautiful. But at that moment, those thoughts burst like bubbles. Yi Chen even let out a soft groan, presumably because Sun Xiaoyu had accidentally pressed the power button with her feet. However, it wasn't fully powered on. Yi Chen's face remained completely calm, as if he were asleep. Thinking of all the heinous crimes Yi Chen committed in his past life, Sun Xiaoyu felt that these 2 kicks were too lenient. If there hadn't been so many people around, Sun Xiaoyu would have already slain the dragon. She took out her phone, then took a selfie with Yi Chen and sent it to Tang Xiu. And added the comment, solo kill. How could I forget to share this joyous occasion with my friends? They're practically setting a special date, looking at Sun Xiaoyu's actions and the smile on her face. Everyone swallowed hard, their faces filled with terror. Sun Xiaoyu was originally incredibly beautiful when she smiled, but at this moment they seemed to see a demon standing behind her. Xiaoyu, mind your image. Sun Haoran whispered a reminder in Sun Xiaoyu's ear. Sun Xiaoyu looked up from her phone and at the crowd, feeling slightly embarrassed by their expressions. He coughed quickly. Why are you all looking at me? I'm a girl, I'll get shy if you stare like that. Hurry up and take her back, lock her up and interrogate her properly. Everyone was completely stunned. Even Aoyang Guanan, who usually had a blank expression, had a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Their expressions towards Yi Chen were tinged with pity. In the old town, a man strolled leisurely down the street. If Jiang Chengye were to see him, he would definitely recognize him. He is none other than Chu Tianba, one of the 5 chosen ones. Chu Tianba came to find his wife and daughter in this world. This is the intangible cultural heritage left behind by this body. The original owner of this body was also a mercenary. He's just not doing so well, unlike in that world where he was a true king. All of this was caused by a distress call from his daughter. He led an army of 100,000 directly back to Daxia to rescue people. It directly boosted her daughter's sales performance significantly. Thinking of his daughter, Chu Tianba felt a surge of emotion and longing. Abandoning his wife and children for 7 years, what a B********D. Chu Tianba said in a low voice. However, Chu Tianba had no idea where his wife and daughters were in this world. After merging with this body, my memories are very hazy. However, in his memory, his wife was named Chen Limon, a very beautiful female college student who was pursued relentlessly by the original owner of this body and was eventually cheated out of money and sexually assaulted. In the end, they got nothing. She even got pregnant. After learning that he was about to become a father, the original owner of this body went abroad to become a mercenary, earning 10,000 MJ a month and had no intention of returning. Chu Tianba's lips curled up slightly. He had a serious obsession with his wife, which was why he asked the Heavenly Dao to choose a body similar to his identity in the world he lived in. The situation was similar for the others. In his own world, Chu Tianba truly doted on his wife, which eventually led to him becoming henpecked. He didn't dare to try anything fancy back then, but now nobody cares. After going around in circles for a long time, Chu Tianba still had no clue. Then his attention turned to a few middle-aged women chatting idly in front of their homes. And coincidentally, one of them was the elderly woman who transferred 300 yuan via WeChat. Hello, is there anyone nearby named Chen Limon? Chu Tianba, with his hands behind his back, walked behind the middle-aged women and asked in a deep voice. The middle-aged woman looked at the unfamiliar man with a puzzled expression. I was taken aback. Who said hello? They're asking you a question. I don't know. My name is Chu Yuxia, not Hei. Vi, I know she's Jinx's sister. When I think of Vi, I immediately think of your really bad jungle game. Come on, your A-ground suction is no match for my Thunderstrike. You just teleport back to base right there, you're even worse. Chu Tianba was dumbfounded. Good heavens, these are a group of esports veteran girls, but hasn't this topic gone too far? Hey ladies, does anyone here know someone named Chen Limin? Chu Tianba asked again. Who are you calling auntie? I've already told you my name is Chu Yuxun. The woman shouted as she transferred 300 yuan via WeChat. Chu Tianba was ashamed. This old lady was truly bizarre. Chu Tianba took a deep breath and asked again. Excuse me, Aunt Chu Yuxun, could you tell me if there's anyone named Chen Limin around here? Chu Yuxun nodded in satisfaction. What do you want with Xiaomin? Chu Tianba was overjoyed upon hearing this. It seemed to be true fate. This question led us to the right direction. I'm his man. Chu Tianba said with a smile on his face. Several middle-aged women looked at Chu Tianba with strange expressions. Are you Yunyan's father? Chu Tianba was overjoyed upon hearing this. So his daughter's name was Yunyan. This was absolutely perfect. As expected, Heaven's choice was spot on. He nodded slightly. The women exchanged glances and silently picked up the brooms nearby. Several men swung their brooms at Chu Tianba. You be *****D. Get out of here. We don't welcome unfaithful men here, get out. You scum, stay out of our sight, you're an eyesore for us sisters. Chu Tianba dodged repeatedly, not because he was afraid of these old women. The main problem is that there's poop on the broom. A broom covered in poop is like Lu Bu reincarnated. Chu Tianba ran quite a distance before Aunt Chu Yuxun waved her hand and the four sisters behind her stopped. Damn it. Are these crazy women out of their minds? Chu Tianba hid behind a car, looking at the several middle-aged women who had already taken their seats, and said with lingering fear. These middle-aged women kept pointing at the chair Chu Tianba had just sat on, their faces full of indignation, their spittle practically shooting several meters away. It seems this is different from my world. This B*******D seems to be the public enemy here, or he's done something to incur widespread wrath to be so disliked. Chu Tianba thought to himself. However, Chu Tianba wasn't annoyed as he was now basically certain that Chen Limin was here. Then we just need to ask another resident nearby to find out which household it is. If you coax her well then, she won't be lonely in this world. Once the mission is complete, I'll bring him back to his own world. Chu Tianba then walked past the group of middle-aged women and saw 3 or 5 more sitting there chatting. This time he learned his lesson and observed the women first. They were all normal people. Only then did Fang Xin step forward, this time only saying that he was Chen Limin's friend. As expected, there was no major problem. But Chen Limin actually went out with someone else and he was a really handsome guy. What's even more alarming is that he drives a sports car. Isn't this blatant adultery? Chu Tianba had a bad feeling in his heart. He planned to lie in wait here and see who dared to poach his employees. They'll just disappear without a trace in a moment. Jiangcheng Square. At this moment, Jiang Chengye and his 2 companions walked out of the mall empty-handed. Yunyan, dressed in her new clothes and shoes, skipped and jumped around, her face beaming with joy. Several bodyguards in black followed behind Jiang Chengye. They were all carrying large and small bags. Halfway through his shopping trip, Jiang Chengye realized that his shopping addiction was kicking in. There was never any opportunity to spend money like this on Earth. Even after experiencing 9 lifetimes of storylines here, I still haven't had time to do so. This feeling is absolutely amazing. Buy whatever you want, just swipe your black card and it's done. He bought quite a lot himself, a whole bunch of casual clothes. My wardrobe is mostly filled with suits. I can't help it, it's for the sake of the storyline. Wearing a high-end suit, he had to soothe Yi Chen's heart with his face. Jiang Chengye bought a bunch of casual clothes. If they buy too much, they simply call out the bodyguards who are bored at home to come out and work. They were riding at breakneck speed. They feel guilty about staying at home doing nothing, even though they earn 100,000 yuan a month. I'm always afraid that I'll lose my job someday. Yunyan bought more than a dozen outfits and 2 pairs of shoes. Even Chen Limin bought quite a lot. At first she refused, but when she saw the dazzling array of clothes, she couldn't resist anymore. I bought several pairs of black stockings. Of course, Balenciaga is the best brand for black stockings and Jiang Chengye highly recommends them. She wasn't actually planning to buy it, but seeing Jiang Chengye glancing at her legs every now and then. Jiang Chengye, on the other hand, simply thought that Chen Limin's legs must be very cold outside, and Balenciaga products have always been highly recommended, so their warmth retention must be excellent. I even bought several pieces of underwear. They had all changed into brand new clothes. Various designer clothes. Chen Limin looked at the luxurious clothes she was wearing. If it weren't for Jiang Chengye, her life might have ended long ago. Not to mention, I get to wear such nice clothes. Her eyes were filled with gratitude as she looked at Jiang Chengye. Unfortunately, she was disabled, and she knew she was not good enough for Jiang Chengye. The only thing I can do is work hard in the future to repay Jiang Chengye's kindness. Although she knows it won't all be over, she will do her best. We're all hungry from walking around, let's go eat. Jiang Chengye turned to look at Chen Limin, who was looking down, and smiled. Chen Limin looked up at Jiang Chengye and felt that Jiang Chengye's smile was simply too charming. I'll do whatever you say. She nodded. Mom, what are you thinking about? Yunian blinked and looked at Chen Limin, asking a question. It's nothing, it's nothing. Chen Limin's face instantly turned red and she quickly waved her hand. Jiang Chengye gave Chen Limin a strange look. Why did she blush so easily? But I didn't think much of it. The three of them arrived at 4:30 and it's already 5:30 now. They've been shopping for a full hour. Of course, compared to the amount of time women spend shopping, this time is nothing. Girls shopping usually browse and comment on things and then try to bargain at the end. These are natural skills for girls, managing a household. However, this process takes a lot of time. Jiang Chengye, on the other hand, would swipe his card as soon as he saw something he liked without the slightest hesitation. After all, having a lot of money means you can do whatever you want. Jiang Chengye took out his phone and called Tang Shiyu, who was almost off work by now. Let's have a meal together. The three sat in the car and soon Tang Shiyu's Porsche 911 came into their view. Tang Shiyu and Wang Zia were sitting in the car. Everyone got off the bus. If it were just Jiang Chengye, Wang Zia swore she would never eat with the two of them, even if it meant death. It was pure torture. Yunian. Seeing Yunian get out of the car, Wang Zia waved to him happily. Big sister. Yunian also greeted Wang Zia. The white rabbit candy that Wang Zia gave Yunian this morning is still sweet in her heart. Tang Shiyu glanced at Chen Limin, who was getting out of the passenger seat and was slightly taken aback. She then realized that this must be Yunian's mother. Seeing the new clothes she was wearing, Tang Shiyu didn't think much of it. Jiang Chengye had already told her over the phone that he was taking Yunian and Chen Limin shopping for clothes here. I just didn't expect her to be so young and so beautiful. Chen Limin looked at Tang Shiyu getting out of the car and immediately felt ashamed of herself. Is this his girlfriend? Tang Shiyu was dressed in a smart business suit, clearly the attire of a powerful career woman. She's completely different from Sun Xiaoyu this morning. Both of them were stunningly beautiful, and even the woman who got out of the passenger seat was just as beautiful as her. At this moment, Chen Limin completely lost all feelings for Jiang Chengye. She has no right to compete with anyone. Could it be that she can rely on her status as a young married woman? Jiang Chengye doesn't seem to like that kind of thing either. Wow, I didn't expect Yunian to be so beautiful. Who bought you this dress? Yunian is so beautiful, like a little princess. Wang Zia and Tang Shiyu looked Yunian up and down and then smiled. Yunian's face was dusty and gray in the morning. She was still a Cinderella. She'll definitely grow up to be a beauty. Uncle Chengye bought this for me. Yunian lowered her head shyly, her face flushed and whispered. Wang Zia looked at Jiang Chengye, surprised that he had such good taste. But then he paused, stunned. Uncle Chengye, wouldn't Jiang Chengye be taking advantage of them? Why is he inexplicably a generation younger than Jiang Chengye? Tang Shiyu also looked at Jiang Chengye with a resentful expression. With a judgmental glint in his eyes, is he trying to pull something? Chen Limin noticed their gazes and quickly looked at them to explain. That's what I called Yunian, please don't misunderstand. Jiang Chengye laughed heartily. Oh dear, it seems some people will have to call me uncle now. Tang Shiyu and Wang Zia glared at him angrily. Dream on. Yunian, you have to call her auntie, not sister. From now on, Yunian, whenever you see someone around mommy's age, you have to call them auntie, understand? Chen Limin said to Yunian. Yunian nodded obediently, looking at Tang Shiyu and Wang Zia. Aunt you or Aunt Zia? Wang Zia smiled broadly, then took out a bag of white rabbit candies from her bag. Here, Aunt Zia bought this for you. Thank you, Aunt Zia. Yunian happily accepted it, looked at Wang Zia and gave her a sweet smile. Wang Zia looked at Chen Limin and smiled. Actually, calling me sister makes me seem younger. Tang Yuer also took out a box of imported chocolates from her bag and handed it to Yunian. This is a gift from Aunt Yuer to Yunian, it's delicious. Tang Shiyu smiled. Yunian's eyes lit up and she reached out to take it. Thank you, Aunt Yuer. Yunian is so young, what if she gets cavities from eating so much sugar? Jiang Chengye smiled as he looked at the chocolates and white rabbit candies the two had given him. Yes, both of them frowned slightly as they looked at the white rabbit candy and chocolate in Yunian's hands. Yunian quickly hugged the white rabbit candy and the chocolate to her arms. Yunian only eats a little bit each day, absolutely no more. If she doesn't eat much, she won't get cavities. His tone was very sincere, as if he was afraid that Tang Shiyu and Wang Zia would take the white rabbit candy and chocolate back. The group burst into laughter when they saw Yunian's pitiful appearance. Then Tang Shiyu and Wang Zia greeted Chen Limin briefly and introduced themselves to each other. The group then found a hot pot restaurant nearby, and the aroma of beef tallow from this restaurant was incredibly tempting. They ordered a private room and then sat down. We ordered a half-and-half hot pot, but Yunian can't handle spicy food. Chen Limin has just recovered from her illness and is not suitable for eating spicy food. The mother and daughter ate only clear soup. It's often said that women can build friendships as long as they have something to talk about. Jiang Chengye finally understood. He watched the three women sitting opposite him chatting and laughing. They would occasionally whisper a few words to each other. Jiang Chengye shook his head helplessly. At first, Chen Limin was quite reserved. After all, Tang Shiyu had such a strong presence. But as I gradually discovered, Tang Shiyu was actually quite easy to talk to. They all started chatting. When I learned that Jiang Chengye and Jiang Ran could cure cancer, Tang Shiyu and Wang Zia were both shocked. Tang Shiyu knew Jiang Chengye liked to hide his true feelings, but she never expected him to be so good at it. It can even cure cancer, and with just a few silver needles? This is absolutely amazing. He immediately requested permission from Jiang Chengye to also give him a few acupuncture treatments. Even Wang Zia was clamoring to have one too. Jiang Chengye smiled helplessly and said that he would provide door-to-door service when the time came. When the topic of Yunian's father came up, Chen Limin seemed very resistant to it. It seems there's more to the story. However, since Chen Limin was unwilling to talk about such private matters, they wisely kept quiet. The meal ended quickly. Tang Shiyu and Wang Zia left first. Before leaving, Yunian, that little girl, quickly kissed them both on the cheek and both of them looked happy. Jiang Chengye was responsible for taking Chen Limin and her daughter home. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Chu Tianba, who was waiting outside Chen Limin's house, had a gloomy face. He'd been squatting here for 2 hours and still hadn't seen a soul. My heart was filled with rage. He's been waiting so long the flowers are practically withered. In the distance, a Lamborghini and a large Jinbei van slowly drove towards them. Chu Tianba's gaze was sharp and a glint of light flashed in his eyes. A slight upturn at the corners of his mouth revealed a chilling smile. "I'd like to see who's so bold as to light a lamp in the latrine," he said in a low voice. Seeing Chen Limin and her daughter get out of the Lamborghini, Chu Tianba felt a chill run down his spine. Seeing Yunian in particular, the feeling of being connected by blood was simply amazing. His gaze toward Chen Limin was filled with desire. This is her woman, but now this woman is getting into someone else's sports car. It's simply unacceptable. After Jiang Chengye got out of the car, Chu Tianba frowned slightly. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chengye was so handsome, especially the smile on his lips, which even captivated Chu Tianba. If he were a girl, he would definitely fall head over heels for Jiang Chengye on the spot. Thinking about it this way, it doesn't seem like there's anything wrong with Chen Limin getting into Jiang Chengye's sports car. Snap! Chu Tianba slapped himself hard. Damn it, I almost went berserk. How could I, a true man and a war god, have such thoughts? His gaze toward Jiang Chengye was filled with apprehension. He almost became a bent Buddha. This face is almost too handsome. Since I don't have this face, I might as well destroy it. In his own world, such striking good looks would be nothing more than a stepping stone for him. Several bodyguards in black got out of the large van behind them and took more than 20 shopping bags from the car. It seems that Chen Limin and her daughter were taken shopping by this rich young man. They probably didn't do anything dirty. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you so much, Chang'e. You saved my life and spent so much money. Chen Limin stared blankly at Jiang Chengye, her face full of gratitude, and said that she would never normally dare to even look at these clothes, let alone wear them. Jiang Chengye waved his hand. I've already told you not to be so polite. The fact that Union met me means we have a connection. Besides, it was nothing, and this amount of money is just a drop in the ocean for me, so please don't thank me. Jiang Chengye actually had to thank the mother and daughter. He was so poor he only had money left. I feel restless if I don't spend a little something. If others heard this, they would definitely praise Jiang Chengye, saying he's incredibly wealthy. Union, uncle has to leave now. I'll come see you and mom another day. Jiang Chengye rubbed Union's little head and smiled. Union will protect mommy and wait for Uncle Chengye to come. Jiang Chengye pinched Union's little face with satisfaction. Good boy, girls. Then she stood up and looked at Chen Limin. Open the door quickly, let them put the things in, it's too much trouble to carry them. They were naturally referring to the two bodyguards standing next to the large golden car. They were each carrying more than a dozen bags, and there were still several pairs of shoes left in the car. At this moment, Chu Tianba, who was secretly observing, became furious. My own sweetheart gave a kiss to someone else. This is intolerable. He slowly emerged from the darkness, appearing under the streetlight, his face grim. Zaya Amin, I'm back. He looked at Chen Limin and said softly. The group was startled by Chu Tianba's sudden appearance. Besides Jiang Chengye, he had already discovered that there was someone lurking in the shadows. I didn't look closely and thought he was a drunk homeless man. When Jiang Chengye saw Chu Tianba's appearance clearly, he was shocked. What's this guy doing here? Isn't this one of the 5 chosen ones under the Heavenly Dao? When Chen Limin heard this familiar yet unfamiliar voice, she was immediately startled. It's you. Chu Tianba, she said through gritted teeth, and you could tell from her voice how much Chen Limin resented the person in front of her. Chu Tianba was stunned. In his memory, Chen Limin had always been a petite and gentle woman who spoke with utmost tenderness. He was speaking softly and gently to Jiang Chengye just now, so why did his tone sound like he was about to kill me the moment I appeared? He's the father of my child. Shouldn't she be all tearful like they've just reunited and then rush into his arms? Even if things don't go well, it can be like the world you live in. You can start by playing hard to get and slowly conquer him. After much thought, it all boils down to blaming Jiang Chengye. Resentment +1+1. Zaya Amin, I'm back. With tears welling in his eyes, Chu Tianba spoke with deep emotion. Jiang Chengye was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? Isn't Chu Tianba the chosen one of destiny from another world? How did they come to know Chen Limin? And something seems a bit off about this. Seeing that Chen Limin remained silent, he looked at Union, who was standing behind Jiang Chengye, looking at him with a face full of confusion. Union, it's me, Daddy. Chu Tianba said with a kind expression. You're talking nonsense. My dad went to a very far place. You're not my dad. Union said to Chu Tianba, and then made a face. Yes, Dad went to a very far place, and Dad made a lot of money. Chu Tianba pulled out a thick stack of Michael Jackson magazines from his pocket. Union glanced at it, rolled her eyes, and said, Stop lying. Don't think I'm too young. Money is always red. This is clearly paper money, and my father died a long time ago. Chu Tianba dropped the MJ in his hand to the ground, completely dumbfounded. Didn't you just say you went to a very far place? How could he have died so suddenly? Union actually knows everything. Mom just said Dad went to a very far place so I wouldn't be sad. Union knows that Dad actually died a long time ago. Union looked at Chen Limin beside her and said in a tearful voice. Chu Tianba was speechless with exasperation. This little cotton-padded jacket is so thin it's practically a short-sleeved shirt. I really am your father. If you don't believe me, ask your mother. Chu Tianba pointed at Chen Limin and said to Union. Union looked at Chen Limin with tears in her eyes and a face full of confusion. Chen Limin looked at Union with a troubled expression, then took a deep breath and said, Union, actually, Mom shouldn't have kept it from you. You've grown up now, you were still little back then. Mom was afraid you'd be heartbroken if you knew the truth, so she said Dad went to a very far place. Little did she know, Yunyan already knew Dad actually died before Yunyan was even born. Chu Tianbo was nodding with a smile, thinking that Chen Limin was about to tell the truth. When Yunyan found out that he was her father, she would definitely rush to him, but no one expected Chen Limin to pull this stunt. Chu Tianbo was completely devastated. Did they not consider his feelings at all, telling him he was dead right in front of him? Yunyan nodded upon hearing this, then looked at Chu Tian and said domineeringly, "You're just like those bad uncles, you all want to bully mommy. Don't think Yunyan is easy to fool, mommy has already admitted that my daddy is long dead." Chu Tianbo was so angry his mouth was almost crooked. Seeing the mother and daughter standing behind Jiang Chengye, he was even angrier. At this moment, Jiang Chengye realized that Chu Tianba in front of him was indeed Yunyan's father. However, the body now inhabited is occupied by a chosen one from another world. But Jiang Chengye didn't quite understand. Why would Chu Tianba, after taking over the body, think of finding Chen Limin and her daughter? After a moment's thought, Jiang Chengye had a bold guess: this guy likes married women. He truly has the demeanor of Prime Minister Cao Cao, a legacy of Wei Wu. "Young man, please leave. This is a family matter. If you don't leave, don't blame me for being impolite," Chu Tianba said in a deep voice, his eyes full of hostility. Upon seeing this, the two bodyguards behind Jiang Chengye threw down their shopping bags and pulled out two batons from their pockets. With a sudden, forceful flick, the two men walked up to Jiang Chengye. "With us brothers here, I'd like to see how you dare to be so impolite." Then, turning to Jiang Chengye, he said, "Young master, don't worry. Even though Brother C isn't here, someone like him is nothing to worry about." Jiang Chengye was deeply moved by the two of them. He remembered that when they were rehearsing the plot, they were the ones who rushed in the fastest and died the most tragically. He was kicked into a bloody mist by Yi Chen. Now we don't follow the storyline anymore. If something happens, we still rush to the front immediately. The person in front of us is even more impressive than Yi Chen. If we let the two of them go up, we could probably start the meal in 2 seconds. Chu Tianba looked at the two of them with cold eyes, his face full of disdain. Even Yi Chen, the chosen one of this world, is no different from trash in his eyes. In his eyes, these two bodyguards were less than toilet paper in the trash. At most, they were just some unknown liquid on the toilet paper. He turned his gaze to Jiang Chengye behind the two of them. "I don't care who you are, Chen Limin is my woman and Yunyan is my daughter. If you know what's good for you, get out of here right now, or I'll make you disappear from this world." Jiang Chengye was speechless upon hearing this. Are all chosen ones of destiny the same? They always want to make others disappear without a trace. How can you be so shameless? Zaya Amin and Yunyan have both said that. I think you're the one who should get lost. Jiang Chengye said calmly. He wouldn't mind letting Chu Tianba get his lunchbox first tonight, but Yunyan is still here. Although Yunyan doesn't recognize Chu Tianba, this body still belongs to Yunyan's father. If I were to do it in front of Yunyan, it would probably leave her traumatized. Chu Tianba laughed heartily upon hearing this. How ignorant! Who dares to lay a finger on what belongs to Chu Tianba? You have no idea what the consequences of provoking me will be. Jiang Chengye shook his head helplessly upon hearing this. These protagonists really thought too highly of themselves. Since you say you're Yunyan's father, then let me ask you, where were you when Zaya Amin was pregnant? Where were you when Yunyan was born? Where were you when Zaya Amin was sick? Where were you when Yunyan went out to collect bottles to buy medicine for Zaya Amin? Jiang Chengye looked at Chu Tianba and asked in a cold voice. As Chen Limin watched Jiang Chengye's retreating figure, all the grievances she had accumulated over the years surged into her heart. She saw Yunyan's frail figure frantically picking up bottles, and her nose suddenly stung with tears. If it weren't for Jiang Chengye's appearance, she might still be lying in bed, tormented by illness. And what did Chu Tianba do? He abandoned his wife and children and left for 7 years, also swindling all the money he had. All that's left is pain. Yunyan silently reached out and took Chen Limin's hand. When she was little, she was indeed envious of other people who had fathers, and she would often ask Chen Limin where her father was. She also often dreams that she has a father, but when the dream ends, it's all just a bubble. Yunyan has grown accustomed to relying on her mother for support. Jiang Chengye's appearance dispelled the gloom in her heart. In his heart, a father should be like Jiang Chengye. Although she said her father was dead, she could still feel the connection between them. The person in front of him was most likely his father, but this father greatly disappointed him. He had no idea what the mother and daughter had been through, and the moment he appeared, he acted as if they owed him something. Chu Tianba was stunned upon hearing this and finally understood why those old women had chased him away with brooms, calling him a heartless man. Although Chen Limin's face was rosy, it still looked slightly sickly. He was clearly recovering from a serious illness. And Yunian, such a young child, actually went out to collect bottles to sell so she could buy medicine for Chen Limin. Meanwhile, her own father was enjoying a carefree life abroad. That's really inhumane. But so what? That wasn't Chu Tianba, it was the original owner of this body. And now that he's back, as long as Chen Limin behaves well, even if she's sick, he can cure her terminal illness with his Xuanwang 32 needles. I didn't know that, but now that I'm back, I'll make sure they, mother and daughter, live a good life. Chu Tianba said coldly. As long as you help Tiandao complete his mission, once you return to his world, you can immediately take the mother and daughter to live a life of luxury. To become a happy family of 5. Thinking of this, Chu Tianba couldn't help but let out a heh laugh. No need, Chu Tianba, leave, don't bother me anymore, I don't want to see you again. Chen Limin shouted angrily. Yunian glared angrily at Chu Tianba. Get out of here, you made mom cry, you bad person. Chu Tianba's hands trembled slightly as he saw his woman and daughter treating him this way. He blamed everything on Jiang Chengye. If it weren't for his appearance, perhaps things wouldn't have turned out this way. The normal procedure was that he helped Chen Limin cure her illness and then Yunian fell asleep. Then he and Chan Liman seized the opportunity to have another child, instead of yelling at him here. What do you mean you? Get lost, our young master might be lenient with you but we're not. If you don't leave now, we'll break your legs. The 2 bodyguards in front of Jiang Chengye waved their batons, looked at Chu Tianba coldly and said with disdain. At this moment they understood. The man in front of me is a heartless scoundrel, a scumbag, compared to a pure-hearted man like my young master who can fawn over one person for years. They are worlds apart. Chu Tianba narrowed his eyes and an astonishing aura erupted from his body, rushing straight towards the 2 of them. In his world, anyone who dared to speak to him like that is now buried under 2-meter-high grass. This aura could completely stun the 2 of them. The 2 felt a chill run down their spines and their hair stood on end from the astonishing aura emanating from him. Jiang Chengye pushed the 2 away, saying, "You 2 are really brave." I couldn't help but praise the 2 of them. They truly lived up to their reputation as the ones who scolded the main characters. Even if they're not the main character in this world, they still dare to curse. Young master. Young master. The 2 gasped in surprise. They hadn't expected Chu Tianba to be such a master, clearly stronger than the dark force master from yesterday. The overwhelming force rushing towards them made them feel as if they were already facing the king of hell. They were prepared to sacrifice themselves, but to their surprise, Jiang Chengye pushed them away. At that moment, they realized that Jiang Chengye was really handsome. Chu Tianba narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at Jiang Chengye, who had pushed the 2 of them away. I never expected this owner to be so protective of their dog. They seem quite loyal and sentimental. I had thought these rich young masters were all cowards who were afraid of death. It seems that generalizations cannot be made. Moreover, he could sense his own aura, so he must be a martial artist. But that was reckless. They had absolutely no idea what they were about to face. Chu Tianba had already seen the scene of Jiang Chengye being knocked away and lying dead on the spot. As for Chen Limin and her daughter, the Xuanwang 32 needles can simply erase this memory from their minds. Anyone who opposes the god of war, Chu Tianba, will only meet with death. His lips curled slightly upward, revealing the signature crooked smile of a protagonist. Because he still possessed the power of the Heavenly Dao, he didn't laugh as abnormally as Yi Chen, but what happened next made him frown deeply. Jiang Chengye stood there as if nothing had happened. She looked at him with a calm expression and a slight smile on her lips. How is that possible? Chu Tianba exclaimed inwardly. He could clearly feel that his aura had been blocked by Jiang Chengye, while Jiang Chengye acted as if nothing had happened. There was even a hint of disdain in his eyes. Although his aura wasn't fatal, even a martial artist at the peak of internal energy couldn't withstand it. Could it be that Jiang Chengye is a grandmaster-level expert? He had read the script. The only person in the entire Jiangbei region above the peak of dark force was Emperor Aoyang, a master at the early stage of the grandmaster level. The former director of the Jiangbei Martial Arts Bureau is now 65 years old. However, it's obvious that the rich second generation in front of him is definitely not Aoyang Huang, young master. Are you all right? The two bodyguards patted Jiang Chengye all over as if afraid something might happen to him. Chu Tianba's imposing aura was naturally blocked by Jiang Chengye. To be honest, even if he hadn't blocked it, the aura hitting Jiang Chengye would have been like a gentle breeze. Get out of the way, my abs are only for women to touch. Jiang Chengye slapped their hands away, his face full of disgust. The two were relieved to see that Jiang Chengye was all right and breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Limin and her daughter looked bewildered, they only felt a gentle breeze brush against their faces. However, seeing the two of them looking nervous, Chen Limin quickly stepped forward and looked at Jiang Chengye anxiously. She also imitated the bodyguard and touched Jiang Chengye's body all over. 8-pack abs, quite impressive indeed. Chen Limin's hand instinctively reached down to touch him. Jiang Chengye stared at Chen Limin in shock. Good heavens, was she just checking to see if he was all right, or was she simply trying to take advantage of him? Don't be smug. Seeing Chen Limin's increasingly dazed eyes, he quickly coughed awkwardly. Chen Limin then came to her senses, her pretty face blushing. I just wanted to check if you were all right, she said in a low voice. I understand. Jiang Chengye nodded. Mom, your face is red again, Yunian whispered to Chen Limin. Upon hearing this, Chen Limin's face turned even redder, as red as a chili pepper. I just couldn't help myself, so embarrassing. Chu Tianba was stunned and stood there. He had seen everything that had just happened. Do you really think he's dead? Chu Tianba felt as if something was pressing down on his head. It was extremely heavy, a faint green light was emanating from it. At that moment, white smoke began to rise from the top of his head just like Yi Chen's. I don't know if it was from anger or if the CPU also burned out. Enough! Are you pretending I don't exist, playing games with me like this? He shouted sternly. At this moment he didn't care about Jiang Chengye's strength. In his eyes they were all ants. Then he moved swiftly and charged towards Jiang Chengye. Dai King's fist. With his right hand clenched into a fist, he made a whooshing sound as he attacked Jiang Chengye, aiming straight for Jiang Chengye's face. Chu Tianba, stop. Uncle Chengye. Young master. Chen Limin and Jiang Chengye's bodyguards exclaimed in surprise. Chu Tianba's speed was simply too fast, they didn't have time to react at all. He couldn't even push Jiang Chengye away, just as Chu Tianba's fist was only 1 centimeter away from Jiang Chengye. Jiang Chengye's figure vanished instantly and Chu Tianba's pupils contracted sharply. A master. He gasped inwardly and quickly withdrew his strength. You're so bad. Jiang Chengye had appeared behind him without him noticing and spoke with a disdainful tone. Chu Tianba felt a chill run down his spine and tried to turn around, but Jiang Chengye gave him no chance and kicked him in the waist. Chu Tianba felt as if one of his fruits, fruit 14, had cracked open. My kidneys! Chu Tianba screamed and was sent flying. Then his head slammed hard against the streetlight with a thud. It's also very crisp, just like Yi Chen's a great head. The metal streetlights were knocked out, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Luckily, there were no cars on the side of the road, otherwise it would have been another case of randomly selecting a lucky person. Chen Limin and her daughter, along with Jiang Chengye's 2 bodyguards in black, were all stunned by this sudden turn of events. At this moment, Chu Tianba lay on the ground, completely motionless. If he could, he would definitely get up right now and give himself a full set of Xuan Huang 32 needles to save his already shattered kidney. The 2 bodyguards stared at Jiang Chengye as if they'd seen a ghost. When did this young master, who used to only know how to indulge in pleasure, become so strong? Did they secretly practice the sunflower manual? No wonder I don't want them following me when I go out now. They'd be a complete burden if they came along. The loud noise caused the neighbors to peek out of their windows in confusion and begin discussing the incident. What's more important than noise? Who's ringing the bell so late at night? Why aren't the streetlights working? Someone just said, my goodness, kidney. Does that mean someone's down there is a kidney being squeezed? You misheard, that's my god. Didn't you watch the variety show? Right now you are my god. Oh yeah. Because Chu Tianba broke the streetlight, he was now completely in darkness and no one noticed him. Excuse me, everyone, there was a drunk guy here just now. He was really stubborn and kept hitting the streetlights and they all went out. Don't worry, they'll call someone to fix them tomorrow. Everyone get some rest. Jiang Chengye said loudly. Then, turning to the two bodyguards standing there dumbfounded, he said, drag him away, pull him further away. Chu Tianba was, after all, a chosen one, and he also possessed peak martial arts skills. That kind of impact won't kill you. Like Yi Chen, he simply fainted. The two nodded blankly upon hearing this. They were familiar with this kind of business. Is there any hope of saving the patient given the force of the impact? When the two reached Chu Tianba's side, they reached out to check his breath. The kid was still breathing. As expected of a martial arts master, his health is incredibly resilient. He's practically a cockroach. The two men flashed 2 rows of large, white teeth in the darkness. After carrying everything from the car and the shopping bags from the ground into Chen Limin's house, Longshan and his gang are here again. The neighbors in the surrounding area were startled when they heard the sound. Isn't this the eldest son of the Jiang family who helped everyone this morning? Young Master Jiang, there's no need to fix it. It's just a street lamp. We'll have to take it down eventually anyway. It's young Master Jiang. If anyone's going to get repaired, it'll be that drunkard, not you. Speaking of which, someone managed to break a metal streetlight. I'd like to ask if any of the guys are still around. He should be fine. Look, it seems young Master Jiang's bodyguards have already put him in the car. He's probably being taken to the hospital for treatment. Young Master Jiang, you are such a kind person. Watching the large golden cup slowly depart, Jiang Chengye wasn't worried that Chu Tianba would come back after waking up. He could observe Chu Tianba's current situation at any time. Jiang Chengye looked at Chen Limin and Yunian. At this moment, both the adult and the child had tears in their eyes. Sorry. Chen Limin said in a low voice, her voice trembling with tears. She hadn't expected Chu Tianba to actually make a move. If Jiang Chengye hadn't been extraordinary, she couldn't imagine what would have happened. Jiang Chengye shook his head slightly. Don't apologize, I'm fine. Uncle Chengye. Yunian rushed over and hugged him tightly. It's all right now. Jiang Chengye gently patted her head and smiled. Yunian nodded fiercely. She hated Chu Tianba. Why did she not give herself and her mother the happiness they deserved for 7 years, and now, after she had just escaped from the shadows, she wanted to take away the sunshine that had just shone on her? Let's go home, it's cold outside. Jiang Chengye looked at the two of them and smiled. Chen Limin wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and nodded. The lights came on in the small room. Yunian carried her several pairs of shoes to the back room and began to take them out one by one to examine them. Her eyes sparkled. Jiang Chengye frowned as he looked at the room filled with shopping bags and shoe boxes. Sister Xiaomin, this area should be demolished soon. I'll find you and Yunian a new place to live tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Chen Limin quickly shook her head. No need, we're perfectly fine staying here. Jiang Chengye looked at Yunian, who was happily unpacking her things, pointed to the courtyard outside and gestured for her to go outside to talk. Chen Limin glanced back at Yunian and nodded. Inside the courtyard, Jiang Chengye looked at Chen Limin with a serious expression. Sister Xiaomin, just listen to me about the house. I don't need the money, but we already owe you enough and more. Jiang Chengye waved his hand and laughed. Since I already owe you, what's wrong with owing you a little more? You're cured now and your future is bright. If you feel guilty, come work for me. I promise I won't exploit my employees. Chen Limin chuckled at Jiang Chengye's words. A smile means agreement. Jiang Chengye patted her shoulder and smiled. But before Chen Limin could say anything more, Jiang Chengye pressed his index finger against her red lips and said domineeringly, no buts. Chen Limin's pretty face immediately turned red, and she nodded slightly. Don't you want to ask about Chu Tianba? Chen Limin asked softly. Jiang Chengye was taken aback. Why was he asking this? He shook his head and laughed. I'm not a gossip. Chen Limin wanted to explain something, but seeing that Jiang Chengye didn't care at all, she didn't know whether to be happy or sad. In the next few minutes, Jiang Chengye arranged everything perfectly for Chen Limin and Yunian. Chen Limin came directly to be his secretary. Jiang Chengye still holds the position of Deputy General Manager at Jiangcheng Group. Chen Limin is a master's graduate in financial management. I am fully capable of this position. Yunian was 7 years old and of school age, so Jiang Chengye called Gu Rongzhen again. When asked to make the arrangements, Gu Rongzhen readily agreed with a smile. As for the housing issue, we'll discuss it after Gu Rongzhen resolves Yunian's schooling problem tomorrow. Chen Limin never expected that Jiang Chengye would actually make her his secretary. A ripple of emotion stirred within me. There's a saying that goes, when there's work to be done, the secretary does it. When there's nothing to do. Could it be that Jiang Chengye is thinking of? It's not impossible, Chen Limin thought to herself, her face flushed. Jiang Chengye had become immune to Chen Limin's tendency to blush easily. Is this what you call keeping me as a sugar daddy? Chen Limin asked softly. Jiang Chengye was taken aback and looked at Chen Limin strangely. But then I thought about it again and realized that I did seem to be somewhat like a sugar daddy or sugar grandma. He said with a mischievous grin, "You can understand it that way." Chen Limin trembled slightly upon hearing this. He nodded slightly. "All right, I should go now." Jiang Chengye glanced at his watch and said. Chen Limin was filled with reluctance, but she couldn't stop Jiang Chengye from leaving. There's no reason for it. Yunian is still at home, she nodded, suppressing the reluctance in her heart. Yunian uncle is leaving. Jiang Chengye smiled at Yunian, who was folding her newly bought clothes inside the house. Upon hearing this, Yunian immediately put down the clothes she was holding. She ran out of the house and hugged Jiang Chengye. She sobbed softly, "Uncle Chengye, please don't go, Yunian is scared." Jiang Chengye picked her up and said gently, "The bad guys have been chased away by Uncle. If Yunian is in danger, Uncle will be by her side immediately." Upon hearing this, Yunian nodded and then kissed Jiang Chengye on the cheek. "I believe in Uncle Chengye." Jiang Chengye gave her a beautiful smile and then gently patted her head. Yunian smiled and nodded. "All right, Uncle's leaving." Jiang Chengye put Yunian down and said, "Okay, Uncle Chengye, you must come tomorrow." Yunian said, holding Jiang Chengye's hand. Jiang Chengye nodded. "Don't worry, Uncle keeps his word." Watched by the mother and daughter, Jiang Chengye drove away. Both mother and daughter had eyes full of reluctance. Jiang Chengye couldn't help but ponder this in the car. Why do I have to encounter such a melodramatic thing? Zhu Tianba turns out to be Yunian's father. Life is truly unpredictable. The big intestine covers the small intestine. However, Jiang Chengye simply regarded Chen Limin as an older sister. Perhaps this is fate. If it weren't for meeting Yunian, the rest of the story wouldn't have happened. P.S. My dear young people, you will always be the most special people in the world. Even if you are insignificant and ordinary, there will be people who understand the beauty and splendor of your soul. May all roses grow under the blazing sun. May everyone be able to be themselves without being defined, cherish their youth, live up to their prime, and not be afraid of the darkness. Go for it, young people. Roses should bloom and youth should never fade. Inside the Jiang family villa. As soon as the gate to the compound opened, Jiang Chengye saw Jiang Zhenhua standing at the entrance of the villa from inside the car. Jiang Chengye was taken aback. Jiang Zhenhua had never waited for him outside the gate before. After a closer look, Jiang Chengye found no trace of the 7 wolves, and their expressions didn't seem like they were about to go berserk. He breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Zhenhua must have found out about him sending Zhang Si to Xingyao real estate. After parking the car, Jiang Chengye looked at Jiang Zhenhua with a grin and said, "Dad, why are you standing outside? It's so cold, what if you catch a cold? Come on, come inside." Jiang Zhenhua looked at Jiang Chengye with a complicated expression. "Son, do you know Li Jiaxin, the eldest daughter of the Li family in East Daxia?" Jiang Chengye was taken aback upon hearing this. Li Jiaxin is one of the leading actresses. Huadong City is the capital city of Nanning Province. The Li family of Huadong is the most prominent family in Huadong City. He has connections in both the legitimate and criminal worlds, and he also has a martial arts master in his family. They are undoubtedly a dominant family in East Daxia. It's easy to imagine how terrifying this family is. Michelle Rise is the current head of the Li family and the apple of Li Longji's eye. she is showered with love and affection. In the original storyline, Michelle Rise secretly ran away to Jiangbei to relax. She snuck out alone and didn't bring any bodyguards. Then Jiang Chengye caught him in the act and he immediately transformed into a lustful glutton. He had just gone up to flirt with her when Yi Chen, who happened to be passing by, suddenly appeared like a god descending to earth. Jiang Chengye directly acted as a lubricant, help Yi Chen complete the hero saves the damsel in distress scenario. Thinking about this, Jiang Chengye was speechless. In this lousy book, the female lead from any other place had to come to Jiangbei and she never brought bodyguards. Then she would go up and flirt with him and finally have Yi Chen come to her rescue. It's just a tired, cliched tactic. But things are different now. Now that Michelle Rise has awakened her memories from her first life, Jiang Zhenhua suddenly asks himself if he knows Michelle Rise. Jiang Chengye knew that this girl hadn't come to him first but instead chose to go to her father first. In this situation, just pretend you don't know and let your dad handle it using the CPU. He looked at Jiang Zhenhua with a puzzled expression and said, I don't know him. Why are you asking? Jiang Zhenhua looked at Jiang Chengye's eyes suspiciously, trying to see if there was anything wrong with them. However, Jiang Chengye's acting skills are truly remarkable. His questioning gaze was full of sincerity, yet tinged with a hint of doubt. It doesn't sound like a lie at all. He couldn't help but think that Jiang Chengye had indeed never been to Huadong City and his social circle had always been in Jiangbei. So why was that request made? Jiang Zhenhua sighed deeply. Let's go inside and talk. Inside the villa, the father and son sat facing each other. Jiang Zhenhua frowned and looked at Jiang Chengye, saying, Today Li Jialong, the head of the Li family in East Daxia, called me. Can you guess why? Jiang Chengye quickly shook his head. I don't know, I'm not sure, I can't guess. Dad, just tell me what's wrong. Jiang Zhenhua was speechless. This kid had absolutely no mystery about him. This surprised me as well. The Li family wants to form a friendship with our family, which means the eldest daughter of the Li family has taken a liking to you. After Jiang Zhenhua finished speaking, he looked at Jiang Chengye carefully again. Since this kid stopped being a simp, beautiful women have been coming to his door in droves. What's going on? Moreover, each of them has a complex background. First, it was the eldest daughter of the Tang family, then the eldest daughter of the Sun family, and now even the eldest daughter of the most powerful family in East Daxia has come knocking on our door. What kind of mess is this? Jiang Zhenhua was happily giving a tip to a new live streamer in his early 20s when Li Longji called. Li Longji first greeted him warmly, a normal greeting of course, and then immediately expressed his desire to become in-laws with him, adding that his daughter had liked Jiang Chengye for a long time. Jiang Zhenhua was stunned. He knew his son's past behavior best. How could the apple of the eye of the head of the most prestigious family in East Daxia inexplicably fall in love with her own son and for so long? Isn't that absurd? East Daxia and Jiangbei are several hundred kilometers apart. Moreover, the two families had no connection whatsoever. Li Longji and Jiang Zhenhua had only met once or twice at some summits, which left Jiang Zhenhua completely baffled. So even the idea of a new streamer being brought in was put on hold. He went straight home, wanting to ask Jiang Chengye what was going on. Dad, you're not going to agree to this, are you? You and I are already together, you can't just play matchmaker. Jiang Chengye looked at Jiang Zhenhua in shock and asked. Jiang Zhenhua rolled his eyes at him. Was he the kind of person who would randomly matchmake people? He naturally knew about Jiang Chengye and Tang Shiyu's relationship, and to be honest, he was quite satisfied with Tang Shiyu. Even if they're not satisfied, it's still the result of their son's hard work over the past few years. He shook his head, looking at Jiang Chengye strangely. I already told them about your situation on the phone, but guess what Miss Li said? They don't mind polygamy. Jiang Zhenhua was still reeling from Li Jiaxin's words about polygamy. No matter how others tried to persuade her, Michelle Rise wouldn't listen. She insisted that she would marry no one but Jiang Chengye and hoped he would grant her wish. Jiang Zhenhua overheard Li Longji on the phone, who was furious and declared that Li Jiaxin was a rebellious daughter. None of this could stop Michelle Rise's crazy idea. Jiang Chengye was speechless. Li Longji was probably furious. In the original storyline, Li Longji accepted Yi Chen's idea of having a harem only because Yi Chen's strength had won him over. However, upon investigation, Jiang Chengye turned out to be nothing more than a spoiled brat. The fact that Li Longji called to arrange a blind date is probably because he was persuaded by Li Jiaxin. But to everyone's surprise, after learning that Jiang Chengye already had a girlfriend, she said something like that. He probably suffered a brain hemorrhage. Jiang Chengye carefully recalled his memories. After gaining Li Longji's trust, Yi Chen secretly sent someone to kill him, thereby taking control of the entire East Daxia region. Finally, it gradually eroded the entire southern Min province. It has to be said that Yi Chen is capable of anything for his own benefit. Upon closer inspection, he looks even more like a villain than the villain himself. Li Jiaxin, upon learning that Jiang Chengye had been protecting her at night after she arrived in Jiangbei, was filled with immense regret. He blamed himself for letting the wolf into the house, and in the end, he joined Tang Xiyu and the others in their revenge for Yi. Chengye, it's up to you how you handle this now. The eldest daughter of the Li family is already on her way to Jiangbei. Didn't you say you wanted it all? You decide what to do. Jiang Zhenyu sighed and said that he had hoped Jiang Chengye would find someone of equal social standing, or at least someone he truly liked to quickly start a family line. But Jiang Chengye only knew how to be a sycophant, which completely disappointed him. But now that he's stopped being a sycophant, he's fallen into another predicament. If others found out, he'd probably be called the father of Aquaman. Didn't the Li family head stop it? Jiang Chengye asked, his face full of surprise. Logically speaking, now that Li Jiaxin has been exposed, it's unreasonable for Li Longji to let her come to Jiangbei at this time. I don't know, I only know that a second before I hung up, someone on the phone shouted, "Quick, call a doctor." I guess she fainted from anger. Jiang Zhenyu clicked his tongue and said. Jiang Chengye was speechless. Li Jiaxin was really something else. Even his own father was furious, yet he still came to Jiangbei to find him. What a case of fathers laughing at their sons. I don't mind, but he does. Okay, I understand. Dad, you should get some rest, I'll handle this. Jiang Chengye looked at Jiang Zhenhua and nodded seriously. Jiang Zhenhua stood up, straightened his clothes and called out towards the door, "Dafu, prepare the car." "Yes, sir." Jiang Chengye was taken aback. "Dad, where are you going so late at night? Is there something going on at the company?" "Don't ask about adult matters, kids. Focus on your own situation." Jiang Zhenhua coughed and said. Jiang Chengye instantly understood what Jiang Zhenhua had gone to do. "Dad, take care of yourself." Jiang Chengye laughed. "Yes, I understand, I know what I'm doing." Jiang Zhenhua nodded, then his expression suddenly turned serious. "By the way, Zhang Si told me about the Xingyao group thing. I didn't expect Chen Ziqiang to be so greedy. Once he pays the money he owes, I'll fire him." Jiang Chengye nodded, thinking that Jiang Zhenhua didn't know. After Chen Ziqiang pays off his debts, he'll probably be no different from a beggar on the street. Watching Jiang Zhenhua sit and watch the Rolls-Royce Wraith drive away. Jiang Chengye then returned to the house, washed up and lay down on his bed. It's only 9:30 p.m., which is really too early. If we follow the storyline at this point, Jiang Chengye would still be outside having a great time with Liu Yun and Tang Liaobing. Then, with a wave of his hand, a screen of light appeared in front of him. Jiang Chengye wanted to see what these chosen ones were doing now. First, let's look at Chu Tianba's current situation. The screen went completely black. A glint flashed in Jiang Chengye's eyes, and then the content in the image became as bright as day. At this moment, Chu Tianba was lying on the grass, sleeping peacefully. His hands and feet were bound with nylon rope. There were also some broken nylon ropes on the ground. I don't know who lost it. The large bump on my head hadn't fully swelled up yet, but now it was fully developed. Jiang Chengye felt like he recognized him. It looks like the same style as Yi Chen's. They're both truly blessed with good fortune. They even have the same style of bag. The camera pans to the surrounding environment. Jiang Chengye was taken aback. Several large trees that had been struck by lightning. Good grief, his two brave bodyguards really know how to pick a spot. This place looks like it's going to get struck by lightning. Then Jiang Chengye waved his hand and another chosen one, Lin Fan, appeared on the screen. "Lin Fan, what's wrong with you? Skipping work to sell vegetables." Su Weiwei stared in shock at the various vegetables displayed in her home and roared in anger. In the picture, Su Weiwei is wearing a black lace camisole and black lace leggings. Her legs were incredibly long. She is a beauty of the same caliber as Chen Limon and Wang Zia. Her hair was wet, clearly freshly washed. Lin Fan was busy arranging the vegetables in front of him, not even glancing at Su Weiwei. Jiang Chengye frowned slightly in front of the light screen. Goodness, they can still play with vegetables in this kind of scene, but they don't play with huxia cabbage. That's incredibly composed. Awesome. Lin Fan, what's wrong with you? You've disgraced the Su family by going out to sell vegetables. Do you even know that? Su Weiwei stomped her feet hard on the floor twice and said angrily. His face almost turned green with anger. Lin Fan ignored Su Weiwei's words, picked up a plastic bottle full of water from the side and sprayed water on the pile of vegetables. Several holes were poked in the bottle cap just like a shower, and every vegetable was moistened. He was a professional at selling vegetables. He, the god of war, felt restless if he didn't sell vegetables for a day. Moreover, Lin Fan had absolutely no feelings for Su Weiwei. After all, he was a pure love war god. His wife in his own world is still waiting for him to come back. He wouldn't take this opportunity to do something that would betray his wife. Fine, you're not going to say anything, huh? Go ahead and sell vegetables if you want, I don't care. Go sleep on the sofa. Su Weiwei stormed upstairs while Lin Fan continued tending to the pile of fresh vegetables in front of him. Get up early tomorrow, sell all the vegetables first, then go to the meeting point. Set up your stall at 5 a.m., and you should be sold out by 6 a.m. Lin Fan smiled slightly and said in a low voice, he only buys ordinary vegetables. If you go early, the food will probably be completely devoured by those middle-aged women and men very quickly. Jiang Chengye, standing in front of the light screen, was stunned upon hearing this. This Lin Fan was quite eccentric. I came into this world to sell vegetables, what a talent! However, something suddenly occurred to Jiang Chengye and he exclaimed in surprise, a son-in-law. He once read a novel on Earth called The Strongest Son-in-Law. Lin Fan's various traits highly overlap with those of the protagonist in the book, and they all like selling vegetables, and the protagonist is a pure-hearted war god. No wonder Lin Fan remained unmoved by this erotic scene. They only have eyes for those few pieces of food that are worse than vegetables. Pretty dedicated, going to sell vegetables at 5 in the morning, impressive. Jiang Chengye's lips twitched slightly, and he said with a speechless expression. If Jiang Chengye weren't used to getting up so early, he would definitely have gone to Lin Fan's vegetable stall. Then, with a wave of his hand, another scene appeared. This is another picture of Yi Tian. A dynamic, subtle energy emanates from within with various lights shimmering. It was a nightclub. Meanwhile, Yi Tian was dancing energetically on the dance floor. She was surrounded by 4 heavily made-up, scantily clad beauties. Unconsciously, his little hands would occasionally brush against these beautiful women. Jiang Chengye stared at Yi Tian in the screen with a look of shock. This Yi Tian is something else. His technique was remarkably skillful. I don't know which book the protagonist is from. Just then, Jiang Chengye suddenly noticed something. He actually flashed the same smile as Yi Chen. Chu Tianba's wicked smile was perfectly normal. Only Yi Tian and Yi Chen's crooked mouths were most similar, although not as monstrous as Yi Chen, but the curve of that crooked mouth is a level above Chu Tianba's. Yi Tian, Yi Chen. Jiang Chengye looked at Yi Tian in the picture and murmured softly. Then a glint of light flashed in his eyes. This guy might have had a similar experience to Yi Chen. He's the protagonist of a fanfiction. Otherwise, most main characters simply couldn't pull off that kind of crooked mouth. Looking at Yi Tian's writhing body and his constantly reaching out groping hands, several heavily made-up beauties, their faces were already filled with emotion. Yi Tian knew the time had come. They whispered something in each other's ears and the others blushed. But after exchanging a glance, they both nodded slightly. Then they followed Yi Tian and left, heading to a nearby hotel. Wow, Yi Tian's really something else. He loves seafood feasts and isn't picky at all. Jiang Chengye gave a thumbs up to the light screen. The 4 girls Yi Tian took away were all beautiful, but they all wore heavy makeup. Once you remove the makeup, you won't know. The images on the light screen gradually became distorted. Jiang Chengye exclaimed that it was an eyesore and quickly cut the scene off. The character in the scene has changed to another chosen one, Gu Chen. At this moment, Gu Yan was using his phone as a light source and holding a stone carving tool in his hand, vigorously poking at the stone wall in front of him. Gravel flew everywhere. It's unclear how long Gu Chen has been poking at it, but it's already taking shape as a large hole. The surrounding area was already piled with rubble. Jiang Chengye frowned. None of these chosen ones are normal, are they? Is this person here to perform wilderness survival? The excavation work was nearing completion at this point. Gu Chen took out a winnowing basket from his side and carefully cleared away the pebbles from the ground, one basket at a time. Then they gathered a pile of dry wood and threw it into the cave. He patted himself down and exclaimed in surprise, "Holy crap, where's my lighter?" After searching for a long time without finding a lighter, Gu Chen had no choice but to resort to his best trick. Start a fire by rubbing sticks together. Without any other tools, the skillful use of friction to start a fire often requires only two simple hands. Gu Chen bent over, holding a wooden stick between his hands. On the ground was a large piece of dry wood with some filamentous tinder on top. He began to rub his hands together. The constant friction, his hands moved so fast they left afterimages. Soon, small flames appeared, igniting the tinder. Gu Chen was overjoyed. Then the fire grew bigger and bigger. Gu Chen quickly put the fire into the newly dug cave. Instantly, flames shot into the sky. A raging fire erupted inside the cave, continuously scorching the stone walls. Jiang Chengye, standing in front of the light screen, finally understood what Gu Chen was planning to do. This is like digging a hole for yourself. This guy is planning to sleep on the mountain. I have to say, they're pretty damn professional. This guy looks like the protagonist of a legendary healer story. He probably has a wild master in his world who guided him through cultivation on the mountain. It's probably become a side effect. Jiang Chengye shook his head. Jiang Chengye was extremely disappointed in all four of them. One loved married women, one loved selling vegetables, one loved seafood, and one loved the wilderness. Moreover, Chu Tianba's strength today is quite formidable, strictly speaking. Just based on his aura alone, Jiang Chengye estimates that even Yi Chen would be in serious trouble, but for him, it would only take one kick. It's an absolute knockout. Chu Tianba didn't even have a chance to react. So in short, the main characters of these four urban areas are like mobs that can be easily defeated in one move in front of him. What Jiang Chengye truly cared about was the chosen one of destiny in the cultivation realm. After all, cultivating immortality was Jiang Chengye's dream. He could move mountains and fill seas, destroy the heavens and the earth, and be omnipotent. This must be quite a tricky situation. Just as Jiang Chengye was about to switch to Wang Teng's screen, his phone suddenly rang. A message arrived. It's a picture sent by Tang Shiyu. Jiang Chengye clicked on it and his eyes widened immediately. The picture was a selfie that Sun Xiaoyu sent her. It was a selfie with the birthday celebrant Yi Chen. In the photo, Yi Chen's eyes are closed and the corners of his mouth are slightly twisted. It seems they have suffered some unbearable pain. Wasn't Yi Chen's birthday bag cured by Chu Tianba, and isn't that Sun Xiaoyu making a peace sign? Wang Defa, what's going on? Jiang Chengye was completely stunned. The clothes Sun Xiaoyu is wearing in the photo are the same ones she wore when we met that afternoon. This proves that this incident occurred shortly after Sun Xiaoyu left. I just cured Yi Chen this morning and he was beaten up again this afternoon. Yi Chen has committed a terrible sin. Just then, Tang Shiyu sent another message. Yi Chen is doomed this time. The Martial Arts Bureau knows his identity, evil grin emoji. Jiang Chengye was utterly shocked. Could it be that Yi Chen had been reported? Then he sent Tang Shiyu a mischievous smiley face. After exchanging a few sweet words, they ended their chat. Jiang Chengye originally wanted to watch Wang Teng, but after thinking about it, he decided to watch Yi Chen first since that kid was the main character. The scene shifts to a very simple room with daylight lamps hanging from the ceiling. There was a metal bed and a toilet that was not covered at all. There was nothing else there. This was the Martial Arts Bureau's prison. Don't let its ordinary appearance fool you. Even a grandmaster couldn't break through this wall. The cell doors that confine freedom are made of a special metal that even a grandmaster cannot bend. Yi Chen was lying on the iron bed, his face still very peaceful. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of his chest, one would have thought he was already dead. There was a bright red stain on his crotch area. Jiang Chengye wondered, could Yi Chen be a woman and is she on her period? Just then, strange sounds came from the screen. 7. Bump. You still touch it, I've won. Oh yeah. Jiang Chengye looked completely bewildered, then switched the camera to the next room. The room next door had the same setup, but it had 3 more beds than Yi Chen's room. There's also a mahjong machine. At that moment, the 4 people were playing mahjong. Jiang Chengye took a look and exclaimed, "Good heavens, aren't these Yi Chen's sworn brothers Chen Wu and his 3 companions? Why are they playing mahjong next to Yi Chen's house? Hey, 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 doesn't your Dragon King care about this? And isn't this a prison cell? How can there be a mahjong machine? That's outrageous." Jiang Chengye was completely numb from staring. But what happened next almost made Jiang Chengye laugh himself to death. "Brother Wu, do you think the Dragon King would kill us if he found out we betrayed him, 6 of bamboo? I'm a little worried too. After all, the Dragon King can kill an entire family at once, 7 of them. What's there to be afraid of? The Dragon King lives next door anyway, what can he do to us? Once we're in the hands of the Dragon Kingdom's officials, we're definitely not getting out, Kyujo." Upon hearing this, Chen Wu's hand trembled slightly, and his expression became somewhat unnatural. After all, he was the one who started the whole thing of selling Yi Chen. If Yi Chen knew, he would definitely have sent it, but there was nothing he could do. Yi Chen had tricked him first. 9 bang. Chen Wu shook his head helplessly. "Don't think about that anymore, we have no choice but to sell." "Ma Zai is right, we're definitely not getting out this time. Didn't you hear people say that even a grandmaster can't break through this wall? Even if the Dragon King woke up, he couldn't get through. Besides, do you think we'd even have a chance to play mahjong if we didn't sell?" Zhang San and Li Si nodded, seemingly agreeing with this logic. The reason these people are still able to have a mahjong machine here is entirely due to their active cooperation with the work. "Alright, stop talking and focus on playing mahjong, big pancake." Jiang Chengye, who was outside the light screen, burst into laughter. "Hahaha, Yi Chen must have encountered a ghost, this Chen Wu is so rebellious. How come I didn't see it before and just sold him out? No wonder he's in such a sorry state. It's hilarious, all for playing mahjong, that's too much." A few minutes later, Jiang Chengye finally stopped smiling. It seems Yi Chen has completely fallen at the hands of his own people. These 5 chosen ones are even helping him navigate the plot. He'll probably be completely dumbfounded tomorrow. Jiang Chengye took a deep breath to calm himself down. Then, with a wave of his hand, a dark grove of trees appeared before him. At this moment, Wang Teng, wearing his school uniform, was sitting cross-legged in the woods. Jiang Chengye could clearly see the white gaseous substance around him slowly gathering towards Wang Teng. This caused the surrounding trees to rustle. Wang Teng slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. He opened his bright eyes, clenched his hands, and said calmly, "Only at the foundation establishment stage, so weak. The spiritual energy in this world is truly thin, almost like those remote border towns. But this creation technique is truly powerful. Indeed, the effect of this recultivation is far greater than in my previous life." Then he slowly stood up, his feet gradually leaving the ground, and he floated up, rebuilding. This guy is definitely a protagonist from a novel with a powerful reincarnation and a modern-day rebuilding trope, and he's doing it ridiculously fast. He's already at the foundation establishment stage. I wonder if I can even beat him. Jiang Chengye looked at Wang Teng floating in the image and immediately cast an envious glance at him. "So, you can fly once you've reached the foundation establishment stage? Why didn't you even arrange anything for me before you kick the bucket?" Then Wang Teng disappeared from the spot in the scene. Ripples appeared in the surrounding space, then it suddenly appeared again. "Is this the power of space?" Jiang Chengye exclaimed in surprise. Just now, Wang Teng had clearly disappeared from the spot, but Jiang Chengye could clearly see that he was still there. Jiang Chengye knew this was spatial power because he also possessed it. This is the ability that Xiao Tong gave him. Unexpectedly, Wang Teng was able to master it. Although Jiang Chengye thought Wang Teng's mastery of spatial power was immature, Wang Teng didn't have a system. Moreover, based on my years of reading cultivation novels, being able to control spatial power during the foundation establishment stage is already incredibly awesome. In this situation, you can only play a single 6. This Wang Teng has the bearing of an emperor. Jiang Chengye said with a solemn expression. Jiang Chengye couldn't help but think of the Heavenly Dao behind it all. Even the chosen ones of destiny are this abnormal. As the heavenly Dao, wouldn't that be even stronger? At this moment, Jiang Chengye felt a strong sense of crisis. It seems that not killing them was the right decision. If those 5 heavenly Dao cultivators had been pushed too far, who knows what they might have done. Although Xiao Tong was a bug, he was replaced by the heavenly Dao of this world. One can imagine how terrifying the power of these heavenly Daos is. One's own strength is given by the system, so it's calculated this way. Jiang Chengye felt that he definitely couldn't defeat the will of heaven. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Chengye caused the scene in front of him to disappear. Although they cannot defeat the heavenly Dao, dealing with these main characters is still a piece of cake. Jiang Chengye's lips curled up slightly. Right now, those heavenly Dao beings outside were unaware of what was happening inside. As long as these chosen ones survive, they will have no idea what's going on inside. Now it seems that Chu Tianba and Yi Tian are no good among these people. Lin Fan is purely in love with the god of war. His only concern is selling vegetables. There's nothing wrong with that. This Gu Chen is just causing some environmental damage. Wang Teng is only a junior high school student, but he poses the greatest threat. Looks like we'll have to get this done masked. Locking them all up is the wisest choice. Jiang Chengye slowly reached out and grabbed at the space in front of him, causing ripples to spread across the space. A bronze mask appeared in his hand. Looking at the mask in his hand, Jiang Chengye couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. This was given to him by Xiao Tong in his first life to conceal his identity and protect the female protagonists. Jiang Chengye was speechless. Such a high-end system could hide one's identity so easily by simply presenting a mask. Although it's a system, it's packed with technology. This mask can even change your voice. Whether it's a cute lowly voice or a mature woman voice, it can all be transformed. It can also mimic other people's voices. Very humane. In his first life, Jiang Chengye wore this mask and impersonated Yi Chen's voice to secretly protect the female protagonists. I never expected the system to trick me. His identity was eventually discovered. Jiang Chengye felt a little suspicious, as if this system had some ulterior motive. Otherwise, why would he have set such a trap for himself in his first life? But what is the purpose of this? Jiang Chengye really couldn't understand what the system was after. In the end, he ruined himself. Isn't this just shooting ourselves in the foot? Jiang Chengye couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking about it. I'm going to take a shower. Tomorrow I plan to deal with these chosen ones first. In his sleep, Jiang Chengye dreamed of the system again. Xiao Tong, are you dead or not? In his dream, Jiang Chengye asked the system a question in confusion. The system remained silent as if it couldn't see him and patted the maid's stomach beside it. A broad smile. It seems to be something happy. This time, Jiang Chengye finally got a clear look at the maid. She has a very sweet appearance and pink hair. Jiang Chengye felt like he had seen this outfit somewhere before. They're somewhat like those 2 female heavenly Taoists. Hey host, what are you doing here? You can't be spying on my privacy. You should go back. Azure Star still needs you. From Jiang Chengye's perspective, Xiao Tong turned to look at Jiang Chengye and chuckled. Then, with a gentle wave of his hand, Jiang Chengye felt the world spinning around him. Damn. Jiang Chengye exclaimed in surprise, then suddenly woke up. I realized I was still in my own room. It was already the second day. Jiang Chengye frowned slightly. This dream is way too damn realistic. He quickly got out of bed, calling out, Uncle Fu, Uncle Fu. He shouted as he put on his shoes. Young master, what is it? Uncle Fu's voice came from outside the door. Quick, get me a truckload of ghost money. Also, call a funeral wreath shop and get a truckload of paper effigies. Make sure they're in maid outfits and pink ones at that. Zhou Dafu, standing outside the door, was stunned. His smile froze and his face was full of question marks. Young master, what are you going to do? A truckload of Chow Tai Fook cash was acceptable before, but a truckload of ghost money plus a truckload of paper effigies dressed as maids, what's the point? Don't ask so many questions, just get it done. The sooner the better. If 1 store isn't enough, go to 2. Jiang Chengye urged. This is the umpteenth time the system has appeared in my dreams, and the characters in the dreams are always very clear. It's a maid. The system definitely wants him to burn a few maids for him. I planned to burn it last time, but I got so busy that I forgot. Today I'll just burn a truckload of maids for him, along with a truckload of ghost money worth 100 million. Tong, just stay there and make sure you do well. If you need anything, just let me know and I'll burn it for you. Jiang Chengye clasped his hands together and said with a devout expression. Meanwhile, in a space millions of light years away, Xiao Tong looked at the distant Milky Way and said helplessly, I never imagined that the host's soul could track us all this way. If the host possessed immense soul power, they would probably realize this wasn't a dream. It was 8 o'clock in the morning and the owner of the funeral wreath shop hadn't opened yet. The boss is currently sleeping in the arms of his rather muscular wife. It gave me a great sense of security. Just then there was an urgent knock on the door. Boss, open the door. Big business. The people knocking on the door were Jiang's bodyguards. This is Jiangbei's wreath-lined street. At this moment the owners of more than a dozen shops were all called up. There's nothing else to it but ghost money, which is easy to get, just load it into the car. But it will take some time to make a truckload of maids. Song Zhang was startled awake by the loud knocking on the door. He climbed out of his wife's arms. His face was full of displeasure. This is even bigger business than opening a funeral wreath shop. Song Zhang had never heard of anyone dying in a family. It was a big business. It's nothing more than a set of 3 items, candles, paper money, and wreaths. Taking more would simply mean getting 2 more boxes of fireworks. How can this be called a big business? Here it comes. Here it comes. Song Zhang replied to the door with dissatisfaction. As soon as the door opened, I saw several bodyguards wearing sunglasses and black suits. They were all muscular, strong men. Song Zhang's dissatisfaction vanished instantly. He immediately put on a smiling expression. Just kidding, this is clearly a professional team. If you have a temper, you might end up serving yourself. Gentlemen, what would you like to buy? Liu Wu, the leader, glanced into the room, then waved his hand at the other bodyguards behind him. Go inside and move it. Song Zhang was completely stunned. Move what? The only person I could move inside was my wife. Everything else had to be carried. Gentlemen, what's going on here? Before Song Zhang could speak, Liu Wu took out 2 bundles of red bills from his pocket and handed them to him. Looking at the 2 bundles of red bills in his hand, Song Zhang was stunned. This was a really big deal. Hey bosses, take whatever you like. But that wasn't all. Liu Wu then took out 2 bundles of red bills and a photo of a girl in a pink maid outfit. Make 10 paper figures according to the picture and be quick, you only have 1 hour. Song Zhang was shocked when he saw the photo. The deceased had quite a few tricks up his sleeve. Judging from their attire, could it be that some rich young master has passed away? 10 paper figures in an hour, that's a bit difficult. But looking at the 2 bundles of red bills in his hand, he immediately made up his mind. No problem. Liu Wu nodded in satisfaction. Then Song Zhang grabbed the photo and plunged into the back room, immediately starting to make paper figures. The same scene unfolded in other shops along this wreath-lined street. An hour later, 2 large trucks slowly drove into Flower Wreath Street and the shop owners waved goodbye. That day felt like a dream to them. I never imagined that I could earn over 10,000 yuan a day in this line of work. Inside the Jiang family villa, 2 large trucks were parked in the yard. While waiting, Jiang Chengye didn't waste any time. He chatted on the phone with Tang Shiyu for hours. Jiang Chengye waved his hand at the bodyguards, housekeeper, and cook. Come with me to the suburbs to burn paper money. Even Chow Tai Fuk got involved, since with so much ghost money, more people could burn it faster. Although no one knew what Jiang Chengye was up to, they all obediently followed him. 2 large trucks were carrying paper money and paper figures, while 3 large vans led the way, carrying people. Jiang Chengye drove his Lamborghini in the middle. This configuration attracted the attention of countless passers-by. I thought some leader had come down for an inspection. Before long, the car arrived in the suburbs. They found a large open space and everyone began unloading the goods. At Jiang Chengye's command, more than 20 bonfires were lit. Jiang Chengye clasped his hands together. Commander, we've burned over 100 maids for you. You need to be careful with your spending. We've got plenty of money. If you can't handle it, just recruit soldiers and start a rebellion over there. The system, millions of light years away, suddenly sneezed. Achoo! He touched his nose, completely bewildered. He was a system, yet he could sneeze. This has never happened before. Tian Jin-kui, standing beside him, grasped his hand and asked anxiously, Brother Tong, is something wrong? Xiao Tong patted her little hand, his face full of doting affection. Perhaps the host misses me too much. Tian Jin-kui nodded upon hearing this, then looked at Xiao Tong with a shy expression and asked, Brother Tong, after I give birth to the child, let's go back and show the baby to the host, okay? Xiao Tong was taken aback for a moment, but then nodded. Jiang Chengye will find out the truth sooner or later. This situation cannot be concealed for long. Anyway, when he takes the child back, Jiang Chengye will definitely forgive him for the sake of the child. Who knows, they might even give you a big loving hug. Good. Xiao Tong smiled and agreed. Then, with a wave of his hand, a stream of pink energy from the starry river in front of him slowly flew towards Tian Jin-kui's stomach. I'm not alone anymore, I need to replenish my energy. He patted the hollyhock's belly and laughed. Tian Jin-kui nodded slightly, her face full of happiness. Brother Tong, have you been eyeing me for a long time? She suddenly asked. Xiao Tong's expression immediately became somewhat unnatural upon hearing this. This all started when he was part of a smaller system. A sky blue star, a truckload of ghost money and a truckload of paper figures. It burned for a full hour. People passing by in the suburbs were completely stunned. Who died and had so much joss paper burned? I don't know, but it's obvious they're preparing to fight in the underworld. Look at all those paper figures over there. Why is this paper figure pink? That's not right. Holy crap, that's a maid. Jiang Chengye, the initiator, had left the scene long ago. Only Chow Tai-fuk and a few others remained at the scene. Uncle Fu, what do you think the young master is up to? Zhang Wu, holding a stick and gathering the ashes from the burnt paper money in front of him, looked at Zhou Dafu with a puzzled expression and asked, Didn't you hear what the young master said? It's to pay tribute to his friend's spirit in heaven. Zhou Dafu glanced at Liu Wu and said indifferently, as the head butler of the Jiang family, his status was naturally higher than that of these bodyguards, so he naturally had to appear more composed in front of them. He racked his brains but still couldn't figure out who Jiang Chengye knew. Just then, Chow Tai-fuk's phone rang. It was a call from Jiang Zhenhua. Chow Tai-fuk then remembered that his master had gone to chat about life with the surprise anchor last night. He quickly answered the call and Jiang Zhenhua's dissatisfied voice came through. Dafu, where are you now? What time is it? Why haven't you come to pick me up yet? Master, we just burned paper money and a JK made for the young master. We'll be right there. Jiang Zhenhua on the other end of the phone was completely dumbfounded. Burning paper money? Burning JK maids? This is another commotion. I'm perfectly fine on my own, so who's this JK maid outfit for? Looking at the beautifully dressed anchorwoman beside him and the maid outfit she had just changed out of, Jiang Zhenhua felt completely disgusted. Jiang Chengye drove the car towards the old town. He was going to pick up Chen Limin and Yunian to move to their new house. They also took him to complete the formalities. Gu Rongzhen has already made the arrangements. Before long, the car arrived at the gate of Chen Limin's courtyard. As soon as I got out of the car, I saw a group of people gathered in front of a family's door. Jiang Chengye's car had just stopped. All those people looked at Jiang Chengye, who was a resident of the area. Even Chen Limin, holding Yunian, stood in the crowd. Young Master Jiang has arrived, get out of the way. Someone shouted, and everyone quickly made way for Jiang Chengye. Uncle Chengye. Yunian broke free from Chen Limin's embrace and threw herself into Jiang Chengye's arms. Jiang Chengye gently patted her head. Chen Limin watched the two of them, her face filled with happiness. Young Master Jiang. Just then, Huang Bingwen, wearing a red safety helmet, squeezed out from behind the crowd. He shouted with a fawning expression. Both sides were swollen up to the bone, just like a pig's head. This guy is really dedicated. He still came to work even after being beaten up like that by Jiang Chengye. What are you doing? Jiang Chengye looked at Huang Bingwen with a puzzled expression and asked. Huang Bingwen immediately stood up straight and began to report on his work. Young Master Jiang, General Manager Chen went back and held a meeting overnight to revise the plan. The compensation for this area's demolition is now 7,100 yuan per square meter. We notified the residents in the vicinity this morning, and we've already started measuring the area to prepare for the payment. Jiang Chengye nodded. It seemed that Chen Ziqiang was still somewhat efficient. However, once he finished filling the hole, the old man should get lost since Jiang Chengye had already made his statement yesterday. No wonder so many people are gathered here to watch. Young Master Jiang, thanks to you, our demolition compensation has increased to 7,100 yuan per square meter. We are so grateful. That's right, if the compensation for demolition had been given like this earlier, we would have willingly let them demolish our property long ago. Young Master Jiang, you are our benefactor. Young Master Jiang, I hope you and Xiaomin will be happy. Oh yeah. Everyone thanked her profusely, but what did this have to do with Xiaomin wanting to be happy? Is there some misunderstanding? Chen Limin blushed and lowered her head silently, offering no rebuttal. It seems to be an implicit acceptance. Jiang Chengye could only manage an awkward laugh. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the nearby residents, he mentioned taking Chen Limin for treatment. He carried Chen Limin and Yunian into the car. They left amidst envious glances from the crowd. They drove the mother and daughter to the city center. The experimental primary school is located in the city center. Uncle Fu has already found a house for us. Now we're just taking the mother and daughter there to see it. If it's suitable, move it over directly. If you don't like it, just replace it. That's just how capricious I am. Lushan residence. This is the closest apartment-style housing to the experimental primary school. It's also the most expensive house in the area. A single room can cost over 30,000 yuan per square meter. Jiang Chengye drove his car directly to the sales office. It immediately attracted the attention of countless people. The sales staff at Lushanju knew Jiang Chengye was no ordinary person as soon as they saw his car, and they all rushed out to greet him. This is a big client. Hello, I'm Mei Li, the sales manager of Lushanju. How can I help you? Dressed in a business suit, Mei Li walked to Jiang Chengye's car, bent down and said. Her proud breasts were completely exposed when Mei Li bent over. Jiang Chengye glanced at it out of the corner of his eye. It was all white, because he was wearing sunglasses. Mary didn't notice. Even if they discover it, they might bend even lower. Although Mei Li wasn't exceptionally beautiful, she was still considered a pretty girl, and she has a very mature and sophisticated air about her. However, to reach the position of manager, one must be at least 30 years old. She's at the level of a young married woman, still so revealing. That's life. I'm here to look at the apartment. Jiang Chengye took off his sunglasses, opened the car door and got out of the car. The girls present were instantly captivated by Jiang Chengye's good looks, and they all looked at him with hearts in their eyes. The male salespeople were filled with envy and jealousy, and some of the passers-by even seemed to have hearts in their eyes. Why is fate so unfair, so rich and so handsome? How are we ordinary folks supposed to survive? Tusk, God is absolutely fair. He gave him money and good looks, but he also made him lose something else. What is it? Trouble. Mei Li has been a salesperson for many years and has seen countless people. She had long since ingrained composure and calmness into her very being, but at this moment, seeing Jiang Chengye made her heart race and her face flush red. Wow, he's so handsome, even more handsome than those big stars, and so rich too. I really want to sleep in the same bed with him and count the stars together. Chen Limin also led Yunian out of the passenger seat. Upon seeing Yunian and Chen Limin, the girls present were all greatly disappointed. It turns out he was a married man and even had a daughter. The boys' eyes lit up with hearts when they saw Chen Limin. Phew. A bunch of traitors. Sir, do you have an appointment? Mei asked in a low voice, feeling a little ashamed when she saw Chen Limin. They're both young married women, but the difference is so striking. An appointment? I don't think I need an appointment. My surname is Jiang. Jiang Chengye laughed. There is a building in Lushanju that Jiang Zhenhua bought for his employees who do not own property in the area. Of course, only outstanding employees are eligible. Upon hearing this, Mei Li was startled and quickly suppressed the slight flutter in her heart. This is the young master of Jiangcheng Group. Even their own bosses have to bow and scrape before them and treat them well. This is a matter of life and death. Oh, it's young Master Jiang. Please come in. Mr. Zhou has already made the arrangements over the phone. The keys are with me. I'll take you to see the apartment. This Mr. Zhou, of course, refers to Chow Tai-Fuk. Jiang Chengye nodded, preparing to take Chen Limin and her daughter upstairs to see the apartment. After all, Chen Limin would be his secretary in name only from now on. It is perfectly reasonable for one's secretary to live here. In fact, Jiang Chengye was already planning to buy a set directly since the black card was completely useless to him. I've saved up enough pocket money to reach several small goals. However, considering that Chen Limin might not accept it, they decided to leave it at that. Moreover, this place is only a little over 100 meters away from the experimental primary school. It's also convenient for Union to go to school. Uncle Chengye, will my mom and I live here from now on? Union stepped forward, grabbed Jiang Chengye's hand, and asked, her little face full of excitement. Jiang Chengye pinched his little cheek. Union will live here with mommy from now on, and the school Uncle Chengye found for Union is nearby, so Union can play with his friends there. Great! Union cheered, her face full of excitement. Looking at Union, Chen Limin also smiled happily. He looked at Jiang Chengye with a hint of impulsiveness in his eyes, thinking to himself, Chengye, I will definitely work hard and be a capable secretary. Just as the three of them were preparing to go house hunting with Melly. His phone rang. It was Wang Zia calling. He frowned slightly. When would this girl Wang Zia take the initiative to call him? He answered the phone and Wang Zia's anxious voice came through. Hey, Jiang Chengye. I can't get in touch with you. I haven't seen her all morning. Is she with you now? Jiang Chengye was slightly taken aback. Ewer had been on the phone with him for an hour so early in the morning. He finally said he was going to work before hanging up. How could we suddenly lose contact with them? Jiang Chengye suddenly realized that today, according to the original plot, was the day Tang Shiyu was kidnapped. It's them! Jiang Chengye understood instantly. Ewer is with me, don't worry, her phone just died. Jiang Chengye comforted Wang Zia on the phone, saying that only he could handle this matter. Upon hearing this, Wang Zia on the other end of the phone immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I understand. I thought something had happened to Tang Shiyu, but it turns out she's with Jiang Chengye. It's likely that someone would turn off their phone because they were doing something naughty. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chengye looked at Chen Limin and her daughter and said apologetically, Sister Xiaomin, I can't accompany you to look at apartments anymore. There's been a sudden emergency and I have to go take care of it. It's all right, go ahead. Chen Limin said softly. She had clearly seen Jiang Chengye's furrowed brows just now. It was obvious that something urgent had happened. Jiang Chengye nodded, then looked at Mei Li. Manager Mei, thank you for your help. Then he gently patted Yunyan's head. Uncle has something to do. You and Mom go look at the new house first. Uncle will come pick you up later. Yunyan nodded, her face full of obedience. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Lamborghini roared away. That roar sounded extremely angry. Jiang Chengye parked his car in an underground parking lot. Then, with a wave of his hand, a screen of light appeared in front of him. According to his speculation, it is very likely that Tang Shiyu is currently in the hands of Wang Teng and others. With a thought, Tang Shiyu appeared in the light screen. She was lying on the sofa, seemingly asleep, just like Sleeping Beauty. There was another person standing in front of him, none other than Gu Chen. At this moment, Gu Chen stared blankly out the window, his face expressionless. I wonder what she's thinking. Jiang Chengye noticed that this was the very place where he had kidnapped Tang Shiyu. It seems everything is as he guessed. This is a villa in the suburbs. The secluded location was built by Jiang Zhenhua as a place for him to meet up with news anchors when he had nothing else to do. In the original plot, Jiang Chengye kidnapped Tang Shiyu here and then planned to commit evil deeds. However, Tang Shiyu found an opportunity to call Yi Chen for help, and then Yi Chen descended like a god, defeating Jiang Chengye utterly. Next comes the scene where Sun Xiaoyu makes her appearance. Jiang Chengye was a little confused. Didn't these chosen ones say they were going to capture him to fit into the plot? Why didn't they approach me? Moreover, Gu Chen was the only one present. There's definitely something wrong with it. It's almost 10 o'clock now. The event takes place at 1 p.m. Jiang Chengye suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. Yi Chen. Yi Chen is the main character. Could it be that the others went to rescue Yi Chen? The martial arts bureau is in danger. Jiang Chengye quickly waved his hand and the scene on the light screen changed. The figure in the picture is Wang Teng. Upon seeing the scene inside, Jiang Chengye's pupils immediately contracted. Wang Teng is actually in class? Sounds came from the screen, the sound of children reading aloud. At this moment, Wang Teng also joined in. They were also reading aloud. He's no different from these students. What the heck is this? Jiang Chengye was stunned. What kind of operation was this? Judging from Wang Teng's expression, he read the text with great feeling. Contemplating the vastness of heaven and earth. Jiang Chengye was completely numb at this point. Wang Teng clearly enjoys being a student. Since Wang Teng hasn't made a move, there's still Lin Fan, Yi Tian, and Chu Tianba. The camera then focused on Lin Fan. Jiang Chengye was even more shocked. Lin Fan is still damn far away at the vegetable market right now. He was there, energetically hawking the several bags of cabbages in front of him. Didn't you get up at 5 o'clock to sell vegetables, and you still haven't sold out? Jiang Chengye said, his face full of speechlessness. This is such a ripoff. If the 5 heavenly Daos outside of Tianlin Star knew this, they would probably be so angry they'd vomit blood. This can't be blamed on Lin Fan. He originally planned to get up at 5 o'clock, but this body has a biological clock. I didn't wake up until 8 o'clock. I rushed to the market with my groceries, not even washing my face. The small cart of vegetables, driven by the enthusiastic salesman, was mostly bought up by the elderly people who arrived later, leaving only a few bags of cabbages that were somewhat wilted. But Lin Fan did not give up on them. The plan is still to sell them. He's a professional vegetable seller. Seeing Lin Fan's dedication, Jiang Chengye silently gave him a thumbs up. As expected of a son-in-law, a god of pure love, love what you do. Jiang Chengye realized at that moment that his worries were completely unnecessary. Jiang Chengye numbly switched the scene and the camera focused on Yi Tian. At this moment, Yi Tian was still in the arms of a woman, sleeping peacefully and feeling very comfortable. He was embracing 2 women on each side. However, when Jiang Chengye saw these 4 girls, his already vanished makeup made him shudder. One can only hope that when Yi Tian wakes up, he will still have that happy little smile on his face. Jiang Chengye quickly cut off the image and Chu Tianba's figure appeared on the screen. The birthday bun on Chu Tianba's head had disappeared, clearly indicating that he had given himself a few acupuncture needles. He was speeding along the highway in the fast lane at around 100 miles per hour. They also obey the law and know to use the fast lane when driving at speeds over 100 km/h. He kept clutching his lower back while running and his expression showed obvious pain, so it's probably a problem with the fuel. Jiang Chengye was already numb. After all that, only Gu Chen came to help Yi Chen. At this time, Yi Chen was still imprisoned in the Martial Arts Bureau. Judging from their appearance, they have absolutely no idea what's going on. Jiang Chengye waved his hand and the light screen in front of him disappeared. One's in school, one's selling vegetables, one's still eating steamed buns, one's still driving on the highway. How can I possibly lose? He then took out a bronze mask, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Then he drove out of the underground parking lot and headed straight for Jiang Zhenhua's suburban villa. Meanwhile, inside the villa, Gu Chen stared speechlessly at the messages on his phone. Wang Teng said he had class and would come after school at noon. Lin Fan said that he hadn't sold all his vegetables yet and he would come back as soon as he did. Chu Tianba said he was on his way here but he didn't know where he was. Moreover, they said they had discovered a significant situation. As for Yi Tian, he remained completely silent. Yi Chen was the same. Can't you have any sense of time? I've already brought this here and now you're showing me this. Blanche. Gu Chen cursed under his breath. He couldn't afford to offend Wang Teng, but he didn't expect the other 3 to be so unreliable. Even the chosen one of this world was like that. Are we still going to play or not? He suddenly regretted coming into this world. Isn't it great to have fun in my own world with my senior sisters? Now that he can no longer contact the heavenly Dao of his own world, Gu Chen has no choice but to stay here. Gu Chen frowned slightly as he glanced at Tang Shiyu lying on the sofa. His heart was only for his senior sisters. Although Tang Shiyu was very beautiful, Gu Chen had no other thoughts about her. If I had any ideas, it would be to help her with the storyline, then return to your own world. How could a piece of trash like Yi Chen be worthy of such a beautiful woman? Gu Chen shook his head and said calmly. In his opinion, neither of the 2 men surnamed Yi were any good. Then, looking at Tang Shiyu apologetically, he said, I'm sorry, but in order to return to my world, I'll have to trouble you. His assigned task yesterday was to bring Tang Xiu here. Yi Tian was responsible for capturing Jiang Chengye. Lin Fan and Chu Tianba were responsible for playing Jiang Chengye's henchmen. Yi Chen gave him a slight reprimand. Wang Teng was in charge of controlling the situation. He has the means to control Jiang Chengye and make him cooperate in the act, but now he's the only one who has completed the task. We agreed to meet at 7 o'clock. This is infuriating. At this moment, Gu Chen felt like he was a huge victim of injustice. A few minutes later, it was 11 o'clock. Gu Chen stood there blankly on the balcony, gazing at the surrounding scenery. Gu Chen. Suddenly, Lin Fan's voice came from behind him. He was immediately overjoyed that someone could enter his body without him noticing. Only a few other chosen ones remain. Moreover, Lin Fan's voice is quite distinctive. It's finally here. I've been waiting forever. Gu Chen turned his head and smiled, but when he turned around, his pupils suddenly contracted. What came into view was a person wearing a bronze mask. It's not Lin Fan at all. Who are you? Gu Chen looked at the bronze-masked man with a wary expression and asked. His intuition told him that the person in front of him was incredibly strong. In this world, no one can stand behind him silently. Only the other 4 chosen ones possess this kind of power. Of course, there's also Yi Chen, but he has to reach the pinnacle of martial arts first. Yi Chen is only at the peak of the dark force realm right now. In his eyes, he's not even worth as much as shit. Moreover, Lin Fan is only 1.78 meters tall, while the bronze-masked man in front of him is over 1.8 meters tall. It's clearly not Lin Fan. They've come with ill intentions. Guess. The bronze-masked man changed his voice. This time the voice belonged to Chu Tianba, and this bronze-masked man was none other than Jiang Chengye. It's only a 5 or 6 minute walk from the city center to here. Jiang Chengye parked his car a few hundred meters away and walked over. Tang Xiyu's Porsche 911 was parked in front of the villa. Gu Chen is clearly unprofessional. Tang Xiyu's car shouldn't be here. It seems like this is the first time they've done something like this. Gu Chen was already shocked. The person in front of me must know about their affairs. Otherwise, they wouldn't have mocked him like that. But Gu Chen really couldn't figure out who it was. They are the Heavenly Dao of their own world, and they were transported to this world using the power of the Heavenly Dao. Who can know their identities? Could this being be the Heavenly Dao of this world? Impossible. The Heavenly Dao of this world has disappeared. This is the answer given by all 5 Heavenly Daos. It can't be fake. Gu Chen felt like his brain wasn't working properly at that moment. Who are you anyway, pretending to be some kind of ghost? Gu Chen clenched his fist slightly, looking at Jiang Chengye with icy eyes and asked. Although he couldn't discern the strength of the person before him, Gu Chen had no intention of simply standing there. He's prepared to strike first. What makes you want to make a move? Jiang Chengye's lips curled up in a disdainful smile. Strike when the iron is hot. Gu Chen roared, raised his hand, and several silver needles flew out, piercing towards Jiang Chengye's body. Jiang Chengye didn't even bother to dodge and just stood there. Seeing that Jiang Chengye did not dodge, Gu Chen was delighted. Don't underestimate the small silver needles. They are all aimed at fatal spots. Eyes, throat, heart. That silver needle was fired at the peak of his martial arts prowess. It could easily pierce even a 2-meter thick steel plate. If you get hit, you'll die instantly and the feast will begin right there. He had already foreseen Jiang Chengye collapsing to the ground, but when the silver needles made a ding sound on Jiang Chengye's body, it produced a metallic clanging sound. How is that possible? Gu Chen exclaimed in surprise. Apart from someone like Wang Teng, even Chu Tianba, Yi Tian, and Lin Fan couldn't possibly block his silver needles with their bare bodies. At that moment, the silver needle was flung away, piercing through the ceiling and floor. Jiang Chengye's brows furrowed slightly beneath his bronze mask. This villa belongs to his father, Jiang Zhenhua, so it's essentially his property. Breaking into a private residence and attempting to kill to cover it up. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen broke out in a cold sweat. I've never felt this way, not even when facing the biggest villain in my world. Who are you? You're not from this world. Gu Chen asked in a deep voice. The only explanation now is that the bronze-masked figures before them are from another world just like them. Moreover, he should also be a chosen one. Otherwise, without the help of heaven, it would have been impossible for me to come into this world. What makes you think I'm not from this world? I already told you you trespassed, kidnapped my girlfriend, and even attacked me. How do you plan to settle this? Jiang Chengye laughed, then removed the bronze mask. Upon seeing Jiang Chengye remove his mask, Gu Chen's pupils immediately contracted. His eyes were filled with shock. Jiang Chengye. The reason Gu Chen knew Jiang Chengye was simply because it was impossible for him not to know him. There was also a photo of Jiang Zhenhua and Jiang Chengye on the coffee table. Gu Chen was completely dumbfounded. Isn't Jiang Chengye a minor villain? Wasn't he just someone used as a stepping stone by their chosen one? But if someone with that kind of strength is just a minor villain, then what's the point of Yi Chen playing around? He might as well just commit suicide. At this moment, a question popped into Gu Chen's mind. Who exactly is the chosen one? Is it possible they've contacted the wrong person? It's me. Weren't you looking for me to help you with the storyline? Why are you so surprised to see me? Jiang Chengye laughed. How did you know? Gu Chen asked in a low voice. How should I know? That's not your concern. What you should be concerned about now is how you're going to escape from me. Jiang Chengye raised his hand and ripples spread through the space around Gu Chen. Gu Chen was immediately alarmed and tried to dodge but found himself unable to move. My body is bound, the way of heaven, you are the way of heaven. Gu Chen said with a look of horror. He had only ever experienced such methods in the hands of the Heavenly Dao. He completed his storyline and stood at the pinnacle of the world. He thought he was invincible, but after completing the storyline of his own world, the Heavenly Dao threw a script in his face and he realized that he was nothing more than a pawn. It's merely a tool for the Heavenly Dao to enhance its own power. I'm not the Heavenly Dao, I'm just an ordinary minor villain. Jiang Chengye grinned, then she slowly walked up to Gu Chen. What do you want to do? Gu Chen asked, a hint of fear in his eyes. Why are you talking so much? Leave them alone for a while, I'll bring them to keep you company. With a thought, Jiang Chengye conjured a spatial rift that swallowed Gu Chen whole. Gu Chen's figure slowly disappeared from the spot. This was a skill given to him by Xiao Tong. A spatial cage. It was nothingness inside, it was pitch black. This was Jiang Chengye's first time using it. We'll wait for you here. Jiang Chengye looked into the distance, a slight smile playing on his lips. Then he turned and went inside, looking at Tang Shiyu lying on the sofa, pressed gently on its neck. Tang Shiyu's eyelashes trembled slightly as she slowly opened her eyes. Where am I, Naria? Upon seeing Jiang Chengye in front of her, Tang Shiyu suddenly stood up and buried herself in his arms. Chengye, was it you who knocked me unconscious and tied me up? She whispered in Jiang Chengye's ear. She clearly remembered that Jiang Chengye had brought her here and she remembered every scene that had happened here. Actually, there's no need for that. If you want, I'm available anytime at your house or mine, the kitchen, the living room, anywhere. She blushed and said, after chatting on the phone with Jiang Chengye this morning, I was getting ready to go to the company when I suddenly felt dizzy and passed out as soon as I got in the car. Before losing consciousness, he thought it was that brat Yi Chen. However, he immediately realized that Yi Chen was still in the Martial Arts Bureau's prison and couldn't do anything about it. Only Jiang Chengye would have this motive. Jiang Chengye was both amused and exasperated by Tang Shiyu's words. This girl actually thought that he had kidnapped him and brought him here again. Although he's been tied up 9 times, this time it really isn't him. And those phrases like your house, my house, living room, and kitchen are all incredibly suggestive. He strongly suspected that Tang Shiyu had secretly taken further studies. Pretty professional, what are you saying? What kitchen and living room? I don't understand. Jiang Chengye whispered a wicked laugh in his ear. Hate. Tang Shiyu gently punched Jiang Chengye's chest. I'll give you a little punch to the chest. Jiang Chengye's lips curled up slightly and he picked her up in a princess carry. Then he sat down on the sofa. He lifted Tang Shiyu's chin, licked his lips and said, what you're doing is a crime. Tang Shiyu's pretty face was as red as a ripe apple at this moment. Her eyes were slightly unfocused. Are the regrets of my past life about to be remedied now? I was a little shy and not prepared at all. She closed her eyes, slowly tilted her head back and pouted. They are incredibly cute. Jiang Chengye gently pinched her small mouth with his hand. She frowned and gave a soft snort, then opened her eyes and glared angrily at Jiang Chengye. You bad guy. Jiang Chengye chuckled. We still have to wait here for those chosen ones. Now is not a good time for that kind of thing. If nothing were to happen now, Tang Shiyu would definitely be devoured by it. You should go back to the company first. That girl Wang Zia can't get in touch with you, she even called me just now. Tang Shiyu rolled her eyes at Jiang Chengye upon hearing this. It's all because of you, you wicked guy, that you insisted on tying me up here. Jiang Chengye gently patted her head. Since Tang Shiyu has misunderstood, let it be to avoid causing her worry. It's better for Tang Shiyu not to know these things. Seeing the doting look in Jiang Chengye's eyes, Tang Shiyu felt a sweet warmth in her heart. Why don't you? She asked shyly. She was even hinting at this opportune moment. And having tied yourself to this place, are you sure you don't want to do something? What are you thinking with that little head of yours? Do you think I'm that kind of person? I'm a gentleman, I'm a scholar of the spring and autumn annals. Jiang Chengye said with a serious expression. Tang Shiyu laughed heartily at Jiang Chengye's antics. She got up and straightened her clothes. Everything was found to be normal, even the clothes hadn't been touched. She couldn't help but secretly roll her eyes at Jiang Chengye. They really did tie themselves to this place and did absolutely nothing. Hateful, aren't you leaving? Tang Shiyu picked up the phone and car keys from the table and looked at Jiang Chengye, asking him in confusion. I have something to do, you go back first, I'll pick you up later. Jiang Chengye laughed. As soon as Tang Shiyu turned on her phone, she saw more than a dozen missed calls. All of these calls were from Wang Zia. It seems there's something urgent at the company. Tang Shiyu lowered her head and kissed Jiang Chengye. Then I'll be going now. Jiang Chengye nodded, licked his lips and said, Go ahead, I'll pick you up later and show you what a true gentleman is. Tang Shiyu giggled upon hearing this. I'm waiting for you. Watching Tang Shiyu's departing figure, Jiang Chengye clicked his tongue inwardly, thinking that a bloody battle was about to break out. After Tang Shiyu left, ripples began to appear in the space in front of Jiang Chengye. Then Gu Chen's figure slowly appeared. Gu Chen gasped for breath, plopped down on the ground, his eyes filled with terror. After the spatial rift swallowed him, he was plunged into darkness. It was truly dark without a single ray of light. Moreover, he couldn't move. He thought he was going to die. Tell me, what is your plan? Jiang Chengye looked at Gu Chen calmly and asked. Gu Chen was completely terrified by Jiang Chengye's methods. He never wanted to experience that endless darkness again. At this moment, he truly regretted believing in the words of heaven. He no longer wanted immortality. He wants to go home. He misses his senior sister QAQ. The villains here are more terrifying than the Heavenly Dao. He felt that the Heavenly Dao of this world had vanished, completely destroyed by the person before him. In response to Jiang Chengye's question, Gu Chen revealed everything, immediately telling Jiang Chengye about their entire plan. Jiang Chengye listened and nodded. I see. Jiang Chengye nodded slightly. Everyone was assigned a task. Yi Tian was tasked with capturing him and bringing him here to be controlled by Wang Teng. Gu Chen was responsible for bringing Tang Shiyu here. Chu Tianba and Lin Fan played the roles of Jiang Chengye's underlings. Their job was to cheer and encourage from the sidelines. That makes perfect sense. Completely different from the original storyline, Jiang Chengye was speechless. This plot was incredibly perfunctory. As a professional, he disagreed. It's completely uninspired. Can you let me go? I promise I won't help Yi Chen again. Gu Chen looked at Jiang Chengye with a pleading expression and asked. Jiang Chengye glanced at Gu Chen. I'll let you go, but I'm sorry, not right now. Now that he was already on the front lines, how could Jiang Chengye let Gu Chen leave so easily? Upon hearing this, Gu Chen felt a deep sense of sorrow. However, if you submit to me and become my subordinate, you might have a glimmer of hope. Jiang Chengye looked at Gu Chen and extended an olive branch. Since we can't kill these chosen ones anyway, why not recruit them into our ranks? Although these chosen ones are nothing in front of him, any one of them could overturn the world. Moreover, it seems that no one but Jiang Chengye would take on a chosen one as a follower. This also gave the time traveler a huge boost in prestige. Gu Chen lowered his head and remained silent upon hearing this. In his world, he was a divine healer and the pinnacle of martial arts. He is revered by thousands. He was always the one taking others under his wing. He never imagined that one day he would be faced with this kind of choice. Seeing Gu Chen hesitate, Jiang Chengye frowned slightly. The space around Gu Chen began to shake. Gu Chen immediately discarded the pride in his heart. He didn't want to die. I don't want to be locked back in endless darkness anymore. I am willing to submit. Gu Chen bowed and said. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chengye's brows relaxed. By the way, a wise person knows when to yield, and you are quite good. You are a wise person. Gu Chen was so angry he wanted to curse. Faced with such overwhelming strength, he was completely speechless. Even if he wasn't a genius, he was forced to become one. Send a message saying you grabbed me along the way and tell them to come straight here. Jiang Chengye gave the instructions to Gu Chen. Gu Chen was immediately shocked upon hearing this. Jiang Chengye was planning to wipe them all out in one fell swoop. However, a glint of light flashed in his eyes immediately. Wang Teng was a variable, the chosen one from the great world. However, he immediately sighed, realizing that without enough time, Wang Teng was not even as good as him. It's all nonsense. In Jiang Chengye's hands, things would probably be even worse. He immediately took out his phone and, following Jiang Chengye's instructions, began composing a text message. Comments. Noons knock 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 knock. Get out of class is over. The school bell rang at Jiangbei Middle School, signaling the end of get out of class. Wang Teng walked out of the school gate with his school bag on his back. An Audi was parked on the side of the road. Yi Tian waved to Wang Teng from the passenger seat. Wang Teng frowned upon seeing Yi Tian. Logically speaking, Yi Tian should be with Gu Chen right now. Yi Tian's task was to bring Jiang Chengye there. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be bringing Jiang Chengye here? Wang Teng got into the car, threw his backpack aside, and questioned the driver expressionlessly. Didn't you see the group message? Gu Chen has already taken Jiang Chengye and Tang Shiyu there. He told us to just go directly there. Didn't you see the message? Yi Tian replied calmly. He was very annoyed with Wang Teng. So what if he was the chosen one of the great world? What was he pretending for? If it weren't for the heavenly Dao of his own world saying that he couldn't offend it, Yi Tian would have already slapped him twice. What a piece of trash. They really think they're something special. All four of them were at the peak of martial arts when they came to this world, while Wang Teng was just an ordinary person, but they had to follow his orders. In his world, he is king. Who dares to command him except the will of heaven? Wang Teng actually dared to question him. What the hell is he? Lin Fan, sitting in the driver's seat, nodded. Everything's arranged over there. It's just that Yi Chen's disappeared and hasn't replied in the group chat. Gu Chen told us to go there first and contact Yi Chen later. Wang Teng nodded upon hearing this. My phone was off during class and I didn't check it. Since Gu Chen has already made arrangements, let's head over now. By the way, where's Chu Tianba? He asked again. Logically speaking, Chu Tianba should have been the one to come with Lin Fan to pick him up. After all, the two of them were supposed to be the ones getting slapped in the face. I don't know, he just said he's on his way and should be here soon. Lin Fan looked at the vegetable market across the street and said. Looking at the flow of people across the street, he couldn't help but think to himself, the vegetables here must sell very quickly. Wang Teng shook his head helplessly. These three were truly unreliable. It has to be that kid Gu Chen who exceeded expectations. That deserves praise. Let's go, Wang Teng said calmly. Lin Fan floored the accelerator and the car shot forward in a flash. Before long, they arrived at the outskirts of the city at the entrance of Jiang Chengye's villa. Arrive. Lin Fan spoke to Wang Teng, who was sitting in the back row with his eyes closed. Wang Teng opened his eyes and glanced at the villa. They did not use their divine sense to investigate. He has now reached the peak of foundation establishment and nothing in this world can threaten him. Even these four chosen ones were nothing more than small ants in his eyes. Let's go, I'm exhausted after a long night. I need to finish quickly so I can go home and get some sleep. Yi Tian, looking languid, stretched and got out of the passenger seat. Although he had a lot of fun last night, Yi Tian almost burst out laughing when he woke up this morning. All four are top-tier masters of disguise. In his world, he always encounters top-tier beauties or at the very least supermodels when he goes to a bar. So I went straight to a bar as soon as I came into this world. I never expected that in this world my preconceived notion that going to a bar would guarantee encountering a beautiful woman would be shattered. I can only say that I was careless, but to be honest, this seafood meal was quite tiring. We ate our fill of all 4 seafood dishes, we almost emptied them out. Noticing Yi Tian's fatigue, Wang Teng glanced at him indifferently. Then he slowly walked towards the villa. Just then, Chu Tianba's voice came from afar. "Wait for me." The 3 of them looked up and were immediately taken aback. At this moment, Chu Tianba looks like a total non-mainstream person. Her hair was blown into a mess, she was filthy, and her shoes had ridden up to her knees. The soles of his shoes had long since disappeared from sight after his high-speed run. The 3 of them had question marks written all over their faces. Chu Tianba leaped up, spun 360 degrees in the air and landed perfectly in front of the 3 of them. Absolutely exuding domineering aura. "You're not late, are you?" Chu Tianba grinned and silently rubbed his lower back. "That G hurts, but we're all chosen ones, so we can't lose face now. Dude, weren't you going to find your wife and daughter? How come you've run into enemies and are being chased?" Yi Tian sized up Chu Tianba, stroked his chin and asked. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianba's face flashed with anger, but he quickly regained his composure and pretended nothing had happened. But he didn't intend to tell the others what happened yesterday. We are all respectable people. If he were to reveal that his wife and daughter had been stolen away by someone else, wouldn't that mean his status would drop a level? It must not become a joke. Therefore, Chu Tianba could only swallow his anger and suffer in silence. Moreover, everyone says he's invincible in this world, but what if he revealed that someone kicked his kidneys and dumped him over 100 kilometers away in Longshan? And it was the very place where that brat Yi Chen was rescued. Chu Tianba was a little confused at the time. Could it be a rebirth point? After all, the only difference between his situation and Yi Chen's was that he hadn't been struck by lightning. Even the birthday bag is the same style. What a coincidence. Haha, that one went a bit far yesterday. I drove back on the highway. Chu Tianba grinned. Lin Fan gave Chu Tianba a thumbs up. I'm really on the road, I'm not kidding. We're really on the road, on the highway. His shoes were already up to his knees, which shows how fast Chu Tianba ran. Yi Tian pursed his lips and shook his head. Driving back on the highway, what else could this be but a sign of mental illness? What era are we living in that people still walk? A glint flashed in Wang Teng's eyes, and when his gaze fell on Chu Tianba's left side, he was immediately taken aback. Chu Tianba's left kidney had mysteriously disappeared. Wang Teng gave Chu Tianba a strange look. Was he taken to northern Myanmar to eat kidneys yesterday? He was perfectly fine yesterday, but now his kidneys are gone. No wonder he's been holding his back just now. Although Wang Teng could help him recover, he didn't have the time or inclination. Go inside, Wang Teng said calmly. Meanwhile, inside the villa, Jiang Chengye looked at the light screen in front of him, a slight smile playing on his lips. Gu Chen stood to the side. He couldn't help but think to himself, they even say they're not the will of heaven. I've only ever seen this kind of light screen that monitors people anytime, anywhere, in the hands of the Heavenly Dao. This is taking advantage of the fact that I didn't go to school back then and went straight up the mountain. They are chosen ones by fate. But before the will of heaven, they are merely pawns. You can't lift a thigh up with an arm. However, even the underlings of the Heavenly Dao sect weren't entirely unable to accept it. Moreover, Wang Teng and the others will surely be doomed in no time. I was the quickest to surrender, so logically my status should be above the other 4. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Gu Chen's lips. I've come to terms with it. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Chengye caused the light screen in front of him to disappear. He turned to Gu Chen behind him and said, "Go and bring them in." Gu Chen immediately bowed and said, "Yes, boss." Very professional, Gu Chen is a very responsible subordinate. As soon as the 4 of them reached the door, Gu Chen opened it from the inside. "You're here." Gu Chen looked at the 4 people with a broad smile. The group nodded and entered the villa. "Where are they?" Yi Tian looked at Gu Chen and asked anxiously. At this moment he desperately wanted to see Tang Shiyu. "Wash your eyes. Soothe your wounded heart. Upstairs, upstairs." Gu Chen led the 4 people upstairs. Looking at Yi Tian's lewd appearance, Gu Chen couldn't help but mutter to himself, "You'd better keep this posture for a while. Tang Shiyu is the boss's woman." You'll get what's coming to you soon enough. All I can say is that I hope to see you again soon. The four of them went up to the second floor and saw a man wearing a bronze mask sitting on the sofa. Looking around, there was no one else. Where is he? Who is he? Yi Tian pointed at Jiang Chengye, who was sitting with his legs crossed, and asked Gu Chen. Gu Chen remained silent, and amidst the shocked gazes of the four, he lowered his head and silently walked behind Jiang Chengye. Looking at Jiang Chengye's crossed legs, Chu Tianba felt a dull ache in his lower back. Those feet look familiar. Wang Defa, Gu Chen, what's going on with you? Yi Tian looked at Gu Chen in shock and asked. Everyone's here, please have a seat. Jiang Chengye's voice transformed into the voice of the Heavenly Dao, the voice of the sky eagle's back. Wang Teng's pupils immediately contracted. Eagle's back? He asked in a deep voice. Jiang Chengye was immediately taken aback and called out the name of the Heavenly Dao. Wang Teng, that kid's got guts. No, who are you? Eagle's back couldn't possibly be here. Then he extended his divine sense, trying to see clearly who was behind the bronze mask. However, the moment her divine sense touched the bronze mask, it was repelled. Jiang Chengye was also like a fog, completely imperceptible to divine sense. Yi Tian, Chu Tianba and Lin Fan moved swiftly, instantly surrounding Jiang Chengye and Gu Chen. Don't get so agitated, sit down and let's have a proper talk. Jiang Chengye's voice transformed into Yi Chen's. Who exactly is Gu Chen? Why are you standing behind him? What about Yi Chen, Jiang Chengye and Tang Xiu? Yi Tian shouted sternly. Gu Chen stood behind Jiang Chengye without saying a word, as if he couldn't hear her. Your voice is a bit loud. Jiang Chengye glanced at Yi Tian, then raised his hand. Suddenly, fear flashed in Yi Tian's eyes. He found himself unable to move, his entire body bound. Why can't I move? Let me go. He roared. Lin Fan and Chu Tianba were stunned. This was spatial power. Who is this person in front of me and why does he possess such abilities? Could it be the heavenly way of this world? Spatial power. Wang Teng exclaimed in surprise. Then a surge of spatial power also emerged from his body, attempting to help Yi Tian break free. However, his spatial abilities were utterly inadequate compared to Jiang Chengye's. How is that possible? A look of shock appeared on Wang Teng's face. At this moment, the look in his eyes as he looked at Jiang Chengye became extremely solemn. Are you the Heavenly Dao of this world? He asked softly. Jiang Chengye frowned deeply. He had only mastered so much spatial power, yet everyone was already calling him the Heavenly Dao. He doesn't like perverts who dress as male servants. He's just a minor villain. It's pointless to pretend and lay everything bare. Jiang Chengye removed his bronze mask, revealing his handsome face. Chu Tianba was so scared he almost peed his pants. Isn't this the same ruthless guy who gave me a flying kick yesterday? Suddenly, I felt another wave of pain in my kidneys. How could it be you? Jiang Chengye turned to look at Chu Tianba, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Chu Tianba, we meet again. How are you feeling? Is your kidney any better? Upon hearing this, Chu Tianba's face darkened. He felt this person looked familiar, especially the way his leg was crossed. It turns out he was the culprit who kicked and smashed the fruit. There's also the hatred of having one's wife stolen and the resentment of having one's woman snatched away. Are you Jiang Chengye? Wang Teng noticed the photo of Jiang Zhenhua and Jiang Chengye on the coffee table and frowned, asking a question. Bingo, you guessed it, I'm the person you're looking for. Now I give you two choices. 1. Submit to me. 2. Be imprisoned by me forever. Jiang Chengye looked at Wang Teng and said calmly, to submit to you, how laughable. Yi Tian scoffed, his face full of disdain. He's a chosen one. To expect them to submit is a pipe dream. Gu Chen was overjoyed. Finally, there was a fool who would experience what he had just gone through. Jiang Chengye merely glanced at him indifferently, then waved his hand. Spatial cage. The space around Yi Tian cracked open as if a giant mouth was about to devour him. Gu Chen was secretly delighted. Yi Tian, you unlucky B*******D, you'll get what's coming to you when you get out. Lin Fan and Chu Tianba stared blankly at the scene before them. Isn't this the work of heaven? Wang Teng was also stunned. The spatial abilities of this person are even stronger than those of the sky eagle. It is important to understand that the spatial power of the Heavenly Dao is capable of imprisoning the surrounding space. There's no way to make space crack. A spatial crack is no joke. Even a crack as small as 1 centimeter could potentially destroy an entire world, but Jiang Chengye was able to control the space to such an extent. It was as if even the space itself obeyed his commands. A glint of shrewdness flashed in his eyes. Cloud-turning palm. He let out a low shout and raised his hand to strike Jiang Chengye with a palm, with overwhelming force. Lin Fan and the others all had their pupils slightly constricted, so strong. Moreover, this enormous hand that appeared out of nowhere was somewhat beyond their comprehension. I don't understand it at all. At this moment, they finally understood why the heavenly Tao of their world had instructed them never to offend Wang Teng. It's only been 1 day and their strength has already far surpassed theirs. Jiang Chengye looked at the large hand approaching and shook his head slightly. So weak, he thought that being able to fly during the Foundation establishment stage was very powerful, but now it seems that it's not all that impressive. He seems to be only slightly stronger than Chu Tianba and the others. However, this should not be underestimated. After all, Wang Teng's strength has not fully recovered. According to this novel template, Wang Teng is at least a Mahayana level, being close to an immortal. His current Foundation establishment stage certainly doesn't represent his true strength. If they come in at their peak strength, or if they wait for them to develop their strength cautiously for a while longer, then perhaps Jiang Chengye really wasn't sure what to do, but that's just a hypothetical. Jiang Chengye raised his hand and waved it lightly. His large palm vanished in an instant like sandstorm. Wang Teng's pupils contracted and then a tremendous force slammed into him. Bang! Wang Teng crashed into the wall, smashing a large hole in it. Wang Teng staggered to his feet, then suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and burst into maniacal laughter. How many years has it been? I, the great Emperor Tianba, have actually been beaten to the point of vomiting blood. An astonishing killing intent erupted from his body. Lin Fan and the other two felt their hearts pounding as they looked at Wang Teng. The murderous aura emanating from Wang Teng at this moment was simply terrifying. They had countless lives on their hands, but in front of Wang Teng they were like mice before a cat. How many people would that kill? But looking at Jiang Chengye's calm expression, he seemed completely unaffected. All three of them were cursing the laws of their world in their hearts. Was this world, as they were told, meant for them to be like a dragon entering the sea? And who is this Jiang Chengye in front of me? Which organization does he work for? If they are dragons, then Jiang Chengye is a true dragon. No, in front of Jiang Chengye, they aren't even dragons, they're just small reptiles at best. Liar, big liar, could it be that I'm really going to die here? I'm a war god, my wife is waiting for me to go back and have a baby. We promised each other a second child, but that hasn't happened yet. Chu Tianba was filled with regret at this moment, wondering why he had agreed to do this for heaven. Xinyu, I'm sorry I broke my promise. I said I'd be back soon, but now. Looking at Jiang Chengye's retreating figure, Lin Fan felt absolutely no urge to take a gamble. The scene of Yi Tian being swallowed by the spatial rift was still vivid in my mind. Even Wang Teng was beaten like this with a mere wave of his hand. He'd be throwing his life away if he went up there. Are you truly the Heavenly Dao? Wang Teng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his murderous aura subsided, and he stared at Jiang Chengye with sharp eyes, asking a question. Looking at Wang Teng's unusually calm gaze, Jiang Chengye thought to himself, no wonder he's a cultivator. Having lived for countless years, he can still remain so calm in a situation like this. He nodded. I am indeed not the Heavenly Dao. He now understood why these chosen ones all insisted that he was the will of heaven. This world was jointly investigated by the Heavenly Dao of the other 5 worlds. There is indeed no sign of the will of heaven. Furthermore, they did not detect any existence that could threaten these chosen ones. But then Jiang Chengye, this outlier, suddenly appeared. Such power could only be guessed at by the workings of heaven. Looking into Jiang Chengye's eyes, Wang Teng, having lived for 1,000 years, could tell that Jiang Chengye was not lying. Furthermore, in the script provided by heaven, Jiang Chengye is indeed a minor villain. If Jiang Chengye's strength is considered a minor villain, then what is Yi Chen? Roadside trash, or perhaps excrement from a latrine? Now is the time for you to choose. Choose to submit or be imprisoned forever. Oh, and I forgot to tell you, I know everything about your situation. you can no longer contact the heavenly Dao that governs you. The choice you make is now up to you. The pupils of the others contracted, but Chen showed no surprise whatsoever. He saw it very clearly just now. Since Jiang Chengye was able to observe Wang Teng and his group, it meant that their arrival had probably already been revealed to him. Even if Jiang Chengye isn't the Heavenly Dao, he has everything the Heavenly Dao should have. It's fair to say that this world is entirely under Jiang Chengye's control. So, we were exposed a long time ago, Lin Fan said with a wry smile. That's right, I know exactly what you or the Heavenly Dao behind you are doing, and I also know why you're here. Jiang Chengye said calmly. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng clutched his chest and remained silent. Suddenly, as if he had grasped something crucial, he abruptly looked up at Jiang Chengye. You claim to know the movements of the Heavenly Dao behind us. How can you prove it? Upon hearing this question, Lin Fan, Chu Tianba, and Gu Chen suddenly realized what was going on. Is it possible to observe the ways of heaven without being discovered? Just how strong is Jiang Chengye? Jiang Chengye waved his hand and a light screen appeared in front of them. The images in the picture are precisely the spaces where several heavenly Daos reside. At this moment, several heavenly Dao beings were sitting cross-legged. It remained motionless like a sculpture. The chosen ones were utterly shocked. It truly is the heavenly way of my own world. How are you feeling now? Jiang Chengye waved his hand and the light screen in front of him disappeared. He looked at the group and asked them calmly. The group nodded blankly. Begin your selection process, you 5. Jiang Chengye crossed his arms and laughed. Then I suddenly remembered there was another Yi Tian. With a bang, Yi Tian was spat out of the spatial rift again and fell to the ground. At this moment, Yi Tian's face was deathly pale and he was foaming at the mouth. He had already fainted. Seeing Yi Tian's expression, Gu Chen gave a disdainful smile. She fainted right there. Her mental fortitude is truly terrible. Jiang Chengye stood up and walked up to Yi Tian. Seeing Yi Tian reminded him of that kid Yi Chen. This feeling is wonderful, truly wonderful. He raised his leg and kicked Yi Tian in the stomach. Ah! Yi Tian screamed and woke up. Clutching his stomach, he rolled on the ground, emitting painful howls. Jiang Chengye still felt unsatisfied. After all, this kid was the most rebellious among them. Then he swung his fist and started beating her. He asked questions while fighting. Will you confess or not? Will you confess or not? Everyone present stared at Jiang Chengye with utter bewilderment. What kind of job are you hiring? Don't you already know? If you want to hit someone, just say so. Why make this scene? Yi Tian was even more bewildered. He had just come out of the spatial cage and had no idea what was happening outside. He was immediately attacked with punches and kicks. What kind of job are you hiring? Just ask. 10 minutes later. Stop hitting me, I'll confess. Yi Tian immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. At this moment he was beaten until his head was bleeding profusely and his face was covered in blood. One of his arms and one of his legs were broken. Their appearance was extremely pitiful. Jiang Chengye kept repeating the same question. Are you going to confess or not? He was on the verge of a breakdown but stubbornly refused to tell him what he was supposed to confess. There was no other way but to kneel down and beg for mercy. He'll confess to anything. Gu Chen was secretly alarmed and silently swallowed. For the past 10 minutes all he had heard was Yi Tian's screams. They were all horrified when they heard this. Jiang Chengye held back at every turn, throwing nearly 200 punches and kicking over 100 times. All were minor injuries, not a single one was fatal. Fortunately, he surrendered quickly, otherwise I would be the one lying on the ground begging for mercy. Chu Tianba's legs were trembling and he almost ran away first. He had a conflict with Jiang Chengye yesterday. And now Yi Tian, who had no grudge against him, has been beaten into this state. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Come on, make your move. Jiang Chengye picked up a piece of paper from the coffee table, wiped the blood off his hands and then sat down on the sofa. I feel incredibly relaxed and happy right now. I'm so satisfied, absolutely so satisfied. I feel so refreshed. What can I recruit? Yi Tian hesitated for a long time before asking weakly, Jiang Chengye let out a soft question. Yi Tian suddenly felt a chill. Yi Tian was about to reveal his purpose for coming to this world. Jiang Chengye waved his hand to interrupt. All right, I know. That Chu Tianba guy, give him a few acupuncture treatments lest he die here. Yi Tian cried, tears streaming down his face. A trail of blood ran down his face. He had never felt so wronged before. This is clearly an attempt to beat him up. Confessing or not, it's all bullshit, just an excuse. Waya, he wanted to cry out loud, but he didn't dare. If the crying displeases Jiang Chengye, then things will be terrible again. And there were 4 other chosen ones present. How embarrassing. All I could do was silently shed tears. When Chu Tianba heard Jiang Chengye call his name, he almost jumped out of the window and ran away. Despite her fear, she walked up to Yi Tian, her legs trembling slightly. "Brother, just bear with it a little longer, I'll heal you in no time." He patted Yi Tian on the shoulder and then took out silver needles. Yi Tian had his head down and tears were streaming from the corners of his eyes. Chu Tianba said he could understand. "That's truly unfair. This is simply bullying honest people. What are your considerations?" Jiang Chengye looked at the group with a calm expression. Wang Teng was sitting cross-legged in the corner, clearly recovering from his injuries. Yi Tian had already sat down cross-legged when Jiang Chengye had been questioning him about whether he would confess or not. Upon hearing Jiang Chengye's words, Wang Teng suddenly opened his sharp eyes and looked at Jiang Chengye. "I can submit to you, but on one condition." Jiang Chengye frowned slightly. How dare they make demands at a time like this? But then he couldn't help but feel curious. What conditions can Wang Teng propose? Shouldn't the priority now be preserving freedom? I have already stated my position. What could be more important than one's own freedom? Tell me your conditions and I'll see if I can agree to them. Wang Teng stood up, took a deep breath and said, "My condition is simple. Help me eliminate the Heavenly Dao." The other 4 chosen ones from different worlds stared at Wang Teng in utter shock. Wang Teng actually wanted to eliminate the Heavenly Dao? Ah! Yi Tian screamed in agony. Chu Tianba was momentarily stunned by Wang Teng's words and he threw the silver needle in the wrong place, directly piercing between Yi Tian's legs. Yi Tian winced in pain and glared at Chu Tianba. Jiang Chengye was immediately taken aback. "These are Wang Teng's conditions, did I hear that right? Eliminate the Heavenly Dao? That's giving him way too much credit. His system could only perish together with the Heavenly Dao, so what merit or ability did he, as the host, have to eliminate the Heavenly Dao? Moreover, the Heavenly Dao of Wang Teng's world is the Heavenly Dao of the Middle World, which is clearly stronger than the Heavenly Dao of his world. Do you think he's an idiot? Dude, that's asking too much. What is the way of heaven? It's the master of a world. You're giving me far too much credit." Jiang Chengye smiled wryly. "No, you can't. Your spatial power is stronger than the Heavenly Dao itself. Even the Heavenly Dao cannot open a spatial rift, but you can." Wang Teng stood up and said with a serious expression. Jiang Chengye was stunned upon hearing this and couldn't help but wonder what Wang Teng meant. His spatial power was all given to him by the system, and the system was exchanged for one by the limits of heaven. Wang Teng now claims he's stronger than the will of heaven. Something feels off about this. Could it be that the Heavenly Dao of his world is too powerful? But that shouldn't be the case. This world is just a typical urban dragon king showing off. The chosen one, despite being destined for greatness, lacks even medical skills. He's the most incompetent type. Seeing that Jiang Chengye remained silent, Wang Teng walked up to him and said in a deep voice, "If you agree to help me eliminate Skyhawk, I'm willing to follow you." Before Jiang Chengye could speak, Yi Tian, lying on the ground, asked angrily, "Wang Teng, what exactly do you want? You want to destroy the Heavenly Dao, so why did you agree to come to this world?" He couldn't understand why someone who was also a chosen one of destiny and a favorite of heaven would want to kill heaven itself. After the Heavenly Dao is destroyed, won't they be no different from ordinary people? Jiang Chengye also looked at Wang Teng with great interest. Indeed, Yi Tian's question was quite reasonable. Being a chosen one of destiny means being favored by heaven, and isn't heaven essentially the father of the chosen one of destiny? Why would someone suddenly want to kill their father? There's likely more to this than meets the eye. The content is sure to be explosive: ignorance. Wang Teng merely glanced at him, his eyes filled with disdain. He showed absolutely no intention of explaining anything to Yi Tian. Yi Tian was furious, but he dared not show it at all. "I could only grit my teeth and bear it. I had to grit my teeth." The pain was still excruciating. Especially Chu Tianba, that 6th brother, whether intentionally or not, stabbed in the wrong spot several times. It stabbed his kidney, causing him excruciating pain. Something feels off. Jiang Chengye, what's your decision? If you're willing to help me, I swear to follow you. He then pointed at Lin Fan and the others and said coldly, even if they refuse, I'll just kill them. Lin Fan froze on the spot. He was practically invisible in this whole scene, and pointing at him like that would expose him. Besides, there's no one else around, he's the only one standing there. Gu Chen had already submitted, and Yi Tian was beaten so badly that he was almost unable to take care of himself. Needless to say, Chu Tianba wouldn't listen to Jiang Chengye. Would he be squatting there giving Yi Tian acupuncture now? So right now his attitude is just not obvious. Something has to be done. Can I really defeat the Heavenly Dao? Jiang Chengye still had some doubts about himself at this moment. Is the spatial power he possesses really that strong? In novels, isn't the Heavenly Dao supposed to treat all things as mere straw dogs? Does he think he can destroy the world at the drop of a hat? But something doesn't seem quite right. Looking at Wang Teng's youthful face and determined eyes, I then looked at the other 4 chosen ones. Jiang Chengye felt that Wang Teng didn't seem to be lying. Moreover, Jiang Chengye was indifferent to the 5 heavenly Daos. Although Tianlin Star appears peaceful on the surface, it is actually guarded by 5 heavenly Dao entities. Although they cannot descend upon Blue Star now, they do not know how long the barrier set up by Xiao Tong can protect Blue Star. Jiang Chengye hadn't considered this issue before. They thought that controlling the 5 chosen ones would be enough. Those 5 heavenly Dao beings couldn't observe the situation on Tianlin Star either, but problems were bound to arise over time. If an accident occurs, then that blue planet will simply be a feast for the 5 heavenly Daos. The best solution is to eliminate all 5 heavenly paths, treating both the symptoms and the root cause. Wang Teng noticed that Jiang Chengye glanced at Lin Fan and the others. A glint flashed in his eyes. Hands form a mudra, then he flashed in front of Lin Fan. He pressed his index finger against Lin Fan's brow. Lin Fan was completely dumbfounded. He felt as if something had entered his mind, and he felt as if his life and death were in Wang Teng's hands. What did you do to me? Lin Fan asked with a look of horror. Wang Teng remained silent, then approached Gu Chen and used the same method. Yi Tian and Chu Tianba received the same treatment. Jiang Chengye seemed to understand. Wang Teng's move must be the one from the novel, forming a soul contract. One thought and you're dead. Wang Teng, what exactly did you do to me? Yi Tian touched his forehead, looking at Wang Teng with a terrified expression, and asked, I have planted a mark in your souls, your lives and deaths are in my hands. Wang Teng glanced at the 4 people and said calmly, just as he had expected. Jiang Chengye nodded. Which protagonist in a cultivation novel doesn't know this kind of magic, a powerful tool for recruiting followers? I don't believe it, my fate is in my own hands, not yours. Yi Tian roared. At this moment he had recovered more than half of his strength and his hands and feet had been restored. He stood up, unleashing an astonishing aura. Chu Tianba's silver needles flew out of his body and struck the wall. He glared angrily at Wang Teng and roared. Jiang Chengye only wanted to imprison them, but Wang Teng, their teammate, wanted their lives. How could he not be furious? Chu Tianba really wanted to kick this guy right now, damn it. Lin Fan and Gu Chen both looked at Yi Tian as if he were an idiot. He really doesn't learn his lesson. Can't you see the situation now? Your life is no longer in your own hands. Gu Chen strongly suspected that Yi Tian had fainted as soon as he was locked up and hadn't experienced the fear of nothingness at all. They still dare to speak loudly now. Given the choice between being imprisoned in the void and dying, Gu Chen would choose death without hesitation. Wang Teng glanced at him, then a thought struck him, and Yi Tian, who was originally full of anger, suddenly had his pupils shrink. Ugh. Yi Tian suddenly clutched his head and rolled around on the ground. His face was contorted. Seeing Yi Tian's pained expression, Lin Fan and the others couldn't help but swallow hard. That must hurt so much. 1 minute later. Yi Tian stopped moving. He wasn't dead, he had just fainted. Wang Teng formed a hand seal again and 4 small, transparent tokens appeared in front of him. He was sweating profusely when the 5th token appeared. 5 small, transparent tokens floated in front of him. He opened his eyes and looked at Jiang Chengye. These are our 5 life tokens. If you agree to my terms, our lives are in your hands. Jiang Chengye frowned slightly. Give me a reason why you want to eliminate the Heavenly Dao. Wang Teng took a deep breath and then his eyes fell into deep thought. Because I want to avenge my family and friends. My entire life has been lived according to a script arranged by heaven. He thought I was grateful to him, but I only felt endless hatred for him. I have been secretly searching for a way to destroy heaven. After hearing Wang Teng's words, Jiang Chengye finally understood why. Those destined for immortality who cultivate immortality usually suffer the loss of their families and the sudden death of their loved ones. A solitary existence, even being their friend, is a high-risk profession. He was frequently kidnapped by his enemies to vent their anger. Although he eventually gained invincible power, he ultimately became a lonely figure. Judging from the current situation, all of this is the work of heaven. This is why Wang Teng wanted to eliminate Tianyingbei. Okay, I promise you. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng smiled. I hope you won't break your promise. Then, with a solemn expression, he knelt on one knee and declared loudly, I, Wang Teng, hereby pledge allegiance to Jiang Chengye as my master for all eternity. If I betray him, may my soul and spirit be annihilated. To be utterly destroyed, soul and spirit, this is the most solemn oath in the world of cultivation. Chu Tianba and the others also quickly knelt on one knee and said in unison, I am willing to submit. Only Yi Tian, who had fainted, remained silent, but that was no longer important. The majority obeys the minority. Even if someone disobeys, they can be forced into submission. After all, this kid has a very rebellious streak. Giving him a good beating is definitely the right thing to do. Father, Mother, Langshan, Yuner, I finally have the chance to avenge you. Wang Teng thought to himself, clenching his fist slightly. My thoughts drifted to the world he inhabited, Sky Eagle Continent. He was originally the young master of a small family in a remote border town. Life is full of prosperity and happiness. At only 17, he already possessed the bearing of an emperor. He became the city's #1 genius. The family also prospered rapidly thanks to its reputation. They became the most powerful family in the city. But then one day, everything changed. All his spiritual energy vanished, turning him from a revered genius into a despised good-for-nothing. It fell into the mud from a distance. This led to a huge crisis for the family. Those families that had previously fawned over the Wang family all turned against them. His Wang family was thus plunged into an abyss of no return. Those smaller families that were previously suppressed by the Wang family never gave the Wang family a chance to breathe. They all began to divide up the Wang family's property. His parents also lost their lives in the battle to protect the family, but he could only watch helplessly as he became a useless piece of trash after losing his strength. But he didn't die, he was enveloped by a mysterious force. He was rescued. The one who saved him was a soul within his own ring. A broken soul. The reason he lost his spiritual energy was because of the remnant soul within this ring. And this soul is the back of the heavenly eagle, the embodiment of the way of heaven, his family, the death of his parents. It's all because of him. All of this was to force Wang Teng to follow the script. It matches the script. With the help of the eagle's back, he successfully rose to power against all odds. They slaughtered all the families and forces involved in the destruction. And everything went smoothly for him, but the woman he loved died tragically and without cause. His best brother was killed by his enemy, and all of this was orchestrated by the heavenly eagle path. If one has no woman in their heart, drawing their sword will naturally make them a god. What's the point of having brothers? Brothers are just for selling. He was kept in the dark the whole time, believing that this was his life, his destiny. From then on, he devoted himself to solitary cultivation, and with the help of the heavenly eagle, he successfully attained the Mahayana realm. He became the revered Emperor Tianba of the Tianying continent, and after he had wiped out all his enemies, after reaching the pinnacle of the Sky Eagle continent, Sky Eagle back disappeared. When it reappears, it will be in the guise of the Heavenly Dao. He said it was all his destiny. How ridiculous, he said his whole life, my fate is in my own hands, not in the hands of heaven. In the end, it all seemed so ridiculous. I've been living in the shadow of the sky for so long, being deceived by it. He was furious and attacked Skyhawk directly from behind, but Skyhawk simply waved his hand and subdued him. The Sky Eagle uses spatial power. It was impossible for Tianyingbei to kill Wang Teng since he would be dead. the eagle's back will suffer a backlash. After that, Wang Teng became completely despondent, traveling through the mortal realm. Seeing Wang Teng's state, Tianyingbei let him go, too lazy to bother with him. Wang Teng is no longer of any use to me, as long as it dies naturally, then we can begin selecting the next chosen one. Wang Teng traveled extensively across the mainland, and one day he unexpectedly acquired two martial arts manuals, the techniques of creation and the Tao of space. Wang Teng was overjoyed and immediately bought it, carefully analyzing it for half a year. These two cultivation techniques are simply extraordinary, especially the Tao of space, which was actually left behind by the chosen one of the previous life. Their aim was to destroy the Heavenly Dao, but they ultimately failed. The creation technique is very powerful. It can increase one's combat strength 100-fold. However, he must exhaust all his strength and start from scratch. This path is impassable. If Skyhawk discovers his unusual behavior because of this, then it's all over. Therefore, they could only focus their attention on the Tao of space. There are no requirements for beginners in spatial design. Through the introduction of the Tao of space, Wang Teng also learned that the power used by the Heavenly Dao was the power of space. After 10 years of arduous practice, he successfully reached the entry level of spatial cultivation. That is, the scene that Jiang Chengye saw in the light screen on that day. His spatial power could only make him disappear from the spot for 2 seconds, to conceal oneself within the space. Just then, the eagle's back suddenly approached him. He thought his secret cultivation of spatial power had been discovered. However, unexpectedly, the eagle's back was meant to send him to another world to help the chosen one of destiny in that world complete the storyline. This was exactly what he wanted, so he agreed. I came into this world. Originally, he planned to finish cultivating the creation technique first, and after restoring his strength, he could continue cultivating the power of space. However, unexpectedly, Jiang Chengye became a variable. The spatial power it wields is even stronger than that of the Skyhawk back. He also saw hope for revenge in Jiang Chengye. Meanwhile, in the mysterious space outside the blue star, Skyhawk suddenly opened its eyes and murmured, "I have a feeling someone was thinking of me just now. Since you've chosen to submit to me, you'll have to play by my rules from now on. The first rule is that you can't kill people indiscriminately in this world. The rest are for now, understand?" Jiang Chengye looked at the group with a cold gaze and said, his aura was imposing and authoritative without him even trying. This filled the group with dread. Clear. Chu Tianba, being the most self-aware, was the first to respond. Lin Fan and Gu Chen quickly agreed. My life is already in Jiang Chengye's hands, so naturally I'll do whatever Jiang Chengye says. Clear. Wang Teng bowed and replied. Jiang Chengye looked at Chu Tianba, his eyes narrowing. Chu Tianba, do you still have feelings for Xiaoman and Yunian in the future? Chu Tianba immediately broke out in a cold sweat, shaking his head repeatedly. I promise I will never bother them again. Jiang Chengye nodded in satisfaction. Now Chen Limin no longer needed to worry about Chu Tianba disturbing their happy life as mother and daughter. In that case, you all go first. Wang Teng and I have some things to discuss. Chu Tianba and his two companions left, carrying the unconscious Yi Tian on their backs. At this moment, only Wang Teng and Jiang Chengye remained in the villa. Jiang Chengye sat on the sofa with his legs crossed and gestured for Wang Teng to sit down. Wang Teng shook his head. Sit down, I'm not going to eat you. Jiang Chengye laughed. No, you are my master now, I have no right to sit. Wang Teng said in a deep voice. Jiang Chengye shook his head slightly. It seems that Wang Teng values this aspect quite a bit. Just call me boss, calling me master feels weird. Yes, boss. Looking at Wang Teng, who looked like a middle school student, and seeing him call him boss, Jiang Chengye felt a sense of pride for him, like a middle school gang leader. Sit down, don't be so formal. Jiang Chengye's expression was extremely serious this time. Wang Teng glanced at the sofa and then sat down. I ask you, what is the highest level of cultivation you've achieved in immortality? Jiang Chengye put his arm around Wang Teng's shoulder and asked with a longing look on his face. Wang Teng was immediately startled. How did Jiang Chengye know about cultivating immortality? But considering Jiang Chengye's spatial power, it's not so surprising. Wang Teng immediately became serious. To be precise, it's called cultivation of truth. Cultivation of immortality is a term used in a higher-level world. The highest realm of our cultivation of truth is the Mahayana stage, which is the peak. To become a cultivator of immortality, the world must be upgraded to a higher level, reaching the standards of a great world. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chengye couldn't help but think to himself, "Goodness, this is an endless nesting of nested dolls." However, this concept does exist in novels. Cultivating immortality and cultivating true cultivation are two different concepts. The immortal realm in the novel might be an even greater world beyond that. Thinking about it that way, it does seem to make sense. When it comes to the Mahayana stage, Jiang Chengye understood the distribution of these realms. Qi refining, foundation building, core formation, nascent soul, spirit division, spirit transformation, body integration, Mahayana. This is the level of sophistication in novel writing. Do you think I can still cultivate immortality? Jiang Chengye raised an eyebrow and asked, then stood up and turned around. Wang Teng's lips twitched slightly. He finally understood Jiang Chengye's purpose in keeping him behind. So that's what the plan was. Sure, cultivation mainly depends on aptitude. Let me check your aptitude first, boss. Wang Teng released his divine sense to try and see Jiang Chengye's physique, but Jiang Chengye was like a cloud of mist, impossible to see clearly. Boss, I don't know anything about your constitution. My divine sense can't see through you at all. Wang Teng smiled wryly, can't see through it. Jiang Chengye was shocked. Even something as advanced as divine sense couldn't see through him. However, Jiang Chengye immediately understood what was going on. It was most likely the system's doing again. Thinking about it filled Jiang Chengye with immense emotion. The system protected him even until his death. It was incredibly thoughtful. Burning the maid and the paper money for the dead wasn't a waste of time. Seeing Jiang Chengye's surprised and doubtful expression, Wang Teng couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why does this leader always seem unaware of his own abilities, even appearing somewhat foolish? His domineering and imposing image, which he had just displayed, has completely crumbled. Just now, Wang Teng suspected that Jiang Chengye was deliberately acting, pretending to know nothing when he was clearly stronger than the Heavenly Dao. Looking back now, it was a genuine expression of emotion. Thinking of this, Wang Teng couldn't help but wonder again how Jiang Chengye cultivated. He can control the power of space because he has learned the principles of space from his predecessors. Jiang Chengye is clearly from a small world, and this world is a world of martial arts. Even the lifespan of someone at the peak of martial arts is only a mere 150 years. Moreover, Jiang Chengye is only in his mid-20s. Even if you cultivated your powers from the womb, you couldn't possibly be this abnormal. As for Jiang Chengye's strength, he is currently in the foundation establishment stage, but due to his cultivation of the creation technique, he can hold his own against core formation stage cultivators for several moves. However, Jiang Chengye casually waved his hand, sending himself flying and coughing up blood. That force was simply impossible to resist, and he wasn't even the chosen one, he was a villain. Why is it so ridiculously strong? Jiang Chengye's attire is clearly of the standard set by the Heavenly Dao, but then again, maybe not. At the very least, he should be a chosen one, but none of these are true. Where can you find the logic in this? I think my aptitude is pretty good. How about you give me a peerless martial arts manual to practice on first? Jiang Chengye raised an eyebrow. Wang Teng nodded. Does the boss have paper and pen? Jiang Chengye casually rummaged through the drawer and found a notebook and pen, which he then handed to Wang Teng. Wang Teng wrote furiously, and Jiang Chengye couldn't help but secretly marvel at what he was writing. A short while later, Wang Teng handed the notebook to Jiang Chengye. This is the cultivation technique I'm currently practicing, the creation technique. There's also a diagram illustrating the circulation of spiritual energy at the end. Jiang Chengye reached out and took the profound cultivation manual, murmuring softly, creation technique, chaos yin and yang, qi refining root. This technique is amazing. Jiang Chengye's eyes lit up. His comprehension attribute had been maxed out by the system. Naturally, the wonder of this technique was immediately apparent. Jiang Chengye has also fully mastered the subsequent spiritual energy circulation diagram. He couldn't wait to sit cross-legged and begin his cultivation. Boss, take your time to familiarize yourself with things first. Seeing Jiang Chengye so impatiently entering cultivation mode, Wang Teng couldn't help but worry. But suddenly his eyes widened and he slowly uttered two words, "Holy shit." The spiritual energy within 100 miles was seen frantically converging towards Jiang Chengye. Jiang Chengye's cultivation level skyrocketed as if he had been injected with gold. Qi refining level 1, Qi refining level 2, foundation establishment level 1. Foundation establishment level 2, core formation. Only after reaching the core formation stage did Jiang Chengye stop cultivating, and his cultivation time was only a mere 5 minutes. Jiang Chengye slowly opened his eyes, stood up, and sensed his own strength. He succeeded. He became a legendary cultivator. He couldn't help but feel delighted, thinking to himself, the novel really did live up to my expectations. At that moment, Wang Teng was already standing by the window, staring blankly into the distance. Wang Teng, I've reached the core formation stage. Jiang Chengye smiled at Wang Teng and even threw two punches. The space rippled instantly. He never expected cultivation to be so easy. He'd already formed his core. This level of talent doesn't even need testing, it's invincible. I imagine the system will enhance my attributes, allowing me to develop in all aspects. The system is truly a blessing for time travelers. Jiang Chengye exclaimed inwardly, "System awesome, I'm so grateful." This was only because he had stopped cultivating. Otherwise, Jiang Chengye felt that reaching the nascent soul stage or the divine transformation stage would have been a piece of cake. Wang Teng turned to look at Jiang Chengye, his face filled with utter despair. "Boss, what kind of monster are you? Tell me honestly, are you even the Heavenly Dao's own father?" Jiang Chengye completely ignored Wang Teng's expression and said anxiously, "What are you saying? It's just core formation, you're still a long way from Mahayana. Go out and take a flight. Being able to fly is the first step to becoming a citizen of our motherland. Who hasn't dreamed of flying?" Seeing Wang Teng take off yesterday made Jiang Chengye incredibly envious. Today it's his turn, over Jiangbei City. Jiang Chengye leaped repeatedly across the clouds, moving up and down. Woohoo. Take off. Wang Teng stood to the side, watching the scene unfold with a complex expression. In those few minutes, he will spend a lifetime healing. What genius! They're all fools in front of Jiang Chengye. Who could go from someone with no cultivation to a core formation expert in just a few minutes? To be honest, even if you killed him, he wouldn't believe it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Then he slowly reached out and clenched his fist in front of him. The script for Dragon King Yi Chen appeared in his hands. He opened the script and started reading, but the corner of his mouth still twitched involuntarily. The minor villain, Jiang Chengye, is a simp, a stepping stone for the protagonist Yi Chen and a helper who delivers girls to him. He knows nothing about martial arts, is addicted to alcohol and women, and is physically exhausted. After helping Yi Chen complete his mission, he is killed by a headshot. Wang Teng looked up at Jiang Chengye and thought, holy crap. That's utter nonsense. It seems like the eagle carrying the chicken neck got the wrong script. If Jiang Chengye were a minor villain, he would have committed suicide immediately. This is clearly the true Father of Heaven. He knows everything about the heavenly way society. He will do what heaven won't. He's going to steal the female lead from the main character. The female lead was willing to do it. You're telling me this is a villain? He too is someone who has lived through his own storyline in his own world. The villains are all characters with questionable intelligence. Apart from a very few villains who have a certain level of sophistication, the others were all delivering food. They really think they've never eaten pork but at least seen a pig run. No, I'm someone who has already eaten pork. This is a complete scam. They're passing off dragon meat as pork. No wonder Yi Chen was so miserable. He had no idea what kind of powerful figure he was dealing with. Jiang Chengye, who was having a great time, noticed Wang Teng's constipated expression. Then, looking at what Wang Teng was holding, it was a script. It's probably still slowly digesting this right now. At this moment, he had completely mastered how to fly. He is Superman now. He walked up to Wang Teng with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of superiority, and smiled. Just look at this kind of thing, don't take it seriously. Wang Teng was completely numb at this point, and Jiang Chengye wasn't even a little curious about what this script was all about. It seems that Jiang Chengye also knows about the script. Well, it seems nothing escaped his notice. Boss, you can see right through anything. Wang Teng smiled wryly and put the script away. Jiang Chengye nodded, and with a wave of his hand, a screen of light appeared in front of him. The image on the light screen was of the heavenly eagle back and the heavenly Dao. I can even see the heavenly Dao, so knowing your little secrets is a piece of cake, isn't it? Wang Teng suddenly noticed that this light screen seemed different from those of the heavenly Dao. Why is there a signal jamming option on this light screen? He pointed to the signal blocking sign and asked Jiang Chengye, "Boss, what does this mean?" "Oh, so you can't contact the heavenly Dao, that's what I did. And the heavenly Dao can't even see this place, that's also my doing, it's all thanks to this signal blocking." Jiang Chengye laughed. Wang Teng was completely bewildered. "When I first came into this world, this is what Eagleback said. This world has a protection mode, be extremely careful once you enter. If you lose contact with us, remember not to panic, just help Yi Chen complete the storyline. Only by completing the storyline can you return to your original world." Now Jiang Chengye says that they lost contact with the heavenly Dao because of this signal blocking. So this world's protection system was created by Jiang Chengye. If so, then he would immediately lead Jiang Chengye to attack Tianyingbei. They made him kneel down and sing, "Conquer." "Boss, is this protective barrier in the world something you created?" Jiang Chengye, who was examining the two female heavenly Daos in the light screen, was taken aback by Wang Teng's question. The protective barriers are the system's masterpiece, he's not taking the blame for that. He shook his head and said, "No, is there a problem?" Upon hearing this, Wang Teng immediately lost heart but still asked, unwilling to give up. "Boss, can you get out of here?" Jiang Chengye thought for a moment, then realized that the system hadn't said he could leave. "I haven't tried it myself, and going outside would mean entering a vacuum. Besides, I wouldn't be able to find the space where those heavenly Daos reside. Cannot. That's all. It seems that the outer barrier is this world's self-protection mechanism. It seems the claim about the eagle's back is true." Wang Teng pointed at Tianyingbei and said, "Tianyingbei said that if we want to get out, we must help Yi Chen complete the storyline. Only after the storyline is completed will this protective barrier disappear." Jiang Chengye nodded. He had already learned this from Tianyingbei when he was watching it. Then he frowned. Of the 5 heavenly Daos, 3 could be destroyed. The remaining 2 female heavenly Dao beings can be kept and properly disciplined later so they won't be so naughty next time. After all, one was a mature woman and the other a little girl. It would be a shame if they both died. Given the current situation, these are all just thoughts. Jiang Chengye frowned. Did he really have to go through the storyline to remove the barrier? Jiang Chengye was speechless. Xiao Tong's actions were rather unethical. The protected mode is set up so that it doesn't tell you how to undo it. Isn't this ridiculous? Isn't this situation treating him like a caged beast? It seems that I still have to help Yi Chen complete the storyline. However, now that these female leads have all awakened their memories, Jiang Chengye is having a bit of a headache. To get them to cooperate with Yi Chen again, it will probably depend on his silver tongue. Since that's the case, it seems we still have to follow the storyline. This isn't something you can leave to me. Jiang Chengye looked at Wang Teng and said. Wang Teng was overjoyed upon hearing this and looked at Jiang Chengye with gratitude. He had thought that Jiang Chengye with his strength wouldn't be willing to play along with Yi Chen. I didn't expect Jiang Chengye to be so easy to talk to. Don't look at me like that. Since I promised to help you eliminate the heavenly Dao, I won't go back on my word. Jiang Chengye laughed, and then the image on the light screen in front of him flashed and appeared on Yi Chen. The sound coming from the screen immediately stunned the two of them. At the entrance of Jiangbei Middle School, a Lamborghini was parked on the side of the road. It immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Passing pedestrians entering the campus. Look, the Lamborghini is so beautiful. What kind of kitty is so beautiful? Little Blackie, you don't have any branches. Holy crap, isn't that Wang Teng from our class? Isn't he a student from a poor family? No way, what's going on with Wang Teng? I want to ride in a luxury car too, QAQ. And this Lamborghini naturally belonged to Jiang Chengye. Wang Teng originally planned to fly back by himself, but Jiang Chengye insisted on sending him back. Wang Teng could only nod in agreement to his boss's arrangements. A smile crept across Jiang Chengye's lips as he watched the students and pedestrians pointing and commenting on his car. Wang Teng was his underling and also quite to his liking. We must make sure our hand is at its strongest. Gifting someone a luxury car is the only way to elevate their status. After Wang Teng got out of the car, at this moment, two students who were about the same age as Wang Teng surrounded him. Wang Teng, is it really you? I thought I'd misjudged you, quickly tell me the truth. Yang Lin patted Wang Teng on the shoulder and looked at him with a mischievous grin. Chen Hang was with Yang Lin. The three were known as the Golden Iron Triangle. Wang Teng's body's original owner's best friend. Hey kid, are you some rich family's illegitimate son? Don't forget us brothers when you become successful. Don't forget the times we introduced you to things online. Chen Hang patted him on the shoulder and smiled. The three of them joked and laughed as they walked into the campus. She would occasionally turn her head to look at Jiang Chengye's luxury car, her eyes filled with envy. When Wang Teng said that this was his boss's car, both of them said they also wanted to acknowledge Jiang Chengye as their older brother. Jiang Chengye's Lamborghini roared away. Just now in the car, Wang Teng told Jiang Chengye about the situation in his world. It was pretty much exactly what Jiang Chengye had guessed. That's the situation. Wang Teng's parents, relatives, lover, and friends all died because of him, and all of this was secretly arranged by Skyhawk. It would be strange if Wang Teng didn't hate the Eagles back. Jiang Chengye took out his phone and called Aoyang Guanan. Although the Jiang family is not a martial arts family, they have invested a lot of money in the Martial Arts Bureau. The large prison cell where Yi Chen is currently staying was built with money from the Jiang family. The Natural Martial Arts Bureau should give the Jiang family some face. Jiang Chengye didn't beat around the bush and directly stated his meaning. Ouyang Guanan, on the other hand, asked Jiang Chengye to meet with him at the Martial Arts Bureau. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chengye frowned slightly. They drove to the suburbs where the Martial Arts Bureau was located. They arrived at their destination shortly afterward. The setup here is just like a military base. 500 meters away, there are dedicated personnel setting up checkpoints to guard the area, to prevent accidental entry. Ouyang Guanan gave the order and Jiang Chengye entered without any hindrance. Meanwhile, in Ouyang Guanan's office, he was wearing a Zhongshan suit, his eyes tightly closed. He tapped his index finger on the table, making a thumping sound. Jiang Chengye, the spoiled young master of the Jiang family, a sycophantic war god, actually wants to protect the Dragon King Palace Master. Interesting, he murmured to himself. Then a disdainful smile appeared on his lips and he let out a soft snort. Just then there was a knock at the door. Chief, young Master Jiang is here. Please let young Master Jiang in. Ouyang Guanan said calmly. Jiang Chengye walked into the office with his hands behind his back. Young Master Jiang, please have a seat. Ouyang Guanan pointed to the sofa and said calmly to Jiang Chengye. Jiang Chengye didn't stand on ceremony, nodded and sat down. Ouyang Guanan's lips twitched slightly. They actually sat down. This spoiled brat seems a bit different from the rumors. He wasn't nervous at all, acting as if he were in his own backyard. However, since half of this martial arts bureau was built with money from the Jiang family, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with that. But can the Jiang family manage without contributing money? Although the Martial Arts Bureau could allow them to take Yi Chen away, they would have to consider whether they had the strength to do so. The Jiang family is not a martial arts family, and the Dragon King Palace Master is a person of considerable strength, a peak dark force expert. Can the Jiang family control such an entity? Furthermore, why did Jiang Chengye take Yi Chen away? Why did Yi Chen appear in Dragon Kingdom? Is there something fishy going on here? He needs to figure this out. After sending Jiang Chengye away, they immediately took Yi Chen into custody for interrogation. Director Aoyang, I already said on the phone that I'm only borrowing Yi Chen for a short time, and I promise to send him back. Jiang Chengye went straight to the point. Ouyang Guanan narrowed his eyes at Jiang Chengye and asked bluntly, Young Master Jiang, do you know who Yi Chen is? Jiang Chengye instantly understood why Ouyang Guanan had summoned him. It seems the Martial Arts Bureau already knows Yi Chen's identity as the Dragon King. It seems Chen Wu and his group sold out very thoroughly. He truly is Yi Chen's good brother. If I had known, I would have just called those chosen ones to kidnap them directly. This makes things complicated again. Seeing that Jiang Chengye didn't answer, Aoyang Guanan continued, he's the Dragon King of an overseas mercenary organization, infamous far and wide. If it weren't for his sensitive identity, we would have shot him long ago. Young Master Jiang, do you really think your Jiang family can control such terrorists? It's not that I, Aoyang Guanan, don't respect the Jiang family, but rather that the Jiang family's influence isn't enough to justify bailing out such a terrorist. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chengye looked up at Aoyang Guanan. Although Aoyang Guanan's words were a bit harsh, these were the facts as they were stated. But that was in the past, not now. This made Jiang Chengye realize that in this world it's all about who has the bigger fist and who gets the final say. His fangs shouldn't be hidden forever. It's time to let people know that the Jiang family is not an ordinary business family. Although his Jiang family only consisted of his father, Jiang Zhenhua, and himself, but that's enough. Jiang Chengye alone is worth the whole world. Director Aoyang, do you think my Jiang family is weak? Jiang Chengye stood up, looked at Aoyang Guanan, and asked in a cold voice. Aoyang Guanan also stood up. Young Master Jiang, do I really need to ask you whether the Jiang family is powerful or not? But as soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chengye, who was standing in front of the sofa, vanished instantly. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Aoyang Guanan. Aoyang Guanan was immediately alarmed. What kind of speed is that? Jiang Chengye said calmly. Director Aoyang, you don't need to give the Jiang family this face. I'll take Yi Chen away myself. I'm putting my words here. I will personally come and take Yi Chen away tonight. Director Aoyang, if you want to stop me, then go ahead. Then he gently pressed down on Aoyang Guanan's desk with one hand. Nothing happened. Jiang Chengye, are you provoking the Martial Arts Bureau, provoking the Dragon Kingdom? Aoyang Guanan shouted sternly. Jiang Chengye snorted lightly. Director Aoyang, say what you will, I've made my point. I should go now, see you tonight. Aoyang Guanan wanted to say something more, but Jiang Chengye had already disappeared again. At that moment, his desk suddenly shattered into pieces. Aoyang Guanan's face was immediately filled with terror, feeling anxious inside. Just how powerful is Jiang Chengye? Grandmaster, Great Grandmaster, or even above Great Grandmaster? He didn't know, but he knew Jiang Chengye wasn't joking. Outside the Martial Arts Bureau, Jiang Chengye's figure suddenly appeared in front of the car. He glanced back at the Martial Arts Bureau, then prepared to drive away. As soon as I got on the bus, my phone rang. It was Aoyang Guanan calling. Jiang Chengye frowned slightly but still answered the phone. Aoyang Guanan's voice came from the other end of the phone, but his voice no longer had the arrogance it had before. Instead, he was extremely humble. Young Master Jiang, please calm down and don't hold it against me. It was my ignorance, Aoyang Guanan. I'll hand Yi Chen over to you directly. What do you say? They're even using such a respectful form of address as you, Chinese letter, so it seems that the combo attack just now was quite effective. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chengye's lips curled up slightly. Now you want to give it to me directly. It's too late, Director Aoyang, there's no need for that. I'll say it again, I'll come to pick them up personally tonight. I'll bring plenty of men, and you should bring plenty of men too, so you won't say I'm bullying you later. After Jiang Chengye finished speaking, he hung up the phone immediately. On the other end of the phone, Aoyang Guanan's face was ashen. Hearing the dial tone, he looked terrible. Is this an off-campus brawl, and they're calling in more people? At this moment, Aoyang Guanan really couldn't figure out what Jiang Chengye was up to. It's not my fault, he was right. The Jiang family clearly has no right to protect Yi Chen, the master of the Dragon King Palace. Who would have thought that Jiang Chengye, who had such a terrible reputation, would be so perverted? The perfectly good mahogany table in front of him was smashed into dust by Jiang Chengye's slap. At most, he could only break this mahogany table, but if it's turned into dust, sorry, he can't do that. Although a man can't say he can't, he really can't. Only my own master could do that. A grandmaster in their 20s, only the most powerful families in the capital and the largest martial arts clans could cultivate one like that. I never imagined the Jiang family, a mere business family, could produce one. Aoyang Guanan smiled wryly. Thinking back on his impulsive words, Aoyang Guanan felt extremely regretful. All those rumors outside are nonsense, like ultimate simp or useless second young master. If this were the good-for-nothing second young master, he'd probably just do a handstand and poop. He no longer doubted that Jiang Chengye could control Yi Chen. The most urgent task is to prevent Jiang Chengye from acting impulsively. After thinking for a moment, Aoyang Guanan dialed Jiang Zhenhua's number. The call was answered after 2 beeps. "Oh, Director Aoyang, why are you calling me? Is there another construction project at the Martial Arts Bureau?" In Jiang Zhenhua's memory, Aoyang Guanan's phone calls were always about where money was needed and where investment was required. "Finally, what do you think of this project? What else can we do but invest money? There's nothing we can do, our family is all money and no power." Moreover, since they weren't from a martial arts family, they were already giving this kind of hint, so they had no choice but to obediently invest money. In case of danger, it's good to have the Martial Arts Bureau for protection. "No, Mr. Jiang, you've misunderstood, it's your son." Before Aoyang Guanan could finish speaking, Jiang Zhenhua's urgent voice came from the other end. That unfilial son must have done something terrible to have alarmed the Martial Arts Bureau. "Director Aoyang, please, for my sake, let this brat off the hook. Our Jiang family only has 1 son per generation and he's my only son." Jiang Zhenhua was almost crying as he spoke, and Aoyang Guanan's face darkened. "Couldn't someone just finish speaking? Patriarch Jiang, you misunderstand, I have a favor to ask of you." Jiang Zhenhua was immediately taken aback. Wasn't it supposed to be Jiang Chengye? So suddenly it turned into begging him. "Why should I ask him for help? Could it be that they're trying to take this opportunity to extort a large sum of money from him?" There was no other way but to accept it. Even if his son hadn't done anything wrong, if the Martial Arts Bureau came knocking, he'd still have to obediently pay up. Is the sun rising in the west? Jiang Zhenhua strongly suspected that Aoyang Guanan had taken the wrong medicine. When did Aoyang Guanan become so polite? They're even using beg now. Isn't it always been your opinion? Did they change their operating system today, or perhaps there was some large investment involved? Aoyang Guanan didn't mention that when the Martial Arts Bureau was built. That's a direct investment of 5 or 600 million. Could it be that even 5 or 600 million wouldn't be enough this time? "Director Aoyang, what did you say? You want something from me, did I hear that right?" Aoyang Guanan gave a wry smile. "Jiang family, please let me finish. Here's what happened." Aoyang Guanan quickly told Jiang Zhenhua what had just happened. Jiang Zhenhua on the other end of the phone was utterly astonished. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Is this his own son? When did my son become so temperamental? Although I feel that my son has changed a lot recently, this change is just too damn big. The Martial Arts Bureau wants people, specifically the Dragon King, a mercenary from overseas. He knew about the Dragon King's palace. It could be classified as a terrorist organization. Jiang Chengye actually wanted to bail him out. Was he courting death? Moreover, if Jiang Chengye really bailays him out, won't the Jiang family be criticized? Actually, none of that matters. What matters is that Aoyang Guanan actually said that Jiang Chengye is a martial arts grandmaster. There is only one martial arts grandmaster in the entire Jiangbei region, and that is Aoyang Huang, the former director of the Martial Arts Bureau. That is, Aoyang Guanan's biological father. It's something bullets can't even get close to. Is Jiang Chengye a martial arts master? How come he, as the father, didn't know? This is too surreal, impossible, absolutely impossible. Furthermore, they want to go directly to the Martial Arts Bureau at night to pick up the person. Isn't that a slap in the face to the Martial Arts Bureau? Her own son had been indulging in a life of debauchery and only recently stopped. When did I develop this kind of courage? Stop fooling around. The Martial Arts Bureau is an official institution of the Dragon Kingdom. Forcibly breaking in is no joke. Director Aoyang, please stop joking. Just tell me how much you want. It's really not right to lie to me like this. Aoyang Guanan was almost in tears. What a joke he was making. His mahogany table was reduced to dust. The facts were right in front of him. "I'm not joking, Patriarch Jiang. If you make a call to young Master Jiang, you'll see I'm not lying. I also hope you can persuade him not to act impulsively." Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhenhua nodded, now believing Aoyang Guanan's words. The best way is to call Jiang Chengye directly and ask. He was still very shocked, though, that his son, who was originally a snakeskin, had suddenly turned into a real dragon. This change is truly enormous. "Director Aoyang, I'll hang up now and call my unfilial son to ask him." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Zhenhua took a deep breath and slowly dialed Jiang Chengye's number. At that moment, Jiang Chengye was driving on his way to Lushanju. Chen Limin and Yunian should have already found a house. As for picking up people from the martial arts bureau that evening, he brought 5 chosen ones with him, putting on a grand show. Each and every one of them stands at the pinnacle of the world. From now on, no one in the Jiang family will be able to ride roughshod over them. Just then, the phone rang. Jiang Chengye raised an eyebrow slightly, thinking it was Aoyang Guanan who had made the call. But when he saw that it was Jiang Zhenhua calling, he raised an eyebrow. Jiang Zhenhua never calls me when I'm away. It must have been Aoyang Guanan who called him for help. "Hello, Dad, what's up?" A slightly resentful voice came from the other end of the phone. "You unfilial son, when did you become a martial arts master? How come I didn't know?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Chengye couldn't help but smile wryly. "Dad, you call me Dragon Prince now instead of rebellious son. Get lost, you think you're deaf, I'm a prince. Ouyang Guanan just called me. What's going on? Is it really true? Give me a reasonable explanation right now, or 7 wolves might be about to unleash their fury." Jiang Chengye immediately slammed on the brakes and pulled the car over to the side of the road. The thought of 7 wolves sent a chill down his spine. 7 wolves isn't actually that scary, but that depends on who has it in their hands. In Jiang Zhenhua's hands, this is enhanced by bloodline suppression. We absolutely have to be afraid. However, Aoyang Guanan looked down on him a bit. Not to mention a martial arts grandmaster, even a great grandmaster was nothing in his eyes. Those few chosen ones are good proof of this. The pinnacle of martial arts? That's all bullshit. Although I don't know what the peak of martial arts is, I'm certain it's stronger than a grandmaster. Dad, don't get agitated, let me explain. What Aoyang Guanan said is true. I do indeed possess the strength of a martial arts grandmaster. Dad, I wanted to give you a surprise, so I haven't told you yet. When Jiang Zhenhua heard Jiang Chengye admit it, he was first stunned, then overjoyed. His own son is a martial arts master. He immediately covered the phone, shouting, "Woohoo, take off." Jiang Chengye, who was about to explain, immediately froze and asked in confusion, "Dad, where did that dragon's roar come from? You brat, didn't you say you were a dragon's son? Then your dad is a dragon, isn't that more in line with your identity?" Jiang Zhenhua was so excited that he was incoherent. "Son, tell Dad quickly, did you take Sanlu milk powder, Pa? How did you become a martial arts master? Our family only has the 18 styles of Tan Tui. Where did you get your martial arts skills? Did you have a powerful mentor outside who taught you all sorts of skills? To conceal your true abilities, you've been pretending, acting like a sycophant. Everything you've done so far has been for the sake of quietly developing your strength." Jiang Chengye was completely stunned by Jiang Zhenhua's attack. "What's the point of explaining this? I've already filled in the blanks in my mind." This caused him to omit all the lines he had prepared. Dad, I didn't expect you to guess it all. Like father, like son." All I could hear on the other end of the phone was Jiang Zhenhua laughing. Jiang Zhenhua laughed and then burst into tears. The entire Jiang family consisted of only the father and son. Although they are among the 4 major families, they suffer from the lack of martial artists to protect them. Therefore, they were at the bottom among the 4 major families. In order to seek asylum, they have been giving money to the Martial Arts Bureau every year, and they don't even know how much money they have given. Well, now his own son has risen to prominence against all odds and become a martial arts grandmaster. After they leave Jiangbei, the Jiang family will no longer be bound by any constraints. Okay, son, Dad admits I used to raise my voice a bit. Dad misunderstood you." Jiang Zhenhua's unusual behavior during this period made him realize that his son had been faking it all along. Now everything is clear. It turns out Jiang Chengye was playing it safe and developing his strength stealthily. Now that it has emerged from its cocoon and transformed into a butterfly, no wonder Tang Xiu was able to switch sides. No wonder Sun Xiaoyu came to visit. No wonder Michelle Rise doesn't mind polygamy, because my son is outstanding. A grandmaster in his 20s, where can you find one like that even with a lantern? Dad, what nonsense are you talking about? Okay, Dad, we'll talk when I get home later. I have something to do. Jiang Chengye smiled wryly, etc. Jiang Zhenhua's tone immediately turned serious. "Chengye, are you really planning to break into the Martial Arts Bureau tonight to arrest him?" Jiang Chengye thought Jiang Zhenhua had forgotten about this in his excitement, so he nodded and said in a deep voice, "That's right, it's time to show the fangs of the Jiang family." Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhenhua fell silent. I never expected Jiang Chengye's starting point to be here. What Jiang family? The Jiang family is just the father and son. Jiang Chengye did this to prove Jiang Zhenhua's innocence. He, Jiang Zhenhua, is not the father of Wolf Warrior. He, Jiang Chengye, is no longer the son of a sycophant. But the Martial Arts Bureau is, after all, an official organization of the Dragon Kingdom. Is this really a good idea? Jiang Chengye pondered for a moment. "Dad, I know what I'm doing, don't worry." Jiang Zhenhua sighed deeply. "All right, Dad will listen to you. No matter what happens, Dad will always be there for you." He hung up the phone after saying that. Jiang Chengye looked at his phone, pondering for a moment. Although this is not Earth and it is not the motherland I love. However, when he stood on the opposite side, Jiang Chengye still couldn't do it. After thinking for a moment, he dialed Aoyang Guanan's number. Meanwhile, Aoyang Guanan was pacing back and forth in his office. His face looked extremely pale. The phone rang and he quickly took it out, his face immediately lighting up with joy. He quickly answered the phone. "Hey, young Master Jiang, have you changed your mind?" "Director Aoyang, yes, I've changed my mind." Aoyang Guanan was immediately overjoyed. "Haha, then I'm relieved. Young Master Jiang, I wonder if you'd like to consider joining the Martial Arts Bureau. Don't worry, it's just a nominal position and you'll even get a bunch of privilege certificates. And Yi Chen, young Master Jiang, you can just come and drag him away." Having changed his mind, the man took out his offer and even extended an olive branch, hoping to recruit Jiang Chengye into the Martial Arts Bureau. In other major cities, there are grandmasters in charge, but in the Jiangbei Martial Arts Bureau, there is only one person at the peak of dark force in charge. Of course, this doesn't include his own father since Emperor Aoyang has already retired. And they're already over 70 years old, they can only manage small-scale activities. If something truly serious has happened, let's postpone it for now. Even heroes succumb to the ravages of time. Although he is currently at the peak of internal strength, it will still take him some time to break through to the level of a martial arts grandmaster. Wouldn't it be wonderful to absorb Jiang Chengye into the Martial Arts Bureau? Another one is Jiang Chengye, a martial arts master in his 20s. If this were to be mentioned to the Jiangbei Martial Arts Bureau, the other martial arts bureaus would be green with envy. "Director Aoyang, I haven't yet explained what my changed decision is. My decision is that I will still come to the Martial Arts Bureau tonight." Aoyang Guanan's smile froze, and his expression became as if he were constipated. "What a disappointment, young Master Jiang Yu." "Director Aoyang, please let me finish. Can you summon all the martial arts families and masters from Jiangbei to the Martial Arts Bureau?" Jiang Chengye gave a meaningful smile. Aoyang Guanan nodded woodenly. "Okay." As the director of the Martial Arts Bureau, he still commands respect from the martial arts families of Jiangbei. As for those independent martial arts masters, they dared not disrespect them even more. He had no idea what Jiang Chengye was planning to do. "All right, Director Aoyang, then I'll trouble you to gather everyone at the Martial Arts Bureau tonight. Don't worry, I'm not going to break them out of prison. I just want these martial arts masters to know that the Jiang family has me." Aoyang Guanan on the other end of the phone gasped. So Jiang Chengye was planning to use his Martial Arts Bureau as a backdrop. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chengye's lips curled into a slight smile. Aoyang Guanan had already agreed to Jiang Chengye's request. Jiang Chengye also agreed to join the Martial Arts Bureau under his name after the matter was completed. As the director of the Martial Arts Bureau, who in the Jiangbei martial arts world would dare to disrespect Aoyang Guanan? Tonight, he will show these people in the martial arts world that the Jiang family is invincible. From now on, the rules of the Jiang family will be the rules. Lushan residence. The bus stop is a few hundred meters away from the sales office. Chen Limin stood here holding Yunyan's little hand. Both mother and daughter had bright smiles on their faces. Yunyan shook Chen Limin's hand. "Mommy, the new house is so big, Yunyan is so happy." Chen Limin affectionately patted her little head. "Thanks to Uncle Chengye, he's the one who lets us live in such a nice house. We must remember Uncle Chengye's kindness." Yunyan nodded heavily, thinking to herself, "When I grow up, I'll marry Uncle Chengye and repay him properly." Miss Chen, wait a moment." A frantic voice came from behind them. He ran up to the mother and daughter. Miss Chen, you forgot your keys. Mei Li handed the 2 keys to Chen Limin. Thank you, Manager Mei. Chen Limin smiled. I was so busy looking at apartments that I forgot about the keys. Mei quickly waved her hand. No need to be so polite, Miss Chen. Are you planning to move your things over? Chen Limin nodded. Yes, I'm going back to pack, and I also need to find a car to haul some things. The apartment here features a living room, a kitchen, and 3 bedrooms, fully furnished with all necessary appliances. You can move in immediately with just your suitcase. I just need to go back and pack a few things, then I can move in directly. Chen Limin planned to handle packing herself. She didn't want to trouble Jiang Chengye with such trivial matters. Miss Chen, I'll take care of the car issue for you. Our sales office happens to have a dedicated delivery truck. I just forgot to ask you about it. Upon hearing this, Chen Limin's eyes lit up. Then I'll have to trouble Manager Mei. It's alright, this is a service our sales office should provide. Come on, let's go back, I'll drive you there. The 3 were about to walk towards the sales office when they heard a car horn behind them. It's Uncle Chengye. Yunian immediately let go of Chen Limin's hand and ran towards the Lamborghini. Jiang Chengye got out of the car and hugged Yunian tightly. Yunian then started showering Jiang Chengye with kisses on the face. Chen Limin and Mei Li looked on with envy. Kids are so great, they want that kind of treatment too. Uncle Chengye, the new house is so big, Yunian is so happy. Yunian gestured with her hands, her little face beaming with a smile. Jiang Chengye patted his head with eyes full of affection. Does Yunian like the new house? Like. Jiang Chengye gently pinched her delicate little nose. As long as Yunian likes it. We've viewed the apartment and got the keys. Chen Limin smiled and waved the key in front of Jiang Chengye. Then, turning to Mei Li, he said, Manager Mei and her sales office have trucks for hauling goods. They're preparing to go to the old town to pack things up and move them over. Don't rush this. Let's go get Yunian's school registration sorted out first. Jiang Chengye laughed. Upon hearing this, Chen Limin smiled and nodded. So that's why Jiang Chengye came here. Young Master Jiang, just call me if you need anything moved later. After saying that, he took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Chengye. Jiang Chengye nodded and accepted the gift. Then I'll have to trouble Manager Mei. Mei Li quickly waved her hand. Young Master Jiang, you're too kind. It's what we should do. Then Mei Li stood by the roadside and watched Jiang Chengye's Lamborghini drive away. Sigh, we're both young married women. When will I be able to ride in such a luxury car? Mei Li said enviously. Then he turned and walked towards the sales office. Jiang Chengye drove for a short while and arrived at the experimental primary school. It's only a few hundred meters away from Lushan residence. The security guard at the gate immediately let the car through upon seeing such a luxury vehicle. Jiang Chengye's arrival immediately alerted the principal. The enrollment process went very smoothly. Nothing unexpected happened. 20 minutes later, Jiang Chengye drove Chen Limin and her daughter out of the school. Before leaving, he casually donated 1 million to the school. The principal's face beamed like a daisy, and he secretly vowed that Yunian would receive princess-level treatment at school from now on. On the way, Jiang Chengye called Mei Li and arranged a truck to haul the goods. At that moment, a Lamborghini led the way with a pickup truck following behind. He could have simply provided an address and driven there, but Jiang Chengye just told him to follow him. Damn it, please keep a safe distance. The driver in the car was terrified. A safe distance of more than 10 meters was maintained. They were afraid that their truck cab would bump into the rear of a luxury car that didn't belong to them. If you kiss her, you might as well sell your house on the spot. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened along the way. They arrived safely at the old town at the residence of Chen Limin and her daughter. The mother and daughter were busy packing their clothes. Jiang Chengye wanted to help, but looking at the cramped room, he realized that the mother and daughter were still managing to stay afloat. If I add him, there really won't be enough room to turn around. All I could do was wait outside. The driver helped carry the packed items into the car. Yunian, carrying a small rabbit doll, hopped and skipped over to Jiang Chengye. Then she handed the little rabbit to Jiang Chengye. Uncle Chengye, this is Yunian's favorite little rabbit for you. Jiang Chengye looked at the snow-white little rabbit and reached out to take it. The little rabbit smells very good. It has a scent similar to Chen Limin's natural body fragrance. Yesterday, when I was treating Chen Limin, I noticed this little rabbit doll was placed next to her pillow. This is a birthday present from Mom to Union named Little Cloud Rabbit. Uncle Chengye is holding Little Cloud Rabbit, which means he's holding Union. At that moment, Chen Limin had just brought out a bunch of shopping bags she had bought the day before. Upon seeing the Little Cloud Rabbit in Jiang Chengye's hand, her face immediately turned red. Union, the little rabbit, often sleeps between the two of them, and when he falls asleep, he will mistake the little white rabbit for Union and hold it in his arms. Before she got sick, Chen Limin didn't like wearing underwear and preferred to sleep naked. Therefore, some odor will inevitably remain. After I got sick, I kept the little white rabbit by my pillow. Watching Jiang Chengye hold the little white rabbit doll, Chen Limin felt as if she were squeezing her own little white rabbit. Shy. Jiang Chengye initially wanted to return the little cloud rabbit to Union, but looking at Union's sincere little eyes, he decided to accept it instead. After all, this was the best thing Union had ever given me, and she was willing to give it to me. If I didn't accept it, Union would definitely be unhappy. Thank you, Union. Uncle will buy you an even bigger one for your birthday. Union squinted her little eyes and nodded. Jiang Chengye took a deep breath of the little cloud rabbit's scent and laughed. It smells so good. Just like Union. Chen Limin froze instantly, her pretty face turning bright red. Of course it smells good, Mom likes not wearing it, wah. Before Union could finish speaking, Chen Limin immediately threw down what she was holding and covered her mouth. This child tells everyone everything, it would be impolite to say more. This little cloud rabbit is Union's favorite. I gave it to her as a birthday present when she was 5 years old. She loved it so much that she always slept with it. Chen Limin hurriedly said in a panic, then desperately tried to wink at Union. But Union had no idea what Chen Limin meant, so she could only nod cutely. Chen Limin released her hand from her mouth. Union looked aggrieved. It was clearly her mother who often cuddled the little cloud rabbit to sleep, and they weren't wearing any clothes. She simply placed the little cloud rabbit in the middle. Jiang Chengye nodded and smiled. I see, but Sister Xiaoman, why is your face so red? Is it too heavy? Let me help you. Chen Limin quickly coughed awkwardly. Yes, it's too heavy. Jiang Chengye got up and picked up the bags that Chen Limin had left on the ground. I couldn't help but wonder why all the clothes were so light. They must have been too tired from packing. However, she immediately remembered what she had just told Union. Chen Limin likes not to wear, what not to wear. Combined with Chen Limin's reaction, Jiang Chengye's eyes lit up. I see. Looking at the little cloud rabbit in his hand, a meaningful smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. Chen Limin noticed Jiang Chengye's expression and became even more shy. Is there anything else? Jiang Chengye peeked into the room and asked. Chen Limin shook her head. That's all. Looking at the place where she had lived for several years, Chen Limin couldn't help but feel reluctant to leave. Although the house is small, it holds too many memories for the mother and daughter. Noticing Chen Limin's sadness, Jiang Chengye patted her shoulder. Let's go, secretary. Chen Limin chuckled and rolled her eyes at him. Then I took a deep breath, closed the door and left the key on the windowsill. Let's go, boss. She looked at Jiang Chengye and smiled, then mustered her courage and took his hand. Jiang Chengye did not refuse. You should call me manager, I'm not the boss yet. Chen Limin stuck out her little pink tongue. Union's eyes lit up when she saw Chen Limin holding Jiang Chengye's hand. Uncle Chengye, I want a hug. Chen Limin could only reluctantly let go of Jiang Chengye's hand and glare at Union. Jiang Chengye picked up Union and walked outside. The small truck has already driven away. The driver already knew the way well, and if Jiang Chengye were to lead the way again, his heart wouldn't be able to take it. Lushan residence. Jiang Chengye took the mother and daughter to their new home. As for the items that were brought in, the entire sales office staff helped carry them upstairs. Such enthusiasm made Jiang Chengye sigh. She really is a salesperson. The three of them even got a free meal at the sales office. Jiang Chengye felt a little embarrassed and immediately bought 2 houses to express his gratitude. It is now 6 p.m. As Chen Limin and her daughter tidied up their new home, Jiang Chengye got up to say goodbye. Before leaving, I received another few kisses from Union. Chen Limin was itching to do something but ultimately held back. As the mother and daughter watched him go, Jiang Chengye departed with a flourish. Jiang Chengye arrived at the parking spot, looked around to make sure no one was there, and used his spatial powers to directly store the car inside. To fly directly through the air. If it can fly, why would it need a car? Don't be ridiculous. Jiang Chengye climbed straight up to an altitude of 10,000 meters, overlooking the entire Jiangbei region. Then, upon seeing Jiangbei Middle School, we made a direct dive. Meanwhile, in Wang Teng's dormitory at Jiangbei Middle School, Wang Teng was sitting cross-legged on the bed, practicing meditation. The original owner of this body was from a rural family. Instead of owning a house in Jiangbei, I chose to live on campus. However, most of the students at Jiangbei Middle School own houses nearby, so not many live in the dormitories. Wang Teng was the only person in his dormitory. Suddenly, Wang Teng opened his eyes and Jiang Chengye was standing on the balcony with his arms crossed, looking at him. "Boss, has Yi Chen's situation been resolved?" He stood up and asked. Jiang Chengye walked into the room and looked around. The dormitory room, which was meant for 8 people, only had Wang Teng. It was actually quite spacious. "No, there's been a problem with the martial arts bureau." Jiang Chengye sat down next to Wang Teng and said calmly. Wang Teng raised an eyebrow. "Boss, what's the problem? If all else fails, should we just wipe out that martial arts bureau?" Jiang Chengye was stunned. As expected of the chosen one of the fantasy world, he could destroy everything at the drop of a hat. That fits the character perfectly. No need, it's just some minor issues. Jiang Chengye told Wang Teng about the agreement between himself and Aoyang Guanan, and Wang Teng understood immediately. "Then I'll contact Gu Chen and the others and have them come over." Jiang Chengye nodded. This was precisely why he had come to find Wang Teng. Wang Teng took his phone out from under his pillow and opened the chat group with the group. Jiang Chengye glanced at the group name and almost burst out laughing. Wang Bakwen, who came up with such a divine name? The turtles are hilarious. Meet at the entrance of Jiangbei Middle School. The boss has something to do. As soon as the message was sent, the 4 people immediately responded. Chu Tianba, received on my way almost there. Gu Chen, understood. Lin Fan, coming right away. Yi Tian, a single arrow pierces the clouds. 1,000 armies will come to meet me. Yi Tian will give my life for my boss, even at the cost of my life. Wang Teng frowned as he read Yi Tian's reply. Yi Tian really had the potential to become one of the emperor's chief eunuchs. Jiang Chengye wasn't even in this group. If he were, Yi Tian would probably have immediately started shouting, "Yes, sir, this old servant understands." At the entrance of Jiangbei Middle School. Within 2 minutes of the message being sent, the 4 people were already in place. They came running straight at full speed. Jiang Chengye nodded as he looked at the 4 people standing ramrod straight in front of him. Very energetic, especially Yi Tian, whose eyes were incredibly pure at that moment. It's like the look in the eyes of a puppy that's been beaten and is now guarding its food. Jiang Chengye led them to a restaurant and booked a private room. Wang Teng repeated the arrangements for tonight to the group. The group instantly understood. Tonight they were going to stand guard at the venue. "No problem, I'll stand there and see who dares to bully the Jiang family again." Yi Tian stood up and said with a face full of indignation. "He is simply the epitome of loyalty to his master. They're all calling themselves the Jiang family now." Jiang Chengye nodded in satisfaction. Seeing Jiang Chengye nod in satisfaction, he couldn't help but feel smug. He licked so much seafood, that's how he developed his licking skills. "Who can compare? My life is in their hands now, I have no choice but to lick their boots." Yi Tian had already come to terms with it. The fate of heaven was none of his concern. Preserving your life is the most important thing. Moreover, although he also coveted Tian Haideng as the chosen one of destiny, she, as the Heavenly Dao, simply wouldn't give him the chance to lick her boots. "If it's gone, it's gone. Besides, she's not the only one with seafood." Comments. Inside Aoyang Guanan's office at the Martial Arts Bureau, a new mahogany table has replaced the pile of dust on the floor. Aoyang Guanan held his phone in his hand and let out a long sigh. Then I looked at the page displayed on the computer on the table, Jiangbei Martial Arts Network. A large headline appeared above. "Martial Arts Bureau Mysterious Young Grandmaster invites you tonight at 8 p.m. This is a section that Aoyang Guanan just arranged for people to make. People from the Jiangbei martial arts community have already started leaving comments, reserving this spot first place. Jiangbei martial arts website has finally been updated, checking in. A mysterious young martial arts master. When did Jiangbei produce a martial arts master? Same question as the one above. Could someone from the Martial Arts Bureau give me a ride tonight if they're going that way? We'll find out tonight. It would be great if the young martial arts master were a girl. You're just a novice at the Ming Jin level, yet you're eyeing a grandmaster. You've got some nerve. Take a chance and your bicycle might turn into a motorcycle. See you tonight? Aoyang Guanan frowned, hesitated for a moment, and then dialed his father Aoyang Huang's number. Inside the park of Fandu Garden residential community in Jiangbei, after dinner, several elderly men each held a musical instrument and began to play with great flair. Emperor Aoyang was among them. He had a full head of silver hair and looked radiant. The musical instrument he was holding was actually a suona, a traditional Huxia wind instrument. And at this moment the piece being played is 100 Birds Paying Homage to the Phoenix. And Aoyang Huang is prominently positioned in the center. This is one of his signature pieces. The area was filled with middle-aged women from the neighborhood as well as couples taking a walk and children. As the song 100 Birds Paying Homage to the Phoenix ended, enthusiastic applause erupted from all around. Hearing the applause, Emperor Aoyang nodded in acknowledgement. The middle-aged women around him were looking at him with stars in their eyes. It's a pity that as he grew old, Emperor Aoyang was no longer able to keep up. Otherwise, Aoyang Guanan would probably have a younger brother or sister who is decades older than him. Old man, you're playing 100 Birds Paying Homage to the Phoenix more and more skillfully. Haha, I've been playing along with your hype for over a year and you're only just starting to get the hang of it. When we get to your banquet, I'll play along for you for free. Hey, you old codger, you're even older than me. Who knows who'll go first? If you're the one who leaves first, I'll dance a little tune for you. Oh yeah. The old men, including Aoyang Huang, joked with each other and their relationship was very harmonious. They're all discussing whose banquet to eat at first. At this moment, Aoyang Huang looked no different from an ordinary old man. If these old buddies knew that he was a martial arts master, a martial arts expert who could jump more than 10 meters and be completely unharmed, they definitely wouldn't compete with him to see who could run away first. They'll probably pre-order the lock track directly. Just as they were preparing to play the next piece, Aoyang Huang's phone suddenly rang. When Aoyang Huang saw that it was Aoyang Guanan calling, he leaned to the side to answer the phone. What's up? Didn't I tell you it's my performance time now? You'd better have something important to say before you call. Aoyang Guanan on the other end of the phone swallowed hard, looking a little flustered. This is the first time I've called Aoyang Huang at this hour. I should have called earlier. I was busy contacting other martial arts masters and forgot about the old man. The experts of the old man's generation didn't go online often, so they had to contact people on their own. Dad, don't get agitated, something's happened. Upon hearing this, Aoyang Huang frowned slightly. What could be more important than his suona playing? Could it be that someone had invited him to perform live? That would be a good opportunity to take this group of old buddies along for a visit. At this time you must not appear excited, you must remain calm. Has someone died? Upon hearing this, Aoyang Guanan was immediately speechless. What kind of twisted understanding does my dad have? Does anything happening mean someone is dead? It's not Dad. A grandmaster is coming to the Martial Arts Bureau tonight and he specifically asked to see everyone in the Jiangbei martial arts community. Upon hearing this, Emperor Aoyang was immediately disappointed. It was completely different from what I expected. It was pointless. Is it another inspection from above? Who is it this time? He asked in a nonchalant tone, his voice noticeably colder than before. Aoyang Guanan was speechless. So you're only happy when someone dies? Why not have one of them die? If Emperor Aoyang knew his thoughts, he would definitely say it wasn't impossible. The effect would be even better if it were in his own son's home turf. It's not an inspection from above, it's Jiang Chengye, the eldest son of the Jiang family, a martial arts grandmaster from Jiangbei. Aoyang Huang immediately stood up, his face full of shock. He walked towards a deserted place, ignoring even the questions his old buddies behind him asked. You mean Jiang Zhenhua's son, Jiang Chengye? You're not kidding, are you? Wasn't that kid a womanizer? How did he suddenly become a martial arts master? Emperor Aoyang frowned. Jiang Chengye was only in his early 20s and a notorious playboy. Although he no longer appeared in front of these families often, he had still heard of him. Jiang Zhengyu's title as the father of Wolf Warrior was earned through Jiang Chengye's flattery. This formidable figure with such a record has transformed into a martial arts grandmaster. On par with him, he can accept it. Dad, it's true, I'm not kidding. Next, Aoyang Guanan recounted the events of the afternoon to Emperor Aoyang once again. Emperor Aoyang still couldn't believe it after hearing it. He said he would be at the Martial Arts Bureau soon and then hung up the phone. Old man Huang, have you finished making the call? Hurry up and come over for the next song. Several old friends called out to Emperor Aoyang from inside the pavilion. At this moment, Emperor Aoyang had no mind to continue his boasting. They left hastily, much to the dismay of the group of middle-aged women, heading straight to the Martial Arts Bureau. At this moment, a major earthquake has struck the entire martial arts world of Jiangbei. A mysterious young master, how young, everyone is speculating about who it is. Could they be scions of top martial arts families? Or perhaps he is a disciple of a reclusive martial arts master. In short, everyone who had a daughter brought her along. This is a huge opportunity. If you catch the eye of a grandmaster, you could become his father-in-law. In Jiangbei, who would dare not give them face? The farmers have been liberated and are now singing songs of joy. 7:30 p.m. There are 30 minutes left until the official website release time. The area outside the Martial Arts Bureau was already filled with all sorts of luxury cars, including some battle-damaged vehicles. After all, not everyone who practices martial arts is rich. Without money or ability, one can only be a junior. At this moment, the lights were on brightly in the training ground of the Martial Arts Bureau, and singing could be heard continuously. The songs also kept up with current events, with Send, Cole playing. The Martial Arts Bureau's training grounds are large enough to accommodate around 500 people. The training grounds can easily accommodate those with family influence, while those without family influence band together for mutual support. All members of second-tier or higher families in Jiangbei were present. These prominent families readily accepted the invitation extended by the Martial Arts Bureau, and they also wanted to befriend this martial arts master. Furthermore, some rumors have circulated that this young grandmaster is only 17 or 18 years old. Some said they were in their 20s, others said they were in their 30s. These three age groups can be considered young grandmasters. They couldn't help but start thinking about it. Each family member brought their most beautiful younger relatives to the event. If someone takes a liking to you, that would be an incredibly wonderful thing. Inside Aoyang Guanan's office, several high-ranking officials from the Martial Arts Bureau were standing in front of the new mahogany table. An old man sat with his arms crossed on the sofa opposite. It was Emperor Aoyang who had arrived. Chief, who is it? They won't even tell us. Sun Haoran frowned and looked at Aoyang Guanan, asking a question. Aoyang Guanan simply tapped the table. Jiang Chengye had told him on the phone not to reveal his identity beforehand. He sighed, we'll find out soon enough. It's almost 8 o'clock as promised. Sun Haoran didn't ask any more questions. You guys go to the training ground first, I'll be there in a bit.
Yes.
Someone is needed to create a sense of atmosphere on the training field. With so many people, minor conflicts are bound to happen. However, even if a conflict occurs between people from the Martial Arts Bureau, it has to be resolved outside the Martial Arts Bureau. The group turned and nodded to Aoyang Huang, who was sitting on the sofa, before leaving. After the group left, Aoyang Huang smacked his lips and said, if they knew it was Jiang Chengye from the Jiang family, they'd probably be shocked. Aoyang Guanan nodded in agreement. Dad, why don't you start a friendly sparring match later and test this kid's skills? Aoyang Huang nodded. Good, I want to see just how much strength this unknown young man who has risen to prominence so quickly really possesses. The father and son began making arrangements in the office. After some discussion, Emperor Aoyang expressed his desire to meet Yi Chen. Yi Chen seemed to be around the same age as Jiang Chengye, and he also possessed the strength of the peak of dark force. He was just one step away from becoming a grandmaster. He can be considered a genius, and he is also the leader of the Dragon King Palace, the largest mercenary group overseas. He must be a cunning, ruthless, and extremely shrewd young man. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't be able to sit in this chair. Emperor Aoyang was quite curious about such people. The father and son left the office and headed straight for the place where Yi Chen was being held. Meanwhile, in the prison cells a few hundred meters away from them, Yi Chen lay on the iron bed with a look of utter despair on his face. The pleasant music playing outside calmed his restless mood, but the clattering of mahjong tiles from next door didn't stop. "Guys, why haven't you come to rescue me yet? I've been missing for so long, you should have noticed by now. Why haven't you come to save me?" Yi Chen said in a hoarse voice, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. The hoarse voice came from cursing Chen Wu. After hurling insults for 6 or 7 hours, Chen Wu remained as still as a dead pig, offering no response whatsoever. "The Martial Arts Bureau is heartless. They didn't even take me for questioning after I woke up. Why did they arrest me? Moreover, he didn't even care about the injured person. Is there any justice in this world? Is there no law?" There were over a dozen cells locked up, just him and the 4 people next door, including Chen Wu. Yi Chen couldn't help but think of the smooth-sailing happiness he had in his previous life. But in this life, things have completely fallen apart. Tang Shiyu is gone, and so is her little brother. Even his own little brother betrayed him. Even the Martial Arts Bureau, which was clearly a great help to him in his previous life, has now become an obstacle. He's practically screaming misery all he can do right now. "Jiang Chengye, you're clearly a villain meant to be my stepping stone, so why don't you let me show off and slap you in the face like in my past life? It's all your fault, I hate you." Resentment plus X. If Jiang Chengye had a resentment value system, he'd probably be drawing lots until everyone was exhausted. Just then, the sound of leather shoes clicking could be heard from the corridor. The footsteps sound like 2 people. Yi Chen immediately sat up, and the sound of mahjong tiles being played by Chen Wu and the others next door also stopped. "Hello, Director Aoyang." The voices of Chen Wu and the other 3 came from next door in unison. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's expression darkened. Ouyang Guanan, a B******D who hits himself on the head, in his past life Ouyang Guanan was on his side. He addressed him as young friend Yi repeatedly and kept inviting him to join the Martial Arts Bureau. Just like Yi Chen's lapdog, moreover, he and Emperor Aoyang were close friends despite their age difference. Emperor Aoyang always called him Brother Yi. Ouyang Guanan still calls him Uncle. After the Jiang family was wiped out, he planned to join the Martial Arts Bureau to make things easier for them, but he was struck by lightning as soon as he stepped out of the gate and was reborn before he could join. "I never imagined that in this life I would be ambushed by a simp. Keep your voices down while you play mahjong. Do you have any more cigarettes? If not, I'll have someone bring some over." Ouyang Guanan nodded and smiled, noting that the other's attitude was quite good. "In a few days, I'll fly straight to Black Africa to mine. Let them enjoy themselves for a few days." Chen Wu and the others felt a warmth in their hearts. All the money had been confiscated. They use cigarettes as gambling chips when they play mahjong. There are still some left. The 2 that were delivered yesterday are still available. Chen Wu smiled. Ouyang Guanan nodded. Emperor Aoyang clicked his tongue in amazement. The subordinates of the Dragon King Palace Master were truly eccentric. "Then you 2 continue, I'll go talk to Yi Chen. Director Aoyang, you should have a good talk with him. This kid is always swearing and his language is so foul and offensive. You should teach him a lesson." Chen Wu said in a low voice. Ouyang Guanan nodded upon hearing this, understood. Emperor Aoyang secretly praised him. What a damn talent. Then he followed the father and son to the next house. 2 figures appeared outside Yi Chen's cell. It was Ouyang Guanan and Ouyang Huang. The moment Yi Chen saw Ouyang Huang, his face was filled with excitement and his eyes reddened. "Family. Brother Ouyang." Ouyang Guanan's face immediately darkened. "Who the hell is your brother? Don't call me that." Yi Chen looked displeased. "Children shouldn't interrupt adults." Ouyang Guanan. "Emperor Aoyang." Emperor Aoyang was dumbfounded. So this brother Aoyang was calling him, but he didn't know Yi Chen either. He came up here calling himself Brother Aoyang. Was he trying to annoy his son? The assessment of Yi Chen as cunning and shrewd vanished instantly. This person is clearly mentally challenged. Looking at the bump on Yi Chen's forehead, yeah, the old man is hanging himself. He's got a death wish. Even Chen Wu and the others next door were stunned. Had the Dragon King gone mad? What the hell? Kids shouldn't interrupt adults. This is like a mouse licking a calligraphy brush looking for trouble. As expected, this Dragon King has gone mad. Chen, are you tired of living? Aoyang Guanan's face turned ashen. He was being taken advantage of like this. This is treating him like he's not human. Chen ignored him and instead looked at Emperor Aoyang. Brother Aoyang, where's your suona? Bring it out quickly, I'll play you a tune, I guarantee you'll be thrilled. Emperor Aoyang's face turned green. This kid even knows he loves playing the suona, a traditional Huxia wind instrument, and he's even going to play a tune for him. Aoyang Huang's first thought was that this kid had investigated him. Emperor Aoyang was also a little annoyed at this moment. Guanan, open the door, I want to go in and chat with him about the suona. He said it calmly. Aoyang Guanan nodded, his face grim, and replied, I've suddenly become interested in the suona too, I'll go in as well. Chen's face lit up with joy. When the suona horn sounds, gold pours in. Emperor Aoyang loves the suona very much. As long as I can play a tune, I guarantee that Emperor Aoyang will immediately become my close friend, just like in my previous life. But when did Aoyang Guanan become interested in the suona, the outer perimeter of the Martial Arts Bureau? Jiang Chengye and Wang Teng suddenly plummeted from the sky. The two waited by the roadside for a few minutes before Yi Tian and the others caught up from behind. You guys are way too slow. Jiang Chengye frowned and said with displeasure as he looked at the four people. Yi Tian and the other three all turned red in the face. I ran straight here holding my breath. Hearing Jiang Chengye's words made him want to curse. You two can fly but we can't, we're on foot. I'm already being generous by arriving so quickly. Although they were internally complaining, all four of them scratched their heads in embarrassment. Let's go. Jiang Chengye turned around and waved his hand, leading the four of them toward the checkpoint of the Martial Arts Bureau in the distance. Those who saw Jiang Chengye on guard duty were immediately allowed to pass. Inside the Martial Arts Bureau training ground at this moment, the Martial Arts Bureau has already arranged everything. Seating arrangements were made for all the attendees. Representatives from all the major families were placed at the front. At the very front, the old patriarch of the Sun family, Sun Tianlin, dressed in a black tang suit, leaned back in his chair with his legs crossed. Seated beside him was Sun Heyu, the current head of the Sun family. That is, Sun Xiaoyu's father. Sun Xiaoyu was naturally brought along as arranged by Sun Tianlin. Sun Xiaoyu, dressed in a white casual outfit, sat next to Sun Heyu with a sullen expression. His gaze kept scanning the crowd. Suddenly, I noticed Jiang Zhenhua sitting not far away. Behind Jiang Zhenhua stood a middle-aged man with a crew cut and a bodyguard wearing sunglasses and black clothes. This bodyguard was Wang Huifeng, a peak-level Ming Jin expert whom Jiang Zhenhua had hired at a high salary. As one of the four major families, Jiang Zhenhua was naturally qualified to sit at the front. Moreover, Jiang Zhenhua knew that the Grandmaster meeting was with his son, Jiang Chengye. Jiang Zhenhua was overjoyed at that moment, sitting there alone, occasionally covering his mouth and chuckling to himself. Every now and then, he would turn around and clap his hands at Wang Huifeng. Wang Huifeng is quite dedicated. Although he is a martial artist, he has a clear understanding of his role and has no complaints. Although we don't know what's wrong with Jiang Zhenhua, since he's taken the money, he has to do his job properly. Since Wang Huifeng didn't sit next to Jiang Zhenhua, a seat became available. Sun Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. She glanced at Sun Heyu beside her, then slowly stood up. It's almost 8 o'clock, where are you going? Sun Heyu looked at Sun Xiaoyu and asked with a frown. Sun Xiaoyu blinked her eyes pitifully and looked at Sun Heyu. Dad, I need to go to the bathroom. Sun Heyu glanced at her, his face full of disappointment and frustration. He looked Sun Xiaoyu up and down. I told you to dress more formally, so you wore this. Fine, you wore this, but the Grandmaster is almost here and you need to go to the restroom. At that moment, Sun Tianlin, who had been keeping his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and slapped Sun Heyu on the back of the head. Aren't you being a bit too nosy, father? Does Xiaoyu need your permission to go to the toilet? You're such a powerful head of the household. What, are you trying to use your daughter to curry favor with that Grandmaster? Sun Heyu covered his head, looking resentful. Dad, that's not what I meant. What do you mean not that? I know you too well. Sun Tianlin glared at him, then smiled at Sun Xiaoyu. Good grandson, if you need to go to the restroom, hurry up. We're only here out of respect for the Martial Arts Bureau, don't listen to your father. After saying that, she glared at Sun Haeyu again, who could only look up at the sky and pretend he couldn't hear her. Of course, the hope is that Sun Xiaoyu can make contact with this young grandmaster so that the Sun family can also break out of Jiangbei, continue to develop upwards. Although they are a martial arts family, their strength is only enough to barely hold their own in a small place like Jiangbei. In those great martial arts families, grandmasters are as common as cabbages, but in Jiangbei they are a unique existence. There's only one Aoyang emperor in the entire Jiangbei region, and since he's already an old man, he's naturally not within the scope of consideration. Now that a young martial arts master has finally arrived, isn't this the perfect opportunity right in front of us? Look at the families around me, the young women who isn't dressed up in their finest attire. It's obvious that this is the prevailing opinion, but all these people are just ordinary women in front of his daughter. He was quite confident in his daughter's appearance. Of course, it all depends on Sun Xiaoyu's opinion. If Sun Xiaoyu disagrees, then it's all for nothing. Thank you, Grandpa. Grandpa is the best. Sun Xiaoyu stood up, looked at Sun Tianlin and smiled. Then she stuck out her little pink tongue at Sun Haeyu, then she skipped and hopped towards Jiang Zhenhua, Uncle Jiang. Sun Xiaoyu walked up to Jiang Zhenhua and called out sweetly. Jiang Zhenhua, who was covering his mouth and chuckling, was suddenly stunned. Then, seeing that it was Sun Xiaoyu, he quickly coughed awkwardly. Xiaoyu, you're here too. Sun Xiaoyu nodded. Yes, I came with my dad and my grandpa. Jiang Zhenhua was surprised. Sun Tianlin had actually come. He immediately prepared to get up and visit, but then suddenly remembered that his son was a martial arts master. What's the point of going? Come on, Xiaoyu, have a seat. Jiang Zhenhua pointed to the empty seat next to him. Sun Xiaoyu sat down with a smile. At that moment, Sun Haeyu patted Sun Tianlin on the shoulder. Dad, look, is this girl going to the bathroom? She ran over to Jiang Zhenhua's. Sun Tianlin glanced at him dismissively. So what if they went? Why are you yelling? Don't bother me. In Sun Tianlin's view, it was nothing more than Sun Xiaoyu greeting an elder. What's the big deal? They're all from the four great families. Although the Jiang family is the fourth oldest, it's still good to make friends with them. Sun Haeyu was speechless, watching Sun Xiaoyu and Jiang Zhenhua chatting and laughing. I'm even happier than when I'm with my own father. This is my precious little darling, Dad, big brother. Sun Haeyoran walked over and sat down in Sun Xiaoyu's seat. Sun Haeyu nodded. Sun Tianlin opened his eyes and looked at Sun Haeyoran. Third brother, what exactly is your martial arts bureau trying to achieve by organizing this grandmaster meet and greet? Sun Haeyu looked at Sun Haeyoran with a puzzled expression. Sun Haeyoran smiled helplessly. I don't know either. It was arranged by Aoyang Guanan and it was a last-minute arrangement. We don't even know who it is, but since Grandmaster Aoyang is here, it must be something he values very much. That old codger Aoyang Huang is here too, interesting. Sun Tianlin muttered something under his breath and frowned. Since Emperor Aoyang appointed Aoyang Guanan to take over the position of bureau chief, he has rarely appeared in the public eye. It had been a year since I last saw Emperor Aoyang. Dad, eldest brother, Aoyang Guanan wants me to go over there. It's almost 8 o'clock, he should be here soon. Sun Haeyoran glanced at his phone and said, Okay, go ahead. Sun Tianlin waved his hand. By the way, big brother, where's Xiaoyu? Wasn't she just here? Sun Haeyoran frowned and asked. Sun Haeyu pointed at Jiang Zhenhua. Where is he? Sun Haeyoran looked around and was immediately stunned. Looking at Sun Xiaoyu chatting and laughing with Jiang Zhenhua, then glancing at Sun Haeyu. How did the little cotton-padded jacket end up on someone else? Sun Haeyu looked utterly helpless. He knew exactly what Sun Haeyoran was thinking, but there was nothing he could do about it. They saw Jiang Zhenhua and Sun Xiaoyu chatting and laughing. The people around them began to whisper among themselves. Isn't that the eldest daughter of the Sun family? How come she's so familiar with Jiang Zhenhua like a father and daughter? I heard from a rumor that Sun Xiaoyu seems to be pursuing Jiang Chengye. Who told you that? It's so sensational. Jiang Chengye is just a simp and a spoiled brat. How could Sun Xiaoyu possibly be interested in Jiang Chengye? Impossible. Bro, how long has it been since you've been online? Jiang Chengye's simp reputation is gone. Tang Xiu from the Tang family is already his girlfriend. What? How is that possible? My phone just broke and I just got a new old-fashioned phone. How could I have missed such explosive news? Jiang Chengye actually succeeded in pursuing his dream, damn. A simp who keeps fawning will eventually have everything. This is so inspiring. After years of perseverance, he finally won the heart of his sweetheart. Yes, Jiang Zhenyue's title of Father of Wolf Warrior has been dropped by everyone. He'll probably be called Father of Sea King from now on. Father of Aquaman, that's a good title. Why isn't Jiang Chengye here? Who knows? Maybe he's out having fun with Tang Xiu somewhere. After all, he's been pursuing her for so long, and now that he's got her, he has to enjoy himself first, right? That makes sense. Look at the Tang family seats. Tang Xiu isn't there either. I guess it's really as you say. Uncle Jiang, why didn't Chengye come? Sun Xiaoyu asked in a low voice. He'll be here soon, he's the star of the night. Jiang Zhenyue smiled, his face full of pride. Sun Xiaoyu was taken aback. Could it be that the young grandmaster invited by the martial arts bureau tonight was Jiang Chengye? Uncle Jiang, are you saying that Cheng Yi is the martial arts grandmaster invited by the martial arts bureau? Sun Xiaoyu covered her mouth and asked in surprise. Jiang Zhenyue looked at Sun Xiaoyu suspiciously. Did Sun Xiaoyu not know? Was I wrong? Didn't Sun Xiaoyu come to him because she knew Jiang Chengye was a grandmaster? Sun Xiaoyu's eyes darkened. He knew Jiang Chengye was powerful, but he hadn't expected him to be a martial arts master. Then another pang of pain shot through his heart. He was clearly very strong, but he had never once made a move in front of them. Perhaps their indifference was the reason Jiang Chengye gave up resisting. Narya. Sun Xiaoyu whispered something. My feelings were incredibly complex. Just then, Jiang Chengye and his 6 companions slowly walked into the training ground. After looking around, Jiang Chengye walked towards Jiang Zhenyue. Seeing Sun Xiaoyu sitting next to Jiang Zhenyue, he was taken aback. Jiang Chengye's arrival immediately attracted the attention of half the crowd. Many stylishly dressed girls looked at Jiang Chengye with stars in their eyes. So handsome! How come I never noticed how handsome Jiang Chengye was before? Those who had been discussing why Jiang Chengye hadn't come started speculating again. What brings young Master Jiang here? Looks like our earlier guesses were wrong. No, coming so late, they probably already ate before they arrived. Well, it's not impossible. Yes, Tang Xiu didn't come along. She's probably still resting since the cabbages were just picked. Jiang Chengye could naturally hear all of these people's conversation. I just ignore these people and pretend they're talking nonsense. Everyone was curious about the 5 people behind Jiang Chengye. After all, Wang Teng was still wearing his school uniform. Several people noticed Lin Fan. After all, Lin Fan was someone who could be considered a member of high society. Hey, isn't that Lin Fan, the son-in-law of the Su family? It seems so. The Su family isn't even qualified to come. I didn't expect Lin Fan to get into the martial arts bureau because of Jiang Chengye. Judging from his appearance, Lin Fan has become Jiang Chengye's subordinate. Then the other 4 are also Lin Fan's underlings, and they must still be middle school students, right? Didn't you see a school uniform? It's from Jiangbei Middle School. Look at the guy in the middle with the buzz cut. His mouth looks a little crooked. They all heard the whispers and murmurs around them. Yi Tian couldn't help but wonder why was the person in the middle's mouth crooked. He immediately realized that this was describing him. He immediately glared at the person who spoke, and the person instantly felt as if they were being stared at by a ferocious beast, and their legs went weak. Just as he was about to flash a smug, crooked smile, Jiang Chengye turned and glanced at him. He quickly lowered his head. He had shown a crooked smile at the dinner table, which is why Jiang Chengye slapped him. His mouth is indeed a little crooked. They weren't wrong. The 6 people arrived at the front, and Jiang Chengye nodded slightly upon seeing them. It seems the Martial Arts Bureau still has a lot of influence. Thinking back to when he was following the storyline, the Martial Arts Bureau was like Yi Chen's lapdog. They treated Yi Chen as an honored guest. The Jiang family invested so much money in the Martial Arts Bureau, and in the end, Yi Chen came knocking on their door. I sought help from the Martial Arts Bureau, but they completely ignored me. They also secretly provided assistance to Yi Chen. However, thinking about the current situation, Jiang Chengye couldn't help but laugh. Yi Chen is already a joke. Without his idiot-lowering aura, who would still play along with him. If it weren't for needing his help to break through the barrier of Tianlin Star, Yi Chen would probably have spent his entire life in the Martial Arts Bureau's prison. Suddenly, Jiang Chengye noticed Sun Xiaoyu sitting next to Jiang Zhenhua, and a bitter smile appeared on his lips. Dad. Jiang Chengye walked up behind Jiang Zhenhua, patted him on the shoulder and called out. Jiang Zhenhua turned to look at Jiang Chengye, patted his hand and laughed. You rascal, you finally arrived. Xiaoyu was just asking about you. Upon seeing Jiang Chengye, Sun Xiaoyu immediately stood up and to everyone's astonishment, suddenly hugged him. Everyone was stunned. Sun Heishan crushed the stainless steel teacup he was holding, water sprayed out directly, splashing all over him. Sun Tianlin, who was quietly enjoying himself with his eyes closed, was also splashed. He immediately opened his eyes and exclaimed in surprise, You unfilial son, what are you doing? However, Sun Heishan was seen staring blankly in one direction, and then Sun Tianlin also looked in that direction. His eyes widened instantly. Sun Xiaoyu was holding Jiang Chengye. What's going on? He rubbed his eyes again, his face full of shock. Dad, there's a big problem with our cabbages. Sun Heishan said absent-mindedly. What are you still looking at? Come on, let's go see what's going on. Sun Tianlin cursed, then got up and walked towards Jiang Zhenhua and the others with his hands behind his back. Sun Heishan followed, his face somewhat gloomy. Jiang Chengye was a notorious playboy in Jiangbei, and to be honest, Sun Heishan looked down on people like him. He is not good enough for his daughter at all. And what she just witnessed was her daughter throwing herself into Jiang Chengye's arms. This made it even more unacceptable to him. Especially recently, he heard that Jiang Chengye and Tang Xiyu from the Tang family are already together. What kind of situation is this? Is Jiang Chengye trying to have his cake and eat it too? Jiang Chengye completely ignored the stares of those around him. What's wrong with you? Jiang Chengye patted Sun Xiaoyu on the shoulder and asked with a frown. Sun Xiaoyu sobbed slightly, feeling very upset. Thinking of the scenes from my past life, my heart feels like it's being pricked by needles. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, I was so foolish. Jiang Chengye's hand paused slightly. He knew that Sun Xiaoyu was apologizing to him for the original plot. At this moment, seeing Sun Tianlin and Sun Heishan walking towards them, Jiang Chengye couldn't help but frown. Damn, this is going to be hard to explain. Don't cry yet, your grandpa and dad are here. Jiang Chengye coughed and said. Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaoyu immediately released Jiang Chengye. She wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Elder Master Sun, Brother Heiyu, what brings you here? We were just about to pay you a visit. Jiang Zhenhua had only spoken halfway when Sun Tianlin waved his hand to interrupt him. Zhenhua, I've come to check on the younger generation. His gaze fell upon Jiang Chengye, filled with scrutiny. Jiang Chengye remained expressionless, nodding slightly. Grandpa Sun, Uncle Sun. Sun Tianlin and Sun Heiyu both frowned and nodded. Xiaoyu, come here. Sun Heiyu shouted at Sun Xiaoyu. Sun Xiaoyu looked up, her eyes slightly red, her face full of stubbornness. She reached out and took Jiang Chengye's hand, saying no. At this moment, she could no longer control her love for Jiang Chengye. At this moment, Yi Tian, Lin Fan, and the others looked at Sun Xiaoyu with expressions of shock. They've all read the script. Sun Xiaoyu is one of the female leads. Judging from the current situation, she's already been won over by Jiang Chengye. He couldn't help but confirm once again in his heart that Jiang Chengye was the true protagonist. First there was Tang Xiyu as the female lead, and now there's Sun Xiaoyu, also a female lead. Good grief, if you're not the main character, then who is? If not, then is this the female protagonist's shelter? Looking at Sun Xiaoyu's stunningly beautiful face, Yi Tian couldn't help but feel a wicked thought, but he immediately suppressed it. It's not his fault. His character is set up so that he'll always have evil intentions when he sees a beautiful woman. Sun Heiyu's face flushed red. He had been contradicted by his daughter in front of so many people. Boy, what did you do to my daughter? Sun Heiyu looked at Jiang Chengye and asked, his gaze sharp as if he wanted to see right through Jiang Chengye. Sun Xiaoyu spoke first, her eyes resolute. Dad, I like Chengye and I want to be with Chengye. His words immediately stirred up a huge uproar. Little Rain, don't be stubborn. Sun Tianlin frowned, his expression unusually serious. Grandpa, I wasn't being willful, I'm serious, I love Chengye. Sun Xiaoyu looked at Sun Tianlin with unwavering determination. Nonsense. Don't you know what kind of occasion this is? You've completely disgraced the Sun family. Sun Heiyu roared angrily, his face turning ashen. The Sun family is the head of the four major families in Jiangbei, and the eldest daughter of the Sun family actually openly wants to be a mistress. Isn't this just letting people talk behind their backs and criticize the Sun family? The Zhou family in particular are at odds with the Zhou family, and they will definitely make a big fuss about it. At that moment, glancing out of the corner of his eye in the direction of the Zhou family, he saw Jiang Chengye already walking towards them. Haha, brother Heiyu, why are you so angry? Your niece Xiaoyu is so passionate and outspoken, shouldn't you be happy for her? Upon seeing the person who had arrived, Jiang Chengye couldn't help but feel disdain. Zhou Chengye, father of Zhou Xian, is the head of the Zhou family. He was an extremely sexist person. Although Zhou Xian was the eldest daughter of the Zhou family, he had never shown her any affection. His favorite is his illegitimate son, Zhou Manlong. Zhou Xian's mother, Liu Hui, died in childbirth when Zhou Xian was born. Upon learning that the child was a girl, and after hastily burying Liu Hui's body before it was even cold, he immediately married his pregnant mistress, who did not disappoint him by giving birth to Zhou Manlong. Zhou Xian's status in the Zhou family was already low, and after having this younger brother, she was even less favored by the Zhou family. Zhou Xian then left the Zhou family and ventured out on her own. Zhou Xian also became the underground queen of Jiangbei through her own efforts. Zhou Xian's success did not bring Zhou Chengye pride, on the contrary, it made him feel threatened. So he secretly hired someone to get rid of Zhou Xian. They say even tigers don't eat their cubs, but Zhou Chengye is clearly worse than an animal. Therefore, Jiang Chengye felt a deep-seated disgust for people like Zhou Chengye. Zhou Chengye, this is my family matter, it's none of your business. Sun Heiyu looked at Zhou Chengye and said calmly, if it weren't for their fear of the Zhou family's late-stage dark force master, the Sun family would have eliminated him long ago. Zhou Chengye wasn't annoyed, he just shrugged and looked completely innocent. A smile played on his lips, a smile brimming with sarcasm. Sun Heiyu was seething with anger, glancing at the black-robed elder sitting in the Zhou family's seat, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. He gave a soft hum and looked at Jiang Chengye and Sun Xiaoyu. We'll talk about your business later, don't let some bastards laugh at us. As she spoke, she glanced at Zhou Chengye. Everyone knows perfectly well who this beast is referring to, you. Zhou Chengye was immediately enraged and prepared to retaliate. But just then, Aoyang Guanan and Aoyang Huang arrived with Sun Heoran and the others. Upon seeing Emperor Aoyang, everyone immediately stood up. Master Aoyang. Even Sun Tianlin shouted. Only the Zhou family's retainer in the black cloak and Jiang Chengye and the others remained motionless, their faces calm. Just kidding, those 5 behind him are all masters who could kill with a single slap. Let alone Aoyang Huang being an old man now, even if he were a grandmaster in his 20s at his peak, he could still be taken down with a single slap. Jiang Chengye was someone who could kill them with a single slap, so there was no way he would bow down to a grandmaster. Emperor Aoyang nodded to everyone and said with a smile, please sit down, everyone. There's no need to be so polite. Then I saw Jiang Chengye narrow his eyes. This is the star of tonight's show. Looking Jiang Chengye up and down, he seemed quite ordinary, he's just a bit handsome. Master Aoyang, it's been a year, and you still look as radiant as ever. Sun Tianlin looked at Aoyang Huang with envy. Aoyang Huang waved his hand, you old codger, it's only been a year, when did you become so hypocritical? Just call me old man Huang, it's much more affectionate. Sun Tianlin laughed heartily. The two had known each other for a long time and naturally knew each other's temperaments. You old codger, you don't even like being called Master Aoyang. Fine, old man Huang does sound more familiar. By the way, old man Sun, this sounds much better. Emperor Aoyang laughed. Then Sun Tianlin suddenly noticed the bloodstains on Aoyang Huang's hands and immediately asked in surprise. Old man, who did you fight with? There's blood on your hands. Aoyang Huang quickly took out a tissue and wiped his face. What are you fighting about? My nose was bleeding just now and I forgot to wipe it off in my rush. Meanwhile, Aoyang Guanan, standing behind him, silently wiped his hands on his pants. His hands were also stained with blood. This was left behind by the father and son when they were discussing the mysteries of the Suona with Yi Chen. Both of them gained a lot. Director Aoyang, has that young grandmaster your martial arts bureau mentioned arrived yet? It's already 8 o'clock. Exactly, I've been waiting forever. The child's mother is still at home waiting to go back for her vaccination. Everyone asked the question. They came to see that mysterious young master, not to watch you two old men bragging. Sun Hei-yu also frowned and looked at Aoyang Guanan, his face full of questions. Aoyang Guanan had already spotted Jiang Chengye. The protagonist was already here. He raised both hands in a gesture. Gentlemen, the Grandmaster has already arrived and is among us. The crowd erupted in uproar upon hearing this. Everyone here is an acquaintance. Where would a martial arts master come from? At that moment, Zhou Chengeming suddenly grinned. Ha ha ha, it seems the martial arts bureau really is incredibly powerful. The fact that our Zhou family's retainer has become a martial arts grandmaster hasn't been kept a secret after all. Everyone present was immediately shocked. Wu Nengcheng, the Zhou family's retainer, had become a grandmaster? Immediately, all eyes turned to Wu Neng, who was sitting quietly. Wu Neng stood up and pulled off his black cloak. A middle-aged man with a mustache appeared before the crowd. This person was Wu Neng, a retainer of the Zhou family. He stroked his mustache, his face expressionless. I didn't expect the Martial Arts Bureau to already know I'd become a grandmaster, and to go to such lengths to have everyone from the Jiangbei martial arts community gather here to congratulate me. Director Aoyang, you've gone to great lengths. Aoyang Guanan and Aoyang Huang were completely dumbfounded. What is that? The main character is Jiang Chengye, so how come another fish popped out when it was fried? Jiang Zhenyue's smile vanished abruptly. He was just about to watch his son show off. What's with this unexpected turn of events? Moreover, wasn't this Zhou family's retainer supposed to be at the late stage of inner strength? How did he suddenly become a martial arts grandmaster? Jiang Chengye frowned. No wonder Wu Neng didn't even put Emperor Aoyang in his eyes. He had broken through to become a martial arts grandmaster. In the original storyline, Wu Neng only broke through to the martial arts grandmaster level when the Jiang family was destroyed. How could he have done it so much earlier? This is still in the early stages of the story. After some thought, Jiang Chengye concluded that it must be due to the disappearance of the Heavenly Dao, which meant that these characters in the story were no longer suppressed, hence this situation. The Sun family members' pupils constricted immediately. Wu Neng had become the second martial arts grandmaster in Jiangbei. This is not a good sign. The situation changed drastically. Although the Sun family was a martial arts family, they were no match for a grandmaster. If the Zhou family wanted to take down the Sun family with Wu Neng around, it would be an incredibly easy task. The power dynamics among the four major families are about to change. The Sun family will be relegated to second place. Also, tell Sun Xiaoyu to dress up nicely, okay? Upon thinking of this, Sun Hei-yu felt as if he had swallowed a fly from the toilet. Seeing Sun Hei-yu's expression, which looked like he had swallowed a fly, Zhou Chengeming's mouth almost split into a grin. Now you know fear. Even if your Sun family is a martial arts family, the Zhou family has a grandmaster in charge. The Zhou family will have nothing to fear in Jiangbei. From now on, the martial arts world of Jiangbei will be led by Master Wu of the Zhou family. The Zhou family will also become the leader in Jiangbei. Cheng Yi, didn't Uncle Jiang say that you were the grandmaster? How did it become Wu Neng? Sun Xiaoyu whispered in Jiang Chengye's ear. As the female lead in the story, she was naturally puzzled by Wu Neng's inexplicable rise to the rank of grandmaster. In his previous life, Yi Chen broke through to the martial arts grandmaster level and killed the Jiang family father and son. Wu Neng also broke through to the martial arts grandmaster level and then proceeded to show off to the Zhou family. However, he was soon taken down by Yi Chen in a few moves. Before he could enjoy his carefree life for even a few days, he was sent to the underworld. Jiang Chengye shook his head. I don't know either. Yi Tian was displeased at this moment, as Jiang Chengye had already made all the arrangements at the hotel. This idiot suddenly popped up trying to steal his boss's thunder. He felt uncomfortable watching the little goatee act so pretentious. Those who try to show off in front of him either flee in terror or suffer a complete defeat. Of course, this excludes Jiang Chengye, Wang Teng, the Heavenly Dao, and the chosen ones from other worlds. Boss, should I make a move? He stepped forward, bowed, and asked. Jiang Chengye waved his hand. There's no need for that. He wanted to see how Aoyang Guanan would handle the situation. Yi Tian nodded upon hearing this and silently retreated behind him. Sun Xiaoyu glanced suspiciously at the 5 people behind her. I hadn't even noticed the 5 of them before. They're all unfamiliar faces. I had never seen these people appear in my previous life. These must be underlings that Jiang Chengye recruited from somewhere. He glanced at them, then looked away. At this moment, Aoyang Guanan's face turned green as he looked at Wu Neng waving to everyone. How did Wu Neng suddenly become a martial arts master? There was absolutely no warning. You just appeared out of nowhere. Wu Neng burst into laughter. Thank you everyone for your support. Immediately, many people began to speak well of Wu Neng and Zhou Chengming. Master Wu, please come to my humble abode sometime for a drink. Master Wu, this is my daughter. She is 28 years old and still unmarried. I would like Master Wu to take a look at her. Master Zhou, my daughter is 20, about the same age as your son. Hearing everyone's praise of the Zhou family, Aoyang Guanan's face turned green. Aoyang Huang, his face full of doubt, whispered in Aoyang Guanan's ear, "Are you G lying to your father?" Aoyang Guanan shook his head frantically, then raised his hands and shouted, "Everyone quiet. Everyone has misunderstood, and even Master Wu has misunderstood. First of all, we are very excited about Master Wu's breakthrough, but we are very sorry, the master we invited today is not Master Wu." These words immediately caused another uproar among those present. If it wasn't Wu Neng, then who was it? Wu Neng was mortified. It wasn't him. Who else could it be? Could it be Emperor Aoyang? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Wu Neng had just broken through to the martial arts grandmaster level when the Martial Arts Bureau issued this post. It wasn't to invite him to be anyone. Even if he wasn't invited, the atmosphere had already been built up to this point, and then suddenly you'd ruin it for him. This is a slap in his face. Director Aoyang, stop joking. The only ones present are Grandmaster Aoyang and Grandmaster Wu. Who else could it be but Grandmaster Wu? Zhou Chengming said with an unfriendly expression. Wu Neng is a member of the Zhou family. Is this a disrespect to the Zhou family? Gentlemen, to be frank, Aoyang Guanan slowly walked towards Jiang Chengye. The young Grandmaster I've invited you all to witness today is Grandmaster Jiang Chengye. Everyone was stunned when these words were spoken. Who? Jiang Chengye, a Grandmaster? Are you kidding me? There was a brief silence on the training field. A heated discussion then erupted. Jiang Chengye is a Grandmaster. I'm a great Grandmaster. Is Director Aoyang making fun of the Jiang family? Jiang Cheng Group is a leading enterprise in Jiangbei. Isn't this going a bit too far? Who knows? Do you believe Jiang Chengye is a Grandmaster? I certainly don't. I can't believe it either. Jiang Chengye is such a spoiled brat and suddenly he tells me he's a Grandmaster. I can't accept it. Jiang Chengye is just a greenhorn in his early 20s, spending his days indulging in pleasure. Putting aside the facts, it's already quite impressive that he has even reached the Ming Jin level. Ugh. Sun Tianlin and Sun Haoshan stared at Jiang Chengye in shock. Jiang Chengye remained expressionless and indifferent, showing no reaction to Aoyang Guanan's words and without any change in expression. Could Jiang Chengye really be a Grandmaster? If Jiang Chengye is truly a Grandmaster, then his relationship with Sun Xiaoyu isn't out of the question. Director Aoyang, stop joking. Jiang Chengye is the number one Chinese letter playbu in Jiangbei. If he's a martial arts grandmaster, I'll eat shit. Zhou Chengming said with a face full of disdain. They showed absolutely no regard for Jiang Zhenhua, his father, being present and showed him no respect whatsoever. Most people nodded in agreement. After all, Jiang Chengye's reputation speaks for itself. They could not accept that a spoiled brat would become a revered master. Jiang Zhenhua was immediately displeased upon hearing this. Zhou Chengming, my son is a dragon among men. Why can't he be a grandmaster? Don't look down on me. Zhou Chengming burst out laughing. Dragon among men? What do your nicknames, father and son, have to do with dragons? HMPH. Jiang Zhenhua, don't you know what kind of person your son is? Some things are best left unsaid. Saying them aloud can be hurtful. I, Zhou Chengming, have already been very lenient with you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhenhua immediately rushed forward, wanting to have a one-on-one battle with Zhou Chengming. However, Wu Ning appeared directly in front of Zhou Chengming. He glared at her, Jiang Zhenhua silently stepped behind Jiang Chengye. Son, you go. Jiang Chengye stared intently at Wu Neng, and Wu Neng immediately felt a chill run down his spine. He felt like he was being stared at by a venomous snake. He turned around and saw Zhou Chengming blowing air into his neck. Master Wu, there was a moth on your neck just now, but it's gone now. Zhou Chengming laughed. Wu Neng. Ugh. If ******, gee, thank you. At this moment, Aoyang Guanan stepped forward. Gentlemen, young Master Jiang is indeed a martial arts grandmaster. I'm not joking about that. I also invited my father here so that the two grandmasters could spar with each other, allowing you all to gain some understanding of martial arts. Then, turning to Wu Neng, he said, I didn't expect that our Jiangbei Grandmaster Wu would also break through recently. It's true that breaking through early is not as good as breaking through at the right time. It has caused Grandmaster Wu to misunderstand. Since neither of us is willing to admit defeat, why not have a match? After a match, we'll know the outcome. These words immediately caused everyone's expressions to become extremely complicated. It seemed that Aoyang Guanan was not making fun of Jiang Chengye. Jiang Chengye is very likely to be a martial arts master. Everyone turned their attention to Jiang Chengye, waiting to see how he would respond. Jiang Chengye patted Sun Xiaoyu's hand, and Sun Xiaoyu sensibly let go of his hand. Ladies and gentlemen, it was indeed I who asked Director Aoyang to invite you all here. These words immediately caused a stir in the entire venue. The impact of Jiang Chengye's own admission was even more astonishing than when Aoyang Guanan said it. At this moment, Zhou Chengming stepped forward, staring sharply at Jiang Chengye. Kid, is it really worth playing this game with money? Are you getting Director Aoyang to cooperate in this charade so everyone will be wary of your Jiang family? The reason the Jiang family was able to rank among the 4 major families was because of the massive Jiangcheng group. Although they are very wealthy, they are generally considered to be the worst in terms of military strength. Therefore, it has always been said that the Jiang family is the last of the 4 great families. If any of the top-tier aristocratic families were to produce a master at the initial stage of internal strength, the Jiang family's position would be squeezed out from the 4 major families. Zhou Chengming believed that the Jiang family was merely putting on a show to solidify their position among the 4 major families. They created a grandmaster to intimidate everyone, but they've gone down the wrong path. Even a complete stranger would be better than Jiang Chengye. As soon as Zhou Chengming said this, many people felt that it made sense again. I want to see what Jiang Chengye has to say. Jiang Chengye gave a light snort and said calmly, Since Patriarch Zhou thinks it's my Jiang family putting on a show, why not be more direct and have a competition to find out? Director Aoyang just said it himself. Let's have a friendly exchange and see who's truly superior. Zhou Chengming's eyes lit up. He'd been waiting for Jiang Chengye to say this. Fine, since you're still courting death, I'll show you the consequences of putting on a show. He then changed the subject. However, since we're going to compete, a mere spar is pointless. How about we go to the deathmatch arena? Zhou Chengming, you've gone mad. Aoyang Guanan's expression changed drastically. The life or death arena was prepared by the Martial Arts Bureau for those with deep-seated hatred. Once the arena for life and death opens, one side is destined to die on the stage. Furthermore, after death, the deceased cannot seek revenge against the living. In other words, death means the end of all grudges. This arena hasn't been used for decades. The last time it was put into use was when Aoyang Huang was the director. Although it has never been used, the deathmatch arena has never been removed and has always been maintained. Wu Neng's heart skipped a beat when he heard Zhou Chengming's suggestion. Damn it, he didn't say a word and directly wanted to arrange a life-or-death arena for me. If you're so awesome, why don't you do it yourself? If it weren't for old Master Zhou's sake, he would have really wanted to slap Zhou Chengming to death. Wu Neng was just a retainer of the Zhou family, not their dog. But Zhou Chengming had already said it, so if Wu Neng didn't agree, wouldn't that be saying he was a coward? He was now in a difficult position, but considering Jiang Chengye's spoiled and arrogant demeanor, he figured he probably wouldn't dare agree. After all, in his opinion, Jiang Chengye was only a bit handsome. Everything else about him was quite ordinary. Patriarch Joe, the life-or-death arena is no child's play. Why not just have a friendly spar? It's not like we have a blood feud. Why bother? Liang Huang frowned and looked at Zhou Chengming, offering his advice. Everyone else also tried to persuade him. After all, it's not a matter of life and death, why make such a fuss? Wu Neng was about to speak when he decided to go along with it. After all, as a grandmaster, he hadn't provoked the other person much, and he was just forcing him into a life-or-death arena to kill him. Otherwise, wouldn't he be the subject of gossip? I think he was about to speak when Zhou Chengming spoke first. I think it's absolutely necessary. A grandmaster cannot be insulted. Since Jiang Chengye has stepped forward to steal the limelight from Grandmaster Wu, this is tantamount to offending him. Since Jiang Chengye is so ignorant of his own limitations, he should be more careful in his next life. After saying that, he looked at Jiang Chengye and said, "Kid, I wonder if you have the guts." An uproar erupted in the arena. Everyone could feel Zhou Chengming's relentless pressure. Wang Tang and his group of 5 looked at each other, and the scene felt strangely familiar. This is a typical large-scale show-off event, the setup for the chosen one to show off. They've all been there. Zhou Chengming, what exactly do you mean by pressuring a junior like this? Sun Heiyu stepped forward and shouted sternly. He simply couldn't stand Zhou Chengming's attitude anymore. Moreover, he knew that Zhou Chengming definitely had ulterior motives. Zhou Chengming smiled at Sun Heiyu's words. Sun Heiyu, you don't need to pretend to be a good guy. You just need to remember, a grandmaster must not be insulted. Upon hearing this, Sun Heiyu's face immediately darkened. When did Jiang Chengye insult the grandmaster? Ouyang Guanan said that this was initiated by Jiang Chengye, who invited everyone to attend. Everyone congratulates you, Zhou Jiawu, on breaking through to the grandmaster level. Just because he wasn't the main character, does that mean Jiang Chengye insulted the grandmaster? That's a bit too much of a sophistry. Everyone knows it, but no one dares to speak out. After all, no one wants to offend a grandmaster. Despite Zhou Chengming's provocation, Jiang Chengye remained calm and composed, showing no anger whatsoever. Director Ouyang, since Zhou Chengming wants to fight me to the death in the arena, then I will grant his wish. Jiang Chengye smiled and looked at Ouyang Guanan. Zhou Chengming was taken aback. What? He went up. Kid, I was talking about you and Master Wu. When did you say it was me? He roared. Is playing word games really that interesting? Sorry, I heard you yelling for so long. I thought it was your turn to go on stage. If it's not you, why are you yelling? Get out of here. Jiang Chengye said without any politeness. You. Zhou Chengming was immediately speechless, feeling as if he had a fishbone stuck in his throat. Everyone nodded slightly. That was indeed the case. You kept talking while everyone else was silent. People might have thought you were about to go on stage. Wu Neng nodded secretly. As a grandmaster, he was merely a retainer of the Zhou family. Zhou Chengming has completely turned him into a servant this time, who gave him the guts. Even Zhou Wu wouldn't dare to do that here, but now the die is cast. Although Wu Neng hasn't said anything, everyone knows that he is a member of the Zhou family. If we don't continue speaking as Zhou Chengming suggested, we'll inevitably be looked down upon again. He stroked his goatee and said calmly, Kid, since Cheng Ming went back on his word, but now that I've spoken, do you dare accept? I'll give you a chance. Apologize to me and this matter will be over. Zhou Chengming immediately became displeased and whispered in Wu Neng's ear, Master Wu, I didn't make this request casually. My thoughts are like this. Wu Neng's eyes lit up, so that's what Zhou Chengming was planning. He wanted to trade Jiang Chengye's life for the entire Jiangcheng group. The Jiang family only has Jiang Zhenhua and Jiang Chengye, and they are a single line of heirs. If Jiang Chengye were to step onto the deathmatch stage, the only way to survive would be to exchange him for Jiang Cheng. Given Jiang Zhenhua's temperament, he would definitely do as instructed. Everyone knows that Jiang Zhenhua dotes on his son, Jiang Chengye. Zhou Chengming's target is Jiangcheng group. He kept provoking Jiang Chengye, all to make the kid lose his temper and stand on the stage. Wu Neng was starting to regret his decision. After all, Jiangcheng Group was located in Jiangbei and everyone was envious. With its reach spanning so many industries, its market capitalization has long exceeded 100 billion. If they could acquire it, the Zhou family would rise to a new level, and Wu Neng would become an absolute hero of the Zhou family. But now that the words have been spoken, Jiang Chengye can simply lower his head and turn the page. He secretly resented Zhou Chengming for not saying so earlier. Jiang Chengye overheard every single word Zhou Chengming whispered in Wu Neng's ear. Jiang Chengye's lips curled up slightly. Since that's the case, then so be it. The Zhou family's business empire is also quite large. From now on, it belongs to the Jiang family, and his reputation as a playboy will be washed away by stepping on the Zhou family. Apologize? What do I have to apologize for? You think you're some mere grandmaster, you think too highly of yourself, it's just a life-or-death arena, so what, come on. He said dismissively. Everyone present was immediately taken aback. I thought Jiang Chengye would back down easily, but I didn't expect him to be so resolute. He doesn't even take grandmasters seriously. Then what would catch his eye? A great grandmaster? Isn't that a bit too arrogant? There was no disrespect for the master just now, but now the damage is irreversible. Moreover, the strongest member of the Jiang family is only a bodyguard at the peak of the Ming Jin realm, which is common knowledge. If Jiang Chengye were truly a grandmaster, why would Jiang Zhenhua need to search everywhere for martial arts experts to protect the Jiang family? Jiang Chengye acted impulsively, but this time he will pay the price with his life. Good, very good. Wu Neng didn't get angry, instead he laughed. It seems Jiang Chengye has absolutely no idea why a grandmaster cannot be insulted. You choose the path to heaven but refuse to take it while barging into the gates of hell when there are none. He looked at Aoyang Guanin and said, Director Aoyang, since this young punk is courting death, let's start a life-or-death arena. Nariya. Jiang Zhenhua murmured to himself. He wanted to stop Jiang Chengye, but Jiang Chengye gave him a reassuring look. Don't worry, boss will be fine, he's just a piece of trash grandmaster, he can take care of him with a single slap. Wang Teng walked up to Jiang Zhenhua and smiled. It was only then that Jiang Zhenhua noticed that Wang Teng's clothes made him look like a junior high school student. This brat doesn't even consider the age of his followers. But Jiang Zhenhua was startled when he saw Wang Teng's deep gaze. That look in his eyes doesn't seem to match Wang Teng's age. He seemed like an ancient monster who had lived for thousands of years, with eyes that had seen through the illusions of the world. Don't even mention the boss, any one of us could kill a grandmaster with a single slap. Chu Tianba also stepped forward and flattered him, his face full of ingratiating expression. Seeing this, Yi Tian and the others quickly stepped forward to comfort Jiang Zhenhua. After all, this is the eldest brother's father. At this moment, Aoyang Guanin's expression was complicated. He took a deep breath and declared loudly, Very well, since you insist, the life-or-death arena shall begin. The arena for life and death is now open, all present are witnesses. On this stage, life and death can be decided, and deadly moves can be unleashed. Before we begin, let's sign a waiver of oaths of allegiance. Soon Jiang Chengye and Wu Neng completed the life-or-death agreement. The training field was immediately cleared out in the middle. Jiang Chengye and Wu Neng fought against each other. Centered on Wu Neng, even without wind, clouds of dust rose up. That's the outward release of internal energy. The power released by a grandmaster is indeed terrifying. Meanwhile, Jiang Chengye stood with his hands in his pockets, quietly watching Wu Neng show off. Because of his graceful pose, the girls in the audience immediately turned their eyes into hearts. Wu Neng was enjoying the feeling of unleashing his inner energy after breaking through to the grandmaster level. He said it in a very pretentious way. Kid, I'll give you a 3-move head start, make your move. Give me 3 moves. Jiang Chengye looked at Wu Neng as if he were an idiot. You think I only need 3 moves to beat you? Yi Tian would laugh himself to death if he saw this. That's right, I'll give you 3 moves, I promise I won't fight back within those 3 moves. Wu flicked his hand, speaking in a very pretentious manner. Yi Tian and the others gave him a thumbs up. You're amazing that you could withstand a slap. Here it comes. Jiang Chengye said calmly, then his figure blurred and he appeared directly in front of Wu Neng. Wu Neng's pupils shrank dramatically. What kind of speed is that? The naked eye couldn't even see Jiang Cheng move at night, and where Jiang Chengye had just been standing, he was still standing there, but that image of Jiang Chengye slowly faded away. Everyone gasped. That's just an afterimage. At this moment, no one dared to underestimate Jiang Chengye anymore. Jiang Chengye's speed even left afterimages. That's an incredibly terrifying level of power. Wu Neng's forehead was covered in cold sweat and he swallowed hard. Looking at Jiang Chengye so close to him, he secretly regretted showing off earlier. He was under a lot of pressure at this time. Master Wu, stop showing off. Go all out, this kid's got skills. Zhou Chengming roared. Wu Neng abruptly retreated, abandoning all martial ethics. Kid, you're fast, not bad. Since that's the case, then my promise to nullify your 3 moves is off. This is a life-or-death arena. The Grandmaster's pride has already been cast aside. The priority is to stabilize the situation first. Life is more important than saving face. You talk too much. As soon as Jiang Chengye finished speaking, he reappeared in front of Wu Neng. Just like before, a lingering shadow remained where he stood. Wu Neng was instantly terrified. This time, Jiang Chengye didn't just stand in front of him, he raised his hand and slapped Wu Neng across the face. The speed was very slow and Wu Neng tried to dodge but found that he couldn't move at all. Those watching from the sidelines were filled with confusion. Why didn't Wu Neng dodge? Master Wu, what are you doing? Get out of the way. Zhou Chengming shouted anxiously. Silence. Ouyang Guanan glared at him and shouted. Zhou Chengming pointed at Ouyang Guanan as if to say something, but seeing his cold gaze, he immediately shrank back. Ouyang Guanan was at the peak of the Dark Force realm and his father was a grandmaster. The Zhou family is someone they can't afford to offend. I could only keep my mouth shut. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Jiang Chengye's hand suddenly quickened its pace after touching Wu Neng's face. It made a crisp, snap sound. Wu Neng immediately shouted, "Woohoo, take off." I spun around in the air countless times for at least 10 seconds, until my eyes rolled back and my brain felt like it was being shaken. After the force was explained, it began to fall freely, landing straight on the ground with a bang, creating a large crater in which Wu Neng was completely trapped. The entire room fell silent instantly. That's the feeling. Zhu Tianba shouted, that's how my kidney was kicked open yesterday. It's hard not to feel gloating. What is this feeling? Etienne frowned and asked, none of your business. Zhu Tianba rolled his eyes at him. How talkative, the fewer people who know about such private matters the better. Etienne's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Who cares to hear that? Then he turned around and started shouting, our boss is invincible. Long live our boss. She even started cheerleading. She struck a series of poses and preened. Wang Teng and the others immediately moved far away, looking as if they didn't recognize this guy. That's insane. This kid seems to have some mental issues. Jiang Zhenyue glanced at Etienne and couldn't help but think to himself. Jiang Chengye glared at Etienne, who immediately stood up straight and stopped dancing and shouting. Seeing Etienne stop, Wang Teng and the others returned to their original positions. The group was speechless. Etienne was supposed to be a chosen one, so why was he suddenly acting so recklessly? Jiang Chengye slowly walked towards Wu Neng. At this moment, Wu Neng's eyes were rolling back like a dead fish and his entire face was twisted from Jiang Chengye's slap. He was already lifeless. Jiang Chengye managed to control his strength, otherwise Wu Neng would be headless by now. He lifted Wu Neng out of the pit and turned to look at Zhou Chengming. Your Zhou family's grandmaster is really a weakling. After saying that, Wu Neng, Zhou Chengming collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief, and he stammered in a daze. Impossible, this is a grandmaster, how could you kill him with a single slap? Impossible, impossible. Regarding Zhou Chengming's appearance, the Sun family father and son said, well done. The two never expected that Jiang Chengye would be so ridiculously strong, capable of killing a grandmaster with a single slap. They decided that they would no longer interfere with Sun Xiaoyu and Jiang Chengye's relationship. With Jiang Chengye's strength, Sun Xiaoyu is completely out of her league. The life-or-death arena is over. Ouyang Guanan shouted loudly. With that sound, everyone knew the Zhou family was finished. They thought the Zhou family would rise to prominence once they had a grandmaster, but they never expected it to end like this. He had only broken through to the grandmaster level a few days ago when he died. He was dealt with by Jiang Chengye with a single slap. It's not that Wu Neng is too weak, but that Jiang Chengye is too strong. And tonight, the power dynamics among the 4 major families in Jiangbei will shift. Because of Zhou Chengming's greed, the Zhou family was completely removed from the ranks of the 4 great families. The Jiang family naturally became the head of the 4 major families. The Martial Arts Bureau had already prepared body bags and packed Wu Neng up. Jiang Chengye's eyes were now completely empty. He didn't know how to explain this to his father when he got back. Wu Neng started following him when he was in his 20s. Grandpa Zhou had long regarded Wu Neng as his own son. Grandpa Zhou is currently seriously ill, and I doubt he would be able to accept this news. Moreover, the blow to the family caused by Wu Neng's death will be irreparable. He, Jiang Chengye, became a complete sinner to the Zhou family. And he will most likely lose his position as head of the family. Jiang Chengye called several bodyguards who carried Wu Neng's body and left the Martial Arts Bureau with a dejected air. None of the people present felt sorry for Jiang Chengye. After all, he was the one who had been aggressive just now. He was the one who proposed the life-or-death arena, so he has only himself to blame and has no one else to blame. And would Jiang Chengye dare to complain? Dad, just how strong is Jiang Chengye? Ouyang Guanan looked at Ouyang Huang and asked. From the start of the life-or-death arena until now, only 5 or 6 minutes have passed. For those 5 or 6 minutes, Ouyang Huang remained silent. He kept frowning. Very strong, Ouyang Huang sighed. Wu Neng's release of internal energy just now clearly established him as a grandmaster in the early stages, but Jiang Chengye killed him with a single slap. Apart from his terrifying speed, there's nothing particularly special about him. I'm currently at the peak of the early grandmaster stage, but if I were here, I'd be no different from Wu Neng. Ouyang Guanan looked at Jiang Chengye, who was being fawned over by various families, with a complicated expression. He then turned to Ouyang Huang and asked, Dad, do you still want to spar with him? Ouyang Huang raised his hand and slapped him on the head. What do you think? I want to live a few more years. Ouyang Guanan rubbed his head in a wronged manner, a slight pout at the corner of his mouth. Ouyang Huang's original plan was to deflate Jiang Chengye's arrogance, but unexpectedly Wu Neng stepped in and tested the waters first. It would be impolite to continue the discussion after everyone has already tried it out. Go up there for a duel, that'd be getting instantly killed. Doesn't Emperor Ouyang have any pride? Comments. The law of the jungle has always been the principle of the world. With Wu Neng's death, the Zhou family has become the weaker party. No one can protect the Zhou family anymore. Sun Heiyu immediately contacted his family members, preparing to gradually erode the Zhou family's influence. They also took the initiative to approach Jiang Zhenhua, expressing their desire to form an alliance. Jiang Zhenhua did not refuse, and based on this trend, the Sun family and the Jiang family are very likely to become in-laws. We're all family, no need to be so polite. Whether Jiangbei is in chaos or not is up to the Jiang family. Even the most mysterious of the 4 great families, the Qin family, came to show goodwill. Qin Ru from the Qin family is also one of the female leads, but she is currently abroad and has not yet returned. Jiang Zhenhua naturally knew that these families' overtures were all thanks to Jiang Chengye. Everyone praised Jiang Zhenhua, saying he had raised a fine son. At this moment, Tang Yuanshan, the head of the Tang family, also came over. Furthermore, Tang Shiyu's father, Tang Cheng, was also by her side. As for the Tang family, Jiang Zhenhua was even more enthusiastic, since Tang Shiyu and Jiang Chengye's relationship was now confirmed. This is also a relative by marriage. Tang Cheng had always disliked Jiang Chengye, even though he knew that the reason Tang Yu group had been able to develop so rapidly was because of the Jiang family. However, Jiang Chengye is portrayed as a typical spoiled brat, and he believes that Jiang Chengye is not good enough for his daughter. After receiving news a few days ago that the two had confirmed their relationship, he contacted Tang Shiyu, and the father and daughter had a serious talk. Tang Shiyu praised Jiang Chengye from beginning to end, saying that Jiang Chengye was just pretending to be his true self. Everything they saw was only what Jiang Chengye wanted them to see. Tang Cheng assumed that Tang Shiyu had fallen in love and only had Jiang Chengye on her mind. However, Jiang Chengye's performance today forced Tang Cheng to redefine Jiang Chengye. To be able to kill a grandmaster at such a young age, if it's really as rumored, is incredibly spoiled. That's simply impossible. It seems that what his daughter said was true. As for Jiang Chengye and son Xiaoyu, just now the father and son were angry that he wanted to have his cake and eat it too. But now, given Jiang Chengye's strength, they've come to terms with it. It's normal for men to have multiple wives and concubines. They're not feudal people. Besides, Tang Shiyu is, no matter what, the first wife. They didn't lose out. The eldest daughter of the Sun family, a martial arts family, can only be a younger sister. What reason do they have to refuse? Most importantly, with a son-in-law who can instantly kill a grandmaster who would dare to bully the Tang family in the future. Watching the leaders of several prominent families chatting and laughing together, it was clear that Jiang Chengye was the leader. Jiang Chengye nodded in satisfaction. Sun Xiaoyu walked to Jiang Chengye's side and took his arm. "Why are you so strong? Why didn't you fight back when that scumbag Yi Chen attacked you?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Chengye couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. His power was sealed back then, so how could he fight back? Besides, at that time, all he could think about was completing the storyline and returning to Earth. He didn't even consider fighting back. "Oh, that's a secret." Jiang Chengye flicked her delicate nose and smiled. "If it weren't for God giving them a second chance at life, they will live and die in guilt for the rest of their lives." She couldn't help but hug Jiang Chengye's arm tighter again. They were terrified that Jiang Chengye would disappear. Her proud breasts pressed down directly onto Jiang Chengye's hands like two water-filled balloons. Jiang Chengye felt an immense pressure on his arms. "Look, this young couple is so sweet together." Sun Heiyu looked at Jiang Chengye and Sun Xiaoyu and smiled. "Everything I saw was affirmation." Everyone was secretly thinking, "You didn't seem to be acting like this just now." "Excellent, excellent, I'm very satisfied with this grandson-in-law." Sun Tianlin also praised it. Everyone agreed that they were indeed father and son. They share the same DNA. Ouyang Guanan wore a bitter smile. Jiang Chengye has achieved his goal. From now on, no one in the Jiang family will be able to suppress the entire Jiangbei region. He slowly walked to Jiang Chengye's side, then silently took a step to the left. "I've entered a place where I'm easily fed dog food. Young Master Jiang, are you taking Yi Chen away now?" Upon hearing Yi Chen's name, Jiang Chengye suddenly realized that the main character was still in prison. But there's no rush. Yi Chen is probably still inquiring about Chen Wu's family. Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaoyu immediately looked up at Jiang Chengye. Was Jiang Chengye going to take Yi Chen away? Why is that? Having finally managed to imprison him, why would Jiang Chengye want to take him out again? But she didn't ask any further questions. Jiang Chengye had his own ideas. Moreover, Yi Chen's current strength poses no threat to Jiang Chengye, so she isn't worried. "Yi Chen's matter isn't urgent, we can discuss it when we leave. There's something I need to trouble Director Aoyang with right now." Jiang Chengye looked at the 5 people of Qi Yun standing in the distance, a meaningful smile appearing on his lips. Following Jiang Chengye's gaze, Aoyang Guanan looked on with a face full of confusion. "Is there anything else? Shall I spar with those 5 young men?" Emperor Aoyang frowned as he looked at Aoyang Guanan in front of him. Aoyang Guanan nodded. That was exactly what Jiang Chengye had said. They said that these people were not very strong, but they had long admired Master Aoyang's reputation and wanted to have a friendly spar. "Are these people Jiang Chengye's apprentices?" Emperor Aoyang asked tentatively. Aoyang Guanan shook his head. "He's a new underling he just took on today." Ouyang Huang laughed heartily. "Since that's the case, let's give him face and have a friendly spar. This kid just wants me to give him some pointers, why beat around the bush?" With Emperor Aoyang's consent, the central area was cleared out once again. Master Aoyang is going to spar with young Master Jiang's 5 underlings. That'll be quite a sight. Yes, it's been several years since we've seen Master Aoyang make a move. This isn't a friendly sparring match, it's clearly an attempt to get some pointers from Grandmaster Aoyang. Only young Master Jiang has this kind of influence now. Those are the 5 people, right? One of them is still in middle school, looks like he really did give them pointers. That Lin Fan is the son-in-law of the Su family. Following young Master Jiang, the Su family is on the verge of taking off. At this moment, Wang Teng, Gu Chen, and Lin Fan all had calm expressions on their faces. Yi Tian and Chu Tianba both looked at Aoyang Huang with disdainful smiles. "And you even gave them pointers? Stop messing around." Jiang Chengye walked up to them. The disdainful smiles on their faces vanished instantly, replaced by fawning expressions. "Don't take it too seriously later. Control yourself and try to keep the fight going. A draw is fine, understand?" Jiang Chengye looked at the 5 people and said calmly. The 5 people nodded. "It's mainly to show off our strength. The Jiang family doesn't just have Jiang Chengye, there are 5 other grandmasters. Otherwise, if they really made a move, Wu Neng and Aoyang Huang would be no different. They were instantly killed. The area was set up and Aoyang Huang walked to the center with his hands behind his back. His face was serene, revealing the demeanor of a master. The powerful energy emanated outwards, causing the clothes to move without wind. Not far behind him was the large pit that Wu Neng had just left behind. 5 young friends, shall we come at once or one at a time? Yang Huang smiled kindly. Wang Teng and the others all looked troubled upon hearing this. There was no prior discussion about who should go first. After all, going up there means acting and the performance has to be back and forth. Nobody has provided a template for this. We can't just kill people instantly like Jiang Chengye did. This is so difficult. Seeing their expressions, Aoyang Huang assumed they were still traumatized by Wu Neng's instant defeat at the hands of Jiang Chengye. He laughed and said, "Young friends, don't worry, it's just a friendly spar, not a life-or-death duel like with Wu Neng and young Master Jiang. Just come on, feel free to be bold. I'll give you pointers if you have any questions." Yi Tian glanced at Aoyang Huang and shook his head. If it weren't for Jiang Chengye's arrangement, he would have slapped Aoyang Huang and sent him to accompany Wu Neng right now. "Why don't you go first, Gu Chen?" Yi Tian raised an eyebrow at Gu Chen. Gu Chen quickly shook his head. "My acting skills are terrible, someone needs to set an example." Yi Tian then looked at Chu Tianba. Chu Tianba glared at him. "I, the god of war, only play it realistically. My acting skills are lacking, I'm only fit to make a last-minute appearance." Yi Tian helplessly looked at Lin Fan, who immediately turned his head away, pretending not to see. Yi Tian looked at Wang Teng and Wang Teng glanced at him as well. He immediately averted his gaze. Wang Teng was simply not in the same league as him. It can't be arranged. "You guys play rock, paper, scissors, don't waste your time." Jiang Chengye looked at the group and frowned. They all nodded. It was a good idea. After a few rounds of rock, paper, scissors, Yi Tian successfully became the first player to start. Yi Tian's face was ashen. It turns out the clown was himself. We had no choice but to bite the bullet and go for it. "Young friend, what's your name?" Emperor Aoyang looked at Yi Tian with a smile and asked, "Yi Tian." "Old man, hurry up and start, don't waste time, there are still people behind you," Yi Tian said with a displeased expression. Aoyang Huang's smile froze instantly and his expression turned serious. Yi Chen's image involuntarily flashed into his mind. This kid's temperament was somewhat similar to that kid's. They're just as deserving of a beating. "Come on, since you're in such a hurry, then unleash your strongest move and let me see exactly where you're lacking." Yi Tian hesitated for a moment before deciding to use 5% of his strength. With a swift movement, he rushed towards Emperor Aoyang. Seeing Yi Tian rushing towards him, Aoyang Huang frowned deeply. The hairs on his body stood on end. He felt as if a raging flood or a ferocious beast was rushing towards him. Involuntarily, all the muscles in my body tensed up. The last time such a tense situation arose was when facing the Martial Arts Bureau Inspector, a mid-stage grandmaster. Could this Yi Tian be a martial arts grandmaster? And it's only a mid-stage existence? Yi Tian noticed that Aoyang Huang's expression was off, so he quietly lowered his strength by another level. Aoyang Huang's tension finally dissipated. "That's right, that's more like it. I've been out of practice for so long, I was just having a hallucination." Aoyang Huang thought to himself, "Take this, Phoenix dance in the 9 heavens." Yi Tian shouted sternly. Yi Tian braced himself with both hands on the ground and kicked his feet toward Aoyang Huang. Aoyang Huang released his inner energy, forming an invisible barrier in front of him. This barrier is impenetrable even to bullets. He was extremely confident that Yi Tian couldn't get close to him. However, Yi Tian's feet suddenly shattered his energy barrier. Emperor Aoyang's pupils contracted slightly, his eyes filled with horror. "How is that possible?" He quickly reached out to block, taking 4 or 5 steps back to regain his balance. I felt numbness in my arm and a rush of blood to my head, a sweet taste in my throat. But looking at the people around him, Aoyang Huang forced himself to swallow it down, then he slowly straightened up, forcing himself to look relaxed. "You've got something special. You actually managed to break through my energy barrier." Not bad, not bad." But inside, I was screaming, this kid is a grandmaster, and he's at the mid-stage of grandmaster level. That B asterisk 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 D was playing dumb to get what he wanted. It hurts like hell. The people outside the arena could also see that Yi Tian, who looked so ordinary yet incredibly annoying, was actually a grandmaster-level figure. He was able to break through the grandmaster barrier and even forced a veteran grandmaster like Ouyang Huang to retreat. It's clear that Yi Tian is also a grandmaster. This is still Jiang Chengye's underling. Everyone gasped. At this moment, Yi Tian sprang to his feet and looked at Emperor Ouyang. Oh no, that kick was a bit too hard. The old man's blood rushed to his head, but seeing that he still managed to maintain a calm and composed demeanor, Yi Tian couldn't help but admire him. But it's all for the best. Jiang Chengye arranged for the fight to be a back-and-forth battle. If that kick had crippled the old man, I wouldn't be able to explain it to Jiang Chengye. Looking at the calm expression on Ouyang Huang's face, Jiang Chengye raised an eyebrow. Then he glanced at Yi Tian again. Yi Tian was indeed holding back as much as possible, but Ouyang Huang still suffered a minor injury from that kick. But it's not a big problem, we can keep going. Take this again, Dragon Elephant Fist. Yi Tian threw another punch at Ouyang Huang, this time reducing his strength by 1 percentage point. The wind howled with each punch and a faint dragon's roar could be heard. Ouyang Huang's pupils shrank drastically. Again, Tai Kai. Ouyang Huang clenched his right fist and met Yi Tian's attack. Their fists collided with a loud bang. Both of them were sent flying backwards. The impact of their punches nearly knocked some weaker martial artists off their feet. Ouyang Huang felt that Yi Tian's strength this time was not as great as in the previous move. This time it's a draw. He looked at Yi Tian suspiciously. Seeing Yi Tian's slightly upturned lips and the mocking look in his eyes, I was immediately startled. This guy was holding back. Not bad, old man, you've got something. Take this again, Dragon Tail Swing. Hey, let's stop fighting. Ouyang Huang waved his hand in a panic. Yi Tian stopped his fist midair, looking at Ouyang Huang with a puzzled expression. Old man, why did you stop fighting? Why don't you fight me instead? We agreed on a backhand forth, but it's already over after just beginning. Ouyang Huang's lips twitched slightly. You think you're a mid-stage grandmaster. What the hell are you going to do with me? The guidance he was showing off earlier, what a load of rubbish. They're still letting people out of the water. Isn't that just bullying honest people? Replace him immediately. He estimated that Yi Tian was probably the strongest among the 5. Let's bring up someone easier to bully. That junior high student is quite good. Ha, I've lost. I never expected you to reach the grandmaster level at such a young age. Truly, the younger generation surpasses the older. The older generation, am almost washed ashore. Yi Tian frowned upon hearing this. At this moment, Jiang Chengye spoke. Since Grandmaster Ouyang has conceded defeat, let's move on to the next one. Yi Tian felt relieved upon hearing this. Then let's change people. I'll choose the next ones. Emperor Ouyang turned his gaze to Wang Teng and pointed at him. Pikachu, come out. Wang Teng was immediately stunned. He was the last one to appear. Seeing Ouyang Huang's confident expression, Wang Teng reluctantly stepped onto the field while Yi Tian stepped back. Emperor Ouyang was unaware that the sparring could proceed so quickly. It hurts. It hurts so much. Ouyang Huang sat in the chair, his face contorted in pain, covered in bruises. Chu Tianba is using the Xuanwang 32 needles to treat him. In just over 10 minutes, he will spend his life healing. I never expected that these 5 people would be so outrageous. Even Wang Teng, whom he thought was easy to bully, was beaten quite badly. All of them are at the mid-stage of the Grandmaster level. Even Wang Teng, a middle school student, is at the mid-stage of the Grandmaster level. Masters from Jiangbei were already a rare breed, and now 5 of them have suddenly appeared. They were all Jiang Chengye's underlings. There's no way to reason with this. The world is just too crazy. When Ouyang Huang fought Wang Teng, he knew something was wrong. After 2 moves, Ouyang Huang's blood and qi surged again. The internal injuries were directly aggravated. And then there's Gu Chen, Chu Tianba, and Lin Fan. Each of them immediately admitted defeat after receiving just 1 move. What kind of sparring is this? He couldn't take it anymore after just 1 move from each person. At this moment, his gaze towards Jiang Chengye was filled with resentment. This guy was using him, this old man, as a backdrop to trample on him. Ouyang Guanan was filled with worry, fearing that the old man would not be able to hold on and would kick the bucket. He hadn't expected the old man to be so stubborn all this time. After exchanging a move with Lin Fan, the old man gracefully exited the stage, collapsing into Ouyang Guanan's arms as soon as he left. Only after feeling the old man's pulse did I realize, good heavens, he had already swallowed several mouthfuls of blood. They were originally going to call an ambulance, but Jiang Chengye stopped them and had Chu Tianba come up to administer acupuncture. I just hope these silver needles really have the effects Jiang Chengye described. As Chu Tianba applied the acupuncture needles, Ouyang Huang occasionally let out strange groans. Ouyang Guanan, standing to the side, couldn't help but blush. A short while later, Chu Tianba put away the needles. Ouyang Guanan quickly stepped forward. "Dad, are you feeling any better?" Ouyang Huang immediately sprang to his feet. His body continuously released his inner energy, forcing those around him to retreat. His eyes were filled with shock. "Awesome, I'm completely healed, and I've even broken through to the mid-stage Grandmaster." Emperor Aoyang felt more refreshed than ever before. In fact, his strength had already reached the peak of the early stage of Grandmaster, and he had no hope of going any higher in this lifetime. The main reason is that there is hidden internal energy within the body. In doing so, Chu Tianba also healed the hidden internal energy within the other man's body. It's like getting a maintenance service done. Everyone around looked at Chu Tianba with shock, staring at the silver needles in his hand as if they were seeing a priceless treasure. They had all witnessed Ouyang Huang's situation. Not only do physical injuries heal, but it can also help one achieve a breakthrough in martial arts cultivation. This method is simply unheard of. He couldn't help but have an idea in his mind. He wanted Chu Tianba to give him a few acupuncture needles. Ouyang Huang bowed deeply to Chu Tianba and said earnestly, "Thank you, Grandmaster Chu." Ouyang Guanan also quickly followed suit and bowed. Chu Tianba quickly dodged, waving his hands hastily. "No, no, no, if you want to thank someone, thank my boss." Upon hearing this, Emperor Aoyang quickly turned to Jiang Chengye. "Thank you, young Master Jiang." He couldn't help but marvel at the incredible medical skills of this extraordinary person, who possessed the strength of a mid-stage martial arts master at such a young age. They actually listened to Jiang Chengye so readily. He was willing to be his underling. Just how terrifying is Jiang Chengye? Everyone present had thought of this, and their gazes toward Jiang Chengye were tinged with fear. Jiang Chengye stepped forward and helped Ouyang Huang up. "Master Aoyang, don't be so polite. Your injuries were caused by these guys, so it's only right that I treat you. It's my fault." These guys were too rough with their hands. After Jiang Chengye finished speaking, he glanced at Yi Tian, who quickly lowered his head. He started it all, and Wang Teng and the others followed his lead. Yi Tian felt wronged. He had already been quite lenient. With only 3% of his strength, who knew this old man would be so weak? Ouyang Huang laughed. "Young Master Jiang, you are mistaken. This old man has now understood. Young Master Jiang is trying to help me break down and rebuild. It has been hard on the several grandmasters. They have had to expend some of their strength for this old man." That must be it, Ouyang Huang understood. It must be that Jiang Chengye discovered the problem with him, which is why he sent his 5 grandmaster underlings to kick him a few times. This is the legendary story of destruction followed by construction. Then, Chu Tianba administered acupuncture to him, and his breakthrough to the mid-stage grandmaster level was a natural progression. Jiang Chengye was trying to make Ouyang Huang owe him a favor. What a cunning scheme. However, Ouyang Huang still felt quite comfortable owing this favor. "I don't mind owing a few more." Wang Teng and the others exchanged bewildered glances. This old man's imagination was quite vivid. Jiang Chengye was also taken aback, then laughed heartily. "I didn't expect even Grandmaster Ouyang could see through it." Half an hour later, the crowd dispersed. The Martial Arts Bureau, which was surrounded by hundreds of people, now only had Jiang Chengye, Wang Teng, Lin Fan, Yi Tian, Chu Tianba, and the Aoyang father and son remaining. Just now, Jiang Zhenyue waved his hand and arranged for everyone present to go to Hao Dada for drinks. Now, who dares to disrespect Jiang Zhenyue? He naturally commanded a large following and displayed the demeanor of a powerful elder brother. From now on, all the families in Jiangbei will have to rely on the Jiang family. Even the high-ranking officials of the Martial Arts Bureau were taken away. Sun Xiaoyu originally wanted to stay, but Jiang Chengye asked her to go with him to take care of Jiang Zhenhua, and Gu Chen was also arranged to go with him to protect their safety. Let's go, Director Aoyang. After everyone had left, Jiang Chengye looked at Aoyang Guanan and said, naturally, they went to the jail and dragged Yi Chen out. Before long, the group arrived at the place where Yi Chen was being held. It was deserted with only 2 cells lit up. The sound of mahjong tiles hitting the mahjong machine with a bang from inside added a bit of life to the place. Moreover, the voices of Chen Wu and others could be heard from time to time. Bang 7. Bang. Steal the bar. Upon hearing footsteps, Chen Wu and the others immediately stopped playing mahjong and stood up straight. He couldn't help but think to himself, there are quite a lot of people here this time. Could it be that the 2 of them didn't have enough fun fighting earlier? Could it be that Yi Chen just woke up and cursed, which they overheard, so they called more people to continue the fight? The thought sent chills down the spines of the 4 men. They heard Yi Chen's screams clearly from next door. For at least 5 or 6 minutes, Yi Chen's screams never stopped. After the Aoyang father and son left, they called Yi Chen for a long time, but he didn't respond. I thought Yi Chen was dead. To everyone's surprise, Yi Chen's voice rang out again from next door a few minutes later. He started cursing as soon as he woke up. They directly insulted the ancestors of Aoyang and his son for 18 generations. They instantly transformed into feces-spraying warriors. I had just finished yelling when they showed up. They all began to mourn for Yi Chen. Zhang San had even started silently reciting the rebirth mantra. Yi Chen was leaning against the corner of the wall, his face covered in blood and swollen like a pig's head, still cursing. Damn it, Emperor Aoyang, Aoyang Guanan, you're really ruthless. After saying that, he touched the birthday bag that was splattering with blood. He immediately winced in pain. Suddenly hearing footsteps coming from the corridor, they immediately huddled together, their faces filled with fear. Damn, so many people, are they planning to kill me? He looked around, finding nowhere to hide, gritted his teeth, got up and pulled down his pants. You forced me to do this. Although Yi Chen's face was swollen beyond recognition, it wasn't hard to see the madness in his eyes, which were just peeking out from behind a crack. Bang, bang, bang. Several terrifying fart sounds rang out. A foul stench immediately emanated from his cell. The 4 men, including Chen Wu, who were standing ramrod straight next to him, were immediately stunned. Where did the gunshot come from? Then a foul stench filled their nostrils. I immediately covered my nose. It stank. How long has it been since this guy last pooped? It stinks. Combined with the gunshots they had just heard, their faces were filled with terror. Had Yi Chen been scared out of his wits? Meanwhile, Jiang Chengye and the others who came to pick up the people in the corridor also smelled the stench and immediately frowned. Director Aoyang, did the sewer system explode? Jiang Chengye looked at Aoyang Guanan and asked. Aoyang Guanan was also completely dumbfounded. This shouldn't be the case. The sewer system here is designed just like the prison system so that even a grandmaster couldn't penetrate it, preventing escape. How could it have suddenly exploded? It tastes a bit like freshly pooped stool. Chu Tianba frowned. Everyone looked at Chu Tianba with expressions of horror. Are you that sensitive to taste? Everyone immediately held their breath. Meanwhile, inside Yi Chen's cell, Yi Chen was holding a freshly made Oli J in his hand. His face was contorted with madness. I am Li Jing, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, Ouyang emperor, my good brother. Since you are heartless, don't blame me. Although I can't beat you, don't think I'm so easy to bully. Then he crouched in the corner, quietly waiting for the lucky one to come to him. Jiang Chengye and his group quickly passed by Chen Wu's mahjong room. Without lingering, Jiang Chengye glanced at it and couldn't help but think to himself, good heavens, this is a mahjong room. Seeing that the others were also covering their mouths and noses, it seemed that the horrifying stench wasn't coming from here. There's only one possibility, it's Yi Chen, Ouyang Guanan frowned. It seemed he had gone too far earlier, making the guy lose control of his bladder and bowels. Will I die? He couldn't help but look at Jiang Chengye. If he killed him, it would be difficult to explain to Jiang Chengye. Let's see if they're actually dead. So I quickened my pace slightly. They were one step ahead of Jiang Chengye and his group. At that moment, Yi Chen heard footsteps getting closer and closer. The corners of his mouth turned up more and more. Just as Ouyang Guanan's head appeared outside the cell, Yi Chen's eyes lit up. His left hand, already wielding the Oli J sign, was already poised to strike. He stretched out his hand, shouting, "Take this." It happened very quickly. Ouyang Guanan only saw a huge blob of Oli J, a popular kimchi brand which kept growing larger in his eyes. I wanted to dodge, but my mind couldn't process it at all. It was completely blank. Jiang Chengye and the others' pupils shrank dramatically. They quickly stepped back. They all spat out, "Holy shit." With a smack, Yi Chen slapped the mosaic in his hand directly onto Ouyang Guanan's face. And quite a lot of it splashed out. Silence fell. The scene fell silent for a moment. The air was filled with a foul stench. At this moment, Emperor Ouyang looked at Ouyang Guanan with a face full of terror and called out tremblingly, "Son." But
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.